This first annual international conference, Ukraine, the investment harbor in the times of change. This event has been organized by the government's investment support office, UkraineInvest. We hope that this event would become an interactive platform to inform the investment community in Ukraine and in other countries on the developments of the investment climate in Ukraine during the 2020 and to be informed about the strategic plans for the 2021. Due to the pandemics, the participants are present online. But this only shows that we are looking for new approaches, that the Ukrainian government is striving for digitalization. The investment and investment attraction is one of the key priorities for the President and the government of Ukraine. So, dear participants, the address of the President of Ukraine, Mr. Vladimir Zelensky, to the investment community. During 2020, Ukraine achieved historic reforms. With the backing of the business community, it has adopted the legislation to introduce the land market. It has set transparent tax rules, provided support to businesses with affordable loans, and succeeded with privatization. It has signed first concession deals. We have launched the DIA digital platform for the businesses and the citizens, and it has placed Ukraine among the leading countries with the digital passports and digital services. This is only the beginning. We're continuing to creating a favorable environment in Ukraine, enabling the business to invest, expand, and create new jobs. A key focus for 2021 for us is to ensure the rule of law, to increase the confidence of the investors, and to protect their rights. It is also vital in the context of continued cooperation with the IMF, which is crucial to ensure Ukraine's macroeconomic stability. Together, we are working for a prosperous future for Ukraine and all Ukrainians. Your success is our success.
Ми дякуємо, пане президенте.
So, that was the President's address. And dear participants, this event is called Ukraine, the investment harbor in the times of change. What has been done and what has been planned by the government, this is the topic of our discussion. So we are starting the first panel, where the key speaker is the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. In 2020, the government of Ukraine had to deal with the emergency and facing lots of challenges. It required a lot of urgent response to stabilize the economic indicators in Ukraine. Now we are at the final stage of developing the initiatives to ensure stable recovery and growth. A key priority for the government is ensuring the competitive environment to attract foreign direct investments. So, I'm introducing Ms. Alexa Chapivska. She will be joining us online. She is Deputy Chair of the Supervisory Board of UkraineInvest and a former journalist of the NBC News. Thank you. And good morning. They say, when business as usual is not possible, it is the perfect time to reframe a new normal. So, despite the challenging times globally, in the latest month, you and your team have achieved significant success stories for Ukraine and improved the investment attractiveness of Ukraine. From e-government and digitalization of public services to historic privatizations and to the largest concessions agreement in the history of Ukraine. You are using private investment and public-private partnership to expand the country's vast infrastructure. You successfully completed the important decentralization reform. Despite the challenges of COVID In the past months, you attracted significant new investments to the country, among them from the companies of Microsoft and Bitfury. The World Bank's report, Ease of Doing Business for 2020, shows that Ukraine rose seven positions as compared to last year, and it now is number 64 in this ranking. This is the highest position for Ukraine in all its history. You are also working on implementing the Dear City, the first digital country with no limits for investments, jobs and tech development. And this will make Ukraine the most powerful IT hub in Central and Eastern Europe. You are unlocking inland water transport, which will expand the transportation opportunities and create significant budget revenues for Ukraine. You are working to develop the infrastructure for the development of the stock market in Ukraine. Ukraine is a vibrant investment destination. The resources are there. The phenomenal human capital is there. The resilience is there. The opportunity is there. You recognize the importance of improving the climate for foreign investments. Thank you for your leadership. It's a great honor for me to introduce the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. Prime Minister, good morning. Welcome.
Доброго дня.
Good morning and welcome to this event. It's been an uneasy year for Ukraine, and the government and people of Ukraine have been facing the challenges. There was a spread of the COVID pandemics and the global economic crisis, and according to the World Bank, the recession caused by COVID would be the biggest recession in the world in the last 70 years. The IMF has forecasted the reduction of per capita income in over 60 countries, and the dire consequences have hit the economics of different countries and regions. So, of course, our main task is to support our citizens. But creating favorable conditions for the country means attracting investments, and this would be a priority for our government in the future as well. So, working to support the businesses and highlighting the key areas of focus, we've managed to secure the foundations for the economic development. We had several spheres in the work. First of all, in order to take Ukraine out of the crisis, we need to ensure collaboration with the IMF, with the World Bank, with the EU and other financial partners. In particular, in the nearest future, we are expecting the information about the beginning of the IMF mission's work in Ukraine. This would enable us to receive the second funding under the standby agreement, which has been open for the country. Also, this June, the government has signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the EU and the loan agreement. As part of it, Ukraine will receive 1.2 billion euro of macro-financial help, and this is one of the and as one of the prerequisite. There will be future cooperations and with the IMF and international partners. Another priority for us is taking the business climate to the highest international standards. I have already said that we have an ambitious goal to get to top 30 of ease of doing business. And in order to do that, we need to make sure the transparent rules, and this has to be done so that the investors would feel safe and confident. In 2020, the main directions for the government was the liberalization of the land market, the digitalization of the services, the reform of corporate infrastructure, introducing transparent rules for the entrepreneurial activity, the decentralization, and a separate block is the support in innovations development. This includes the development of the DIA electronic portal. There are over 30 services available there, and opening the business there is the fastest in the world right now. Also, we cooperate with international partners. At the moment, we are in active discussions about the so-called industrial visa-free regime with the EU, also about the open airspace, and in the 2020 also the governmental proposals to showcase the investment potential of Ukraine are already yielding result. 2 concessions agreement have already been signed for $130 million, and we also plan to have more concession agreement regarding the seaports, railroads, highways and other infrastructural elements. Also, as part of the privatization program, the State Property Fund has sold over 300 sites for the total of about 2 billion hryvnias. As compared to the last year, the revenues from privatization grew 5 times. And next year, we plan this 6-fold growth as compared to this year. One of the key steps in investment attraction would be the adoption of the draft law submitted by the President of Ukraine on state support of investment projects with large-scale investments. There will also be benefits on certain taxes and fees, benefits on land allocation. This all would help to increase the volume of foreign investments to Ukraine. I would like to reassure you that in the times of the economic crisis and the pandemics, Ukraine will do all it takes to be attractive for both national and international investments. I wish you all fruitful work at this event. I hope you have good and favorable and yielding investments and good results, and stay healthy.
Що ж, ми дякуємо, пане прем'єр-міністру.
We would like to say thanks to Ms. Alexa and the Prime Minister for the opening remarks. And now we'll talk about the development of the investment market and areas of growth. So the forecasts of international organizations and think tanks show that there's the reduction in FDIs in 2021. Ukraine also is not an exception, so it takes coordination of the government, the presidential office and the parliament to attract and support investments. That is the key prerequisite for the economic growth. Among the key areas, there's incentivizing FDIs and the development of internal investment market, in particular by stock market reform, by the removal of administrative barriers for the businesses, and through the development of corresponding changes to the legislation. Now I'm happy to give the floor to the moderator of this panel. This is Sergei Tsivkach, the Executive Director of UkraineInvest. He has over 20 years in investment and economic business. He has an extensive experience cooperating with different organizations such as the UN and OECD, and under his leadership, UkraineInvest from August 2020 has started the reorganization, engaging and deblocking $315 million of investments and provided a lot of consultations. Now, Mr. Sergei, the floor is yours. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the participants of this conference at this annual conference called Ukraine, an investment harbor in times of changes. As the President and Prime Minister have already noted, Ukraine, like other countries, are now in a difficult situation. It's difficult in terms of the economy, in terms of the social impact of the pandemics. But we are trying to do all possible in order to not only overcome the impact of the pandemic, but also to ensure economic growth and to create the factors which would condition stable growth, attracting investments and developing the investment market in Ukraine. Before we open this session, I would like to show a small presentation with our macro-financial indicators for 2020, key indicators and other infographics that might be interesting for the audience. Could we see the slides? So, you see the forecast on the GDP change in Ukraine is minus 4.8% potentially, and globally it's over 5%, the negative change in the GDP. Foreign direct investments to Ukraine in the second quarter grew to 1,225,000,000, and the international reserves of Ukraine is $26 billion, which is 90% higher than last year. The standards of Fitch, S&P, and Moody's are B, B3, B plus stable, and R&I even gave us B plus stable. As for the improvements in the regulatory politics, we have achievements in the deregulation and the simplification in business conditions. We have reformed the land market. We have completed the unbundling of the Naftogaz. We have reformed the inland water transport. We have completed the main stage of the decentralization. We have launched the city planning reform. We have liberalized the ethanol production and export. We've created the National Intellectual Property Office and created the DIA portal and the digitalization of administrative services. There were more achievements, of course, but we are on the course to creating a proper, favorable investment climate. As for additional achievements in 2020, we must underline that we have managed to get up seven positions in the ease of doing business ranking, and now we are number 64. As for the concessions, as Prime Minister has noticed, over $130 million have been attracted to these concession agreements. One of them was the biggest in the independent Ukraine. We plan 16 more concession agreement for $2.4 billion planned for next years. Also, we have launched high added value projects for the total of over $500 million. This is a very good indicator, and we need to develop this going on. We have signed the memorandum of understanding with the leading IT companies globally for a total of over $2 billion. Ukraine has been very active in international cooperation. We have signed the agreement of free trade and strategic partnership with the United Kingdom, and we are updating the association agreement with the EU. We'll discuss this during our session. Now, I would like to proceed with the session, and I would like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Yulia Kovalev. She is Deputy Head of the Presidential Office of Ukraine, and Ms. Yulia is responsible for the investment in the Presidential Office, and she is one of the co-authors of the draft law on stimulating significant investments in Ukraine. Also, she is Deputy Chair of the Supervisory Board in UkraineInvest. Yulia, thank you for the support you provide. My question is the following. In your opinion, what are the key achievements of your institution in 2020 in the sphere of improving investment attraction, and what are the plans for 2021? Hello, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you, and I welcome the team of UkraineInvest when they organize this first international forum. I hope that next year we will have this forum in person, and there will be many participants coming here, many investors, companies who would be following this not only from their screens, not only remotely, but they will come in person. They will visit Ukraine, and they will see all the sides, all the contracts in person. When you have shown macroeconomic indicators and statistics, we have seen that despite the pandemics, the results which Ukrainian economy has achieved this year are actually more optimistic than the first forecasts which we had in Q1 when the pandemics has been starting. Of course, this year has imposed a lot of restrictions and has set lots of issues, not only for Ukraine, but also for our key international partners, for our key trade partners, and for the business. And in most countries this year, they have focused on supporting the healthcare system and to support existing businesses, to keep the jobs, to support the businesses which have been restricted in their operations during the lockdown. But I think that this year will be showcased in the history of Ukrainian reforms as one of the long-awaited, because the parliament has finally adopted the law on agricultural land market. We essentially made a leap to the introduction of the free agricultural land market that is due in full effect on July 1st next year. This has been a long-awaited step. Even this year, we see that despite the drought and COVID, the agricultural sector in Ukraine is one of the basic key sectors that has been developing not only in plant production but also in processing. They maintain high export volumes, so of course we get lots of currency and macroeconomic stability. Another milestone this year is that despite the global economic recession caused by COVID, our macroeconomic situation in Ukraine remains stable. We see stability in the exchange rate, we see stability in the financial market, we see that the interest rate set by the National Bank of Ukraine is one of the lowest, and we see the inflation indicators, which, if we compare to other periods of crisis like the 2008 or 2014 and 15 Ukrainian crisis, we see that this year is relatively calm and stable in terms of financial market and currency exchange rate. So, even though the largest attention was dedicated to healthcare, naturally, and fighting the epidemics, this year the government, the parliament, the president, and the whole presidential office's team, jointly with the representatives of the business community and our international partners, we see the IFC and the EBRD presented here, and this year, indeed, they have been working a lot with the government. We see that important laws have been adopted in order to improve the investment climate, to improve the business climate, and to provide a good impetus for investments into Ukraine. Talking specifically, today is exactly 1 year after the presidential signing of the law to liberalize the ethanol industry. So we can now see what has happened 1 year after the law has been passed. Today, the privatization of 11 ethanol plants has started, and about 800 million hryvnias of budget revenues already have been gained, and this is only the beginning. Next year, we'll see 30 more tenders. So, in 1 year, we essentially took this path from having a full state monopoly, engaging national investors, because so far mostly it was internal investment, and hopefully will attract foreign investors. Also, quite recently, the Parliament has adopted the law on inland water transport, which would improve the logistics by the rivers of Ukraine. But at the same time, we see that the competitiveness in the investment fields is going up. So we have to be stronger. We have to propose better conditions than our neighbors. So in this competitive struggle for investments, we expect that next year the Parliament will hear in the second reading the law on large investments attraction. This would help Ukraine level the conditions with its neighbors, which are providing some benefits for investments. Also, we are preparing laws to create probably the best conditions for the IT sphere and startups in Ukraine. These are draft laws on Dia City, which would be a dedicated administrative mode of functioning for the IT sector, because the competition for IT specialists is quite high. So that would be one of the important spheres where we would be able to make the next leap forward. On the one hand, we have the state showcasing the digitalization of administrative services. The state has launched the Dia app for both the businesses and the citizens. And on the other hand, this Dia City would help us create favorable environment for the IT, not worse than in Belarus, which had quite a good environment for the IT cluster. Also, we expect the Parliament would adopt the law on Dia City early next year. We'll have the consensus in the industry regarding this, and it would help us attract additional investments to the IT sector. Another major improvement this year was happening in the tax sector. The BEPS rules have been implemented. So this year has been setting some fundamental conditions so that next year, when COVID-19 pandemics would be decreasing and business activities globally would increase, we would be ready. We would have the legal framework developed, and we will be implementing those. Lastly, I would like to say that the support of our international partners has been invaluable this year. Just a few days ago, we have received 600 million from the EU as microfinancial aid, and there are many projects. I hope by the end of the year we'll have more projects with EBRD, and we see that also IFC has been helping the clients, supporting them with financial tools in the COVID crisis. Also, 2 days ago, the Prime Minister took part in the signing of the investment agreement with the European Investment Bank for 640 million euros. So the portfolio of the funding for infrastructural development and SME support is quite large this year. So we appreciate our international partners. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you for this review of Ukrainian reforms which are influencing the investment climate. I only would like to say that we would will now talk about regulatory politics, but for the investment attraction, I think there are three main directions. There's also regulatory politics, there's also the administration efforts by the state, and of course the rules of law, the rule of law. So we'll talk about investment protection, which would be a logical consequence. Now I would like to give the floor to Deputy Minister for Economic Development and Agriculture. She is the key deputy minister responsible for the public-private partnership and for the development of SMEs. Ms. Irina, you have like 3 4 minutes. What are the achievements and plans for next year? Ms. Irina Novikova. Yeah, dear colleagues, thank you. I hope that next year we all would meet offline, because indeed we all are striving for in-person communication, in-person talks with our partners and investors. Of course, this year has posed many challenges for Ukraine and for other countries, but we have good examples of successful counter efforts. When we talk about the investment climate in Ukraine, it's a multi-level system. Lots of things have already been done, as was said by the previous speaker: the land reform, the digitalization, the decentralization. But when we talk about investment climate, what's important is which tools do we use to attract investments? How do we work with the investors? So the Ministry of Economics is one of the authorities which outline the policies in this sphere. I think one of the achievements of the Ministry of Economics is attracting investment through public-private partnership. Because in 2020 we have signed the first large concession agreements, which were supported by good cooperation of all the branches of the government, all the branches of power, the legislative, the executive branch, and they have been supported by our international partners. They have been structured by the IFC and EBRD, and they showcase that Ukraine can attract strategic investors. As for the tools of public-private partnership, the Ministry of Economics has developed all the policies and regulations, all the bylaws, fully in line with international standards. We had consultants from the World Bank Group, and we tried to implement all the best practices. In particular, we have adopted important acts such as the replacement of the private partner, which enables project funding, which hasn't been used previously. As for other tools, we also developed such a tool as industrial parks. At the moment, in the register, we have 44 industrial parks, and we hope that they would be nice spaces to attract foreign investors, and hopefully, after the presidential draft law on attracting large investments, we would be able to offer these spaces to the investors. As Sergei said, of course, the institutions matter for investment attraction, and one of the key things we have done is the creation of the PPP agency. It has been supported by the IFC and all the consultants, and it is the so-called expertise center for all the PPP projects. And now we have also started initiatives of PPP in railroads, seaports and highways. This would be the first example in Ukraine when we have PPP on highways. And what's important also is have these projects not only on the national level. The decentralization reform has put a lot of authority on local government. So the agency has been working at the local level. We have signed memorandums with several city councils, and we have quite active work going on. This is also about the construction of hospitals, about international efforts, and hopefully next year we will see the results of this process. Thank you, Irina. I would like to remind you that we also have both online and offline speakers. Also, some of the speakers who are the members of the cabinet of Ukraine, they will join us when they become available, because today is also the day when the cabinet is sitting, and we had to rearrange the schedule a little bit. We are waiting for Olga Stepanishina, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, and Mr. Nemchinov, the Minister of the Cabinet of Minister of Ukraine. They will join in later. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jason Pelmer, the head of the Regional Representative Office of the IFC in Ukraine, Belarus and Moldova from the World Bank Group. Mr. Pelmer's sphere of responsibility is the large-scale investment program for over $3 billion US, and also a lot of consultations which they provide in the sphere of the development of regulatory policies and supply chains. So, Mr. Pelmer, what were the key achievements of your organizations in Ukraine this year? What have you done and what is planned for next year? You have like 3 or 4 minutes for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. It's a pleasure to be here, although virtually. As Irina said, it would be much nicer to be with all of you in person. 22, as I think all the previous speakers have mentioned, has been a very rough year. It's been a rough year, I think, for all of us on a personal level. Obviously, it's had an impact on the economy, on business, but maybe on a more positive note, and why I think this conference is extremely timely, is we need to start with the building blocks on how to drive the economic recovery. So it's a good time to reflect on what were the successes in 2020, but also to step back and think, what is it that's going to be what are going to be the drivers for Ukraine's economic recovery, and to do so in a sustainable manner. So in 2020, we've heard that it's all about crisis response. How do we ensure that companies have access to capital, that we can address supply chain disruptions? IFC at the global level put together an $8 billion financial package, a fast response, a crisis response to our existing private sector clients. And I'm pleased to announce that $4 billion, more than $4 billion of the $8 billion have already been committed. And I'm also pleased that Ukraine has been one of the key beneficiaries of this new facility. We've used it to support our Ukrainian agri clients, despite the fact that the agri sector has held up extremely well. And our portfolio in agri and throughout all sectors of the economy continue to perform and exceed, in many cases, expectations. But that being said, there have been supply chain disruptions. And so our financing, our support is going to ensure that our clients can continue their operations and can continue employing their staff. Another area has been the financial sector. To promote more lending. As also previously stated, this COVID-19 pandemic is putting the greatest strain at the individual level and on the SMEs, the small and medium-sized enterprises. And we need to ensure that the banks continue to lend to support SMEs and individuals. That's been another priority area, both on the investment and on the advisory side. Maybe one note is I think we've heard we need to be innovative. And we have been very successful in rolling out under our Ukraine crop receipts program, a financial instrument that allows small and medium-sized farmers to sell forward their crop. And based on that, have access to capital to purchase agri-inputs, quality seeds, fertilizer. And despite the pandemic, we hit a major milestone where more than $1 billion worth of crop receipts have been issued in 2020. Another area that we've had success is infrastructure. And I think we've heard from the President, the Prime Minister, and just now from Yulia and Irina, the PPPs, the public-private partnerships. Really quite remarkable that in the thick of the pandemic, nonetheless, we succeeded in the signing of the first 2 pilot port concessions. So a huge congratulations to all the stakeholders. We attracted strategic investors to build out port infrastructure in Ukraine, one of the biggest sources of FDI in country in 2020. And we've, even more importantly, have now paved the way for many more projects. And I look forward to discussing this a little bit later in the discussion in terms of what are the plans for 2021. And maybe one final note on infrastructure has been the urban infrastructure. We started in the city of Mariupol on improving urban infrastructure, modernizing the transportation in the city. But in the year 2020, we've now spread out this program, green infra, to the cities of Lviv, Zaporizhia, Kryvyi Rih, and now the city of Kiev. So I see a lot of potential in this space as well. But I think we'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit later about where we're going in 2021. And that's where I'm putting a lot of my attention now, is now that the crisis, we see the light at the end of the tunnel, and we need to start building out new projects. And we look forward to collaborating with UkraineInvest to promote more FDI into sectors like irrigation to support agri, more PPPs, as Irina had mentioned, and in the financial sector, working out non-performing loans. But allow me to pause for the time being. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. Indeed, this is really important, especially what you said just in the last seconds about irrigation, because we are now working with the water agencies and with the ministry, because the investment potential into this sector is incredible. Irrigation is just part of it. However, it is over $3 billion. But when talking about the water resources, it's going to reach $9 to $10 billion US. I'd like to welcome Olga Stefanishina, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Following Ms. Stefanishina's initiative, there is a series of negotiations taking place with the EU about updating and reviewing the association agreement. Olga, I have a question to you. Apart from the accomplishments of the year and the plans for the next year, the trade flow between Ukraine and EU shows that 40% of our exports go to the European Union. So tell us, how do you plan to negotiate this issue of reviewing the association agreement with the EU to attract more investment to Ukraine, and how it's going to contribute to more growing added value exports from Ukraine? What are the negotiations about, and is there any engagement from the Ukrainian business in this? Thank you very much, and you're given the floor now. Thank you so much for this opportunity to take part in this discussion today. However, it is online, even though nevertheless, we can discuss the investment, and personal meetings are always much better than these. However, why we're talking about reviewing the association agreement with the EU and not the DCFTA, for instance? It's because the association agreement itself is really a good contribution to the Ukraine's branding. It actually enlarges Ukraine's access to the European markets, to any markets virtually in the world as well. As you rightly mentioned, today the EU exports to the EU is over 40% of the total export turnover in Ukraine, and just in recent months, the figures have been growing steadily. Opening the European markets to Ukraine allowed to actually produce major recovery and rescue the Ukraine's economy after the annexation of Crimea, and moreover, it has become a big incentive for small and medium business development, for the producers of value-added products. It's not a secret that since DCFTA was signed, and before that, we had been exporting mainly raw materials. And thanks to the newly discovered opportunities through the association agreement, we managed to actually export more by like 30 times. Actually, when we started from scratch. So we started actually growing and supplying in snails and produce unmanned flying vehicles. So this was a big opportunity for new startups and emerging companies. So since the 1st of January next year, there's going to be an opportunity to review conditions of the agreement to further facilitate and liberalize them. You've heard a lot about the quotas and customs fees. And the trade component of the association agreement provides for two things. First of all, we will actually annul the quotas, so there'll be zero-rate quotas for the customs duties, regardless of the trade volumes. And some of the products will have zero rates. First of all, it's going to refer to the products with high degree of processing. They've been struggling with the quotas for years now. And in order to realize what the new opportunities we can pursue through this association agreement review to benefit to the Ukrainian businesses and companies, for the national producers and manufacturers, to facilitate their access in a broader sense to the European markets. Since July this year, our government team, together with the office at my HQ, we started consultation with business. We actually talked to all the sectoral associations and unions and conduct a lot of events and consultations across the regions, engaging our ministries, primarily the Ministry of Economic Development, Trade, and Agriculture, of course. This experience has shown that those companies show a lot of interests, and most interested they are in eliminating the trade barriers. But despite all the challenges, our companies are still growing based on the European rules that we align our regulatory framework with through the association agreement and DCFTA. This also involves large-scale contracts. You've heard Tatra Yug's best practice of supplying trams to Romania, where the production is 90% localized. And that's a very difficult job. Of course, reaching out to the external markets undoubtedly creates a better standing for the company, not only in the European, but also in the global markets. It is an incredible job done. And I can see Yulia among the panelists. She applied every effort to these developments. And we have no other Yulia Kovalev who would struggle so much for every single investor. There is competition. The market is quite strict. So for the Ukrainian companies, it's been much more difficult to handle everything. But we've done so much to not only produce good yields from the reviewed association agreement, but also we want our produce to be recognized in the EU with the certificates and papers that are issued here domestically. We also signed the ACCA arrangement as well for the added value products, which is low voltage equipment, electromagnetic tools, machinery, and mechanical engineering products. So it means that these products, once produced in Ukraine and certified domestically, they will have an uninterrupted access to the EU markets. And this is actually 75% of all the challenging issues eliminated that had been described by the business, which is double certification, high competition in the EU, and poor opportunities to reach out to the markets through such restrictions. Our assessment says that given the consultations we've had with businesses so far and preliminary arrangements with the European Union, we would be able to provide much greater access to the Ukrainian producers in the EU market and create preconditions to implement small and medium projects in the regions. We now understand that apart from the sectors that we will fully facilitate, we will also expand the scope of AA. This is in 2008, when the talks on this association agreement just started. We had no major developments in the pharmaceutical market. And now this market is one of the markets most upgraded. And this is going to be the new market that we're going to pursue and develop. Same thing has to do with the seafood market, which is not quite well covered by the possibilities provided for by the association agreement. So the association agreement's performance and Ukraine's approximation to the EU standards will be the important progress indicators for our country as we are joining to the civilized countries club that follow the same rules. And this is, again, another benefit this trust provides to attract even more investment in developed entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, Olga. I'm convinced that the name of our conference, Investment Harbor, in a time of change, was picked up correctly, because we've seen how many changes are taking place and how much the Ukraine's government, the president's office, and the president and the prime ministers themselves indeed support the change. We want to see not only international investors, but also local investors here. UkraineInvest scope is to primarily attract foreign direct investors. And not only that, because unless we have domestic investors, we're never going to have efficient cooperation with the internationals. So we have to work with the businesses and all the central government agencies. However, there is one person that we've been working with in the closest manner. This is Mr. Oleg Nemchinov, Minister of the Cabinet, because we report directly to the Cabinet of Ministers Secretariat and the Minister of the Cabinet. Mr. Nemchinov, tell us about the biggest accomplishments over this year, and what are the plans to develop and contribute to the investment climate progress and attract even more investment to Ukraine to actually develop our Ukraine's investment market. You are not subordinated, but you are coordinated by the Cabinet, by the Secretariat. Actually, the UkraineInvest's operation has been really important, because it's not only about taking advantage of the domestic opportunities to attract investment to Ukraine, but this is also promotion of the opportunities that are available here in the market. Pandemic, apart being a great problem, creates also big opportunities. The one who actually invests into the right place will benefit greatly and generate a lot of dividends. I'm talking about Ukraine, especially in the context that we are finalizing our decentralization reform. The president of Ukraine already signed a decree and therefore transferred huge land resources to the local communities on the ground. And this is a great investment advantage for the local communities to make sure they can develop projects locally, not only in agriculture, but also in other adjacent sectors. This year, like the whole global economy did, we lost tourism, almost. We have limited mobility, but it does not mean that we cannot take advantage of this time so that starting next year and in 2022 to discover Ukraine for the rest of the world as a tourist destination, and those magnets that are pulling the tourists into the regions, they have to be first of all prepared for our guests to visit from abroad and domestically. I'd like to express my words of gratitude to UkraineInvest for the great promotional job that you've done for those accessible projects that anyone can find by just using a smartphone with the internet connection. And there you go. You already have your ready-made proposals with so many investment opportunities from the smallest ones to the large mega projects. So I think in this dimension, this institution works in the right way. It's got its objectives and targets, and primarily it is aimed at developing our economy most of all. Thank you, Mr. Nepchino. We're not only promoting Ukraine, but we're also trying to develop the right methodology on how to better develop and foster regulatory policy to better and closer talk to the investors. Actually, this transportation modalities that you have developed, we know the role UkraineInvest has played in this agenda. And not only this, but I mean, promotion also produces a lot of successful results. Well, there we had a quite minor role to play, but anyways, yeah, but you did it. We're closely working with investors on this. And one of the largest investors right now in Ukraine is the EBRD. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Petrone, Matteo Petrone, who is the managing director of EBRD in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. EBRD has been functioning in Ukraine since 1993, having implemented over 300 projects with a total investment value of 15 billion dollars. I couldn't hear. Mr. Petrone, what would you say about this year so far and the plans for the next year? What's your vision regarding cooperation with Ukraine?
Thanks very much, Sergey, and thanks very much for being here. Obviously, again, as many others, I prefer to be present in person at this conference, and I wish all your dear ones and yourselves all the best in these very uncertain times. Indeed, Ukraine is one of the main markets of operations of the BRD. So typically, the BRD is presented as the largest investor in Ukraine, but it's also true that Ukraine is one of the most important markets for the BRD. In 2020, we are investing, as of now, about 600 million euros in more than 30 operations. Most of these is in the private sector here. About 55% of it is in the private sector. And this adds to a portfolio of about 4 billion euros. What is particularly interesting in my view is that, like all the other IFIs, we have put in place a resilience framework, a liquidity framework to support our clients, both in the private sector and in the public sector in these difficult times. But what we have seen in Ukraine is that most of our clients are so resilient that they have maintained their investment plans. So only a portion of what we have invested in Ukraine actually is liquidity lines and working capital lines for our clients. But many of them, both in the public sector and in the private sector, have maintained their investment plans, which we are supporting. Now, the books are not closed yet. As I think Julia mentioned, we have still a handful of operations, big tickets, that we would like to bring to fruition before the end of the year. So I refrain from giving a forecast until the end of the year. But I would expect this year to be at a level of 750, 850 million euros probably, which is a significant increase in respect of the average we had in the last 4 years, even if you take into account the exceptional year that we had last in 2019 with more than 1.1 billion euros of investments. Where have we invested? So in the private sector, in our usual core sectors, agri-business value chain, manufacturing and services. Indeed, the municipal sector, where we have deployed our Green Cities framework, which is a framework which would accompany Ukraine and the municipalities of Ukraine in fostering energy efficiency measures and resource efficiency measures. So we have worked with Dnipro in an energy efficiency building project, in Khmelnytsky in a solid waste project. But we also work with a number of companies, as I said, in order to improve their efficiency in their operations in the private sector. Particular attention has been paid in order to support the SMEs in the country, both directly, both with investments and with advisory. We typically advise 100, 150 companies, SMEs every year. But we also have implemented a number of projects with our partner financial institutions in terms of SME financing and trade facilitation financing. And as you know, we also have a significant policy engagement activity in the country, both in the private sector and in the public sector. And that relates to the efforts we are making together, in particular with the Ministry of Economy in terms of corporate governance. And obviously, we are partnering with the other IFIs and with IFC in particular in corporate governance of SOEs and SOBs. And we have launched the second phase of the Ukrainian reform architecture, which is basically the deployment of a number of more than 200 young Ukrainian professionals in a number of agencies, ministries, in order to kickstart and foster reforms in public administration. And we do that in close partnership with the EU and the donors of the multi-donor account for Ukraine. We continue our work in Prozoro, so that is in terms of digitalization of procurement and reduction of scope for corruption. Continue our support with the business ombudsman in order to create a level playing field in the private sector. Particular support is given to SMEs, and as Julia knows very well, we support to the national investment. But we don't stop there. Of course, we have been partnering with the IFC and we are very glad that this was brought to fruition in the motion of the PPPs for Olbia and Kherson, and that more will follow. We are working with other partners in SAD and CC in motion of local capital. We continue our work in the energy sector. For 2021, we would like to do more of the same, but there is an element of discontinuity, which is, if you have a silver lining of this crisis, what this crisis is that there is a risk in the supply chain, in terms of supply chain disruption. And what we believe is that there is an opportunity for countries like Ukraine, leveraging on a very strong human capital that Ukraine has, in terms of onshoring a number of production activities from Asia, for instance. And hopefully Ukraine will play a role there and ready to support both companies and foreign direct investors in terms of enhancing production facilities and entering in the game of onshoring value chains in the country. I would stop at the moment, but I'm very happy to follow up for the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Patrone. Thanks very much for your introduction and a very interesting insight. I would like to now ask a question to Oleg Nemchinov, because I know you have to go back to the Cabinet of Ministers for the next meeting. But before that, I'm going to ask Yulia about Draft Law 3760. Mr. Nemchinov, you coordinate UkraineInvest. Can you share very concisely what are the key accomplishments that you think are the most important ones this year, and what would be the tasks for UkraineInvest next year? What are the KPIs for us? I think, the fact that you're working already and now we're talking about this is already one of the KPIs that you have performed successfully this year. Under decentralization, you handled a lot of local projects. But when talking about tasks and objectives for the next year, of course, I should say you have to continue running projects that you presented a couple of months ago. You have put together a lot of projects that are actually one-stop ready for and await investors. So it's incredibly important to continue those projects. Hopefully all the approvals will be there, and once the projects are up and running, I think it's going to be a great achievement with your comprehensive and holistic support. And now, Yulia, like I said, the key co-author of this draft legislation, this is the person who's spent so much time and effort to develop this legislation and communicate it with MPs, with the political and business circles in Ukraine. In July this year, the President of Ukraine submitted a draft legislation to the parliament. Its number is 3760 to encourage large-scale investment. On the 21st of July, it passed the first reading. Since then, we've had a lot of discussions regarding this draft law based on the parliament and other platforms. But how much this bill has changed since July 21? What are the novelties there, and what are the prospects to have it passed in the second reading? I think it's very important to attract investment to Ukraine. And just briefly about the draft law details, just for investors. I want to take a broader look at this and tell you about the tools the Ukraine's government and the state is using to attract investment. There are several parts that are important. First of all, let us move back to the key thing. One of the key points when EBA last time had published their evaluation of the key challenges, and it hasn't been said here, but protecting property rights and the judicial reform are the basic expectations of all investors in Ukraine. So there's part of legislative initiatives in the parliament already. Some of those are yet being discussed by the expert circles. And there is a standing commission that is elaborating those bills. But let us again try to understand that without those two things, all the other incentives and tools will not be as successful. The second thing is, what are the incentives there are when not only talking about the investment climate, but about the applicable tools that we have in our hands? On the one hand, we have privatization. I want to remind you that at the end of last year, the Ukraine's parliament had abolished the number of entities and facilities that used to be banned for investment. We had a lot of fears, but none of the fears actually actualized. Now we're selling those facilities, small and large, through Prozoro. The competition is growing, as well as the value and price. We've seen some of those facilities that were actually useless and non-operational, and now they are invested into, and they now create jobs. We therefore incentivize small and medium business development. Again, the second thing is concessions. Last year, the parliament announced something that all the people had been waiting for so long. So thanks very much to EBRD with their technical support and expertise. Now, right now we are preparing 2 concession agreements, and some other facilities will be eligible for concession. Again, the ACCA, that's an important point. The competitions that we've had so far within the ACCA framework will be signed soon. This has been lasting so long, and taking advantage of this opportunity and talk to the government representatives, we need to facilitate and speed up this process. Because now we have to put this process to the logical end. Now let us talk about investment. This is somewhere where the state is party to it, where the state has either the equity or assets that it wants to transfer to the investors. What is this law talking about? As they call it, the investment law. It is actually to create the tools that we hadn't had before, but it's already available in many neighboring countries that we compete with actively for investment. It actually provides a number of incentives to the private investors who are ready to go and invest here into the sectors that have high added value. First of all, this is processing. These are the sectors that are ready to create a lot of jobs, and the pay grade is much higher, at least 20% higher than the Ukraine's wage average across the regions. What the state can guarantee in support of such new projects, up to 30% of the total investment value, the state will be ready to compensate in different ways. There's a whole menu for the investors. Depending on the scope and the scale of the projects, the investors will choose either building the entire infrastructure, connection to the grid, gas supplies and roads, exemption from VAT and other fiscal burdens. Number 3 can be exemption from land tax or income profit tax. So we're ready to incentivize these projects in the value of up to 30%. But this is, in my opinion, not the most important thing in this draft legislation. For any investor, whether we're talking about the domestic ones or internationals, they want, first of all, to ensure proper stability. So the tools that are suggested to ensure stability is the agreement with the government. On the one hand, the investor will be committed to perform the investment, start the project, create jobs, pay taxes. On the other hand, the government will be committed to not only incentivize the investor, but also ensure proper stability in the regulatory framework for the successful project performance. So therefore, the state will actually have an insurance for the investor to feel protected and comfortable. The third major role is played by UkraineInvest itself, which is the institution that by law has the mandate to support investment since inception, since initiated, till all the way through the project's life cycle. And this is, again, a very important way to support investment, because we want not only to engage active people and create jobs through the associations, but this UkraineInvest's major role is to facilitate and not only attracting investment, but also creating comfortable conditions for operation in Ukraine throughout their project's life cycles.
So I hope that the Parliament will hear this law next week, and we will already start the new year with the new law enacted. And this definitely would add more work to UkraineInvest, and I welcome you on this. Thank you. We are always glad to have more work, and we will not only follow up, but also in our functions we have the potential search of investors. We will provide proposals to them, according to this law. And we are now preparing, we are restructuring our structure. We engage experts, and I would like, by the way, to announce this competition. Any experts, Ukrainian or international, can send us an email to our general address proposing 3 ambitious ideas to improve the investment climate in Ukraine. And I personally guarantee that we will have a personal meeting with the top experts, those who would send the best ideas, and we will cooperate with you. You know our address, our office email, so please send us your ideas. And thank you, Ms. Yulia. I know we have to go. Thank you and see you. Now, Ms. Irina, you are the key Deputy Minister for Public-Private Partnership. Yesterday, I have been rereading the OECD report for 2015, and the matter of concessions and PPP was there, just like the rule of law and other issues that were discussed. We have started implementing that process, starting with the new law in 2019. We already started the concessions, as we have mentioned several times today. What are the future plans to improve the PPP system? What are the possible new developments? And another sub-question. What investment incentives for the SMEs are there? Thank you. Indeed, in the OECD report, all the same priorities were mentioned, just like in the World Bank report, in the context of PPP and public finances. Back in 2015, I have been Deputy Director of the Investment Department. I have been heading the PPP sphere, and we have been developing all the legislation, and as of today, all the legislation has been fully set. As for the plans, of course, we have the plans, we have milestones, we know where we should be heading, because even the international standards, they also improve, they set new goals. The key thing for 2021 is to create the electronic trading system for the concessions. It does not exist anywhere in the world so far. That is why we've engaged EBRD for this project. It's something like Prozoro and Prozoro sales, but it's going to be more complicated because the concession tenders are just more complicated by the structure. Also, we have the full project cycle management. It's also supported by the PTD, and it will be part of this new platform, so that the process would be the most transparent for all the investors, the partners, and for the community and the public. Next priority is the implementation of the long-term budget obligations. We've started working on this quite a long time ago, and we have been cooperating with the IFC and the World Bank on that, because now only the pay-by-user project have been implemented, but there are other practices when the state pays part of the costs incurred by the private partner. They are there, for example, in road transport or in medicine. The private partner might be servicing a client, and the state would pay some share in the costs incurred. And in Ukraine, we naturally have the budget period of 1 year, but of course these budget obligations, they have to be analyzed in longer perspective, and this is what we have planned. We have other priorities planned, and we are now working with the World Bank on the manuals for all the cycle, and they would be the guidance for our executive authorities and local governments, so they would know how to assess, how to prepare to these investment projects, because we know that, of course, the majority of success factors are laid out at the preparation stage, because all the risks have to be calculated, everything has to be done at the early stages. So this is what we have planned. Another ambitious plan is the preparation for a project realization. This is what we have planned, so that UkraineInvest would further then to take it from us and support the investors. And that is why I would like to say thanks to Jason and to Matteo Petroni, because they have been providing tremendous support, and we have the chance to work with the best experts. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Irina. And now I would like to give floor to Jason Palmer. Mr. Jason, let us talk a bit about the energy sector. One of your latest studies in this sphere shows that an effective system of investment in energy storage is the PPP, as per IFC assessment. So what is the status and proposals on behalf of IFC in this sphere?
I think, as we've previously discussed, the heavy lifting for PPPs has been done. We have a law that is working. We have the support of the Ministry of Economy and under Irina's leadership in particular. And the Ministry of Infrastructure has been one of the early adopters and also a keen supporter of seeing the success of the PPPs. So going forward, it's now, how do we roll this out to expand what we've already created in the port sector? I think we've already heard from previous speakers that Chornomorsk, for example, is a likely candidate. This would be, Ovia and Kherson were bulk agri. Chornomorsk would be the first container terminal to use the concession model. We talked about the road sector, where we have a very ambitious government road construction program. But because of limited fiscal space, how do we promote more private sector investment to build Ukraine's roads? And we've already started this program with the support of our partners, the Global Infrastructure Facility. And again, the analytical work, the research is there. It's now, as Irina mentioned, moving towards implementation for the first 6 pilots, which will mobilize $2 billion of private sector investment. And that's just phase 1. Phase 2 and phase 3 would be $10 billion of investment for more than 20 projects and covering 4,500 kilometers of roads. The concession model is also being contemplated for the rail sector, where we have under Ukrzheliznytsa's ownership rail stations that could be monetized. And we've done the analytical work to show that we could mobilize $150 million alone on the real estate for Ukrzheliznytsa. And these are works that are underway, and we can already start seeing achievements in 2021. And then coming back to your earlier question, Sergei, with regards to the energy sector. Indeed, we have advanced a project for battery storage, where we have a lot of renewable energy projects coming on stream, which adds a burden on the grid because of the intermittent power. But in addition, Ukraine has ambitions to join the NSOE, the European grid, and that will require battery storage. So to preserve fiscal space, and given the challenge, the financial challenges in the sector, we're working on a private sector-led model to solve the battery storage opportunity in Ukraine. But the ways of using the concession model in Ukraine are endless, and I'm very excited that we've laid the groundwork. We've achieved success in 2020, but now it's time for us to use the concessions we've talked about at not only the national level, but at the city level, perhaps at the oblast level, and going into areas like health and maybe even irrigation. So beyond, Sergei, the water user organizations, but also looking at the concession model to promote more private sector investment to support value-add agri. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Джейсон. Так, і тут треба думати на
Thank you, Mr. Jason. Indeed, we have to think on the possibility of creating some joint project office to develop this concept, because if we come back again to the OECD 2015 review, we see that the potential is there in Ukraine, but it needs to be developed daily, and the PPP projects are quite complicated technologically. But we have to do it. We have to do this, we have to start this, and now we also talk about water infrastructure, as has been said, in other sectors. So when we talk about the regulatory policies and systemic work in these three directions I have mentioned, which are the cornerstone for investment attraction, the reforms, the regulation, and the protection of the rights of the business, I would like to address Mr. Petrone. As one of the largest investors in the Ukrainian economy, what is your recipe for the development of the investment climate in Ukraine? What do we need to achieve, considering the achievements of this year and the plans for the next year?
Already mentioned. In particular, one has been mentioned by President Zelensky, and is for me really the number one is rule of law. And the judicial reform is of paramount importance to give confidence to both local and international investors. And therefore, I think the continuation of the legislative work in order to implement the judicial reform is absolutely the number one priority in the country. The reform of those judicial bodies and institutions that need to be reformed is absolutely important, but also the protection of those institutions that actually are working well is also very important. And in the immediate term, the resolution of the constitutional crisis. Let's see what Venice Commission will come up with, and that is in the short term an absolute priority. The second pillar, in my view, in order to consolidate the investment climate is the predictability of it. And everything that has been said so far in terms of concessions, PPPs, long-term investments is incredibly exciting. In particular, is exciting for people like us that live based on the ability of making investment and supporting investments. But that can work only if there is a predictable environment. And in recent months, there have been some cases that have gone in a different direction. And for instance, what has happened in the renewable energy sector definitely well in terms of, in a sense of a predictable business environment country. Absolutely crucial, absolutely critical that discipline is stored, and more in general, sustainability of the energy sector is put in place. And the third pillar is governance at the level of institutions, so governance, corporate governance at the level of private companies. And it's particularly important, in my view, for the investment climate to have solid corporate governance companies, and in particular public banks, state banks, because the state sector is still incredibly important in the economy of the country. State account for 50% of banking assets in the country, and therefore are an incredible actor in order to support of the private sector, being that local SMEs or medium-sized companies and investors. Having said that, it is absolutely everybody who has looked at Ukrainian economic matters that the direction of travel is clearly the one, and the progress made since the Revolution of Dignity is absolutely outstanding. in a number of sectors. The trajectory is not really linear, but we are heading in the right direction, and focus on the pillars, in my view, in the short and medium term, will take us there.
Дякую. Дякую за ваші
Thank you for the comments and the proposals. We always take note of them. Ms. Irina, I also wanted to ask you about the topic of the industrial parks. The UkraineInvest has been working on national programs, the programs to stimulate investments to a specific sector and to the country overall. And one of the key programs for us, it's called the industrial relocation or the industrial outsourcing. And indeed, we were surprised that we've been contacted quite a lot by the companies from the EU, not from other continents, but from the EU, and they've been asking about the location of enterprises in Ukraine and possible locations. We have draft laws 3724, 3725 on incentivization of industrial park creation. So question one, whether you see industrial parks as a precondition for the development in Ukraine, maybe also for small and medium businesses, because some experts say that industrial parks are something from the past. Do you think it is something from the past, or is it something from the future? And do you have any vision on the timeline? When can the Parliament adopt these draft laws in the second reading? As for the industrial parks, we have already heard that this is a mechanism to create attractive businesses with all the infrastructure ready. The investor comes in and the package is ready. The land is there, it's allocated, all the connection, just start construction. So, is this a thing from the past? I wouldn't say so. This summer we have started a global program about the creation of eco-industrial parks, because the world is moving ahead. They want to have industrial park with zero waste production. We are trying to implement a 2-year or 3-year program, and hopefully we will see the result of it. So, the industrial parks are, of course, the spaces which could be used for the implementation of 3760, the presidential draft law. When we talk about large-scale industrial sites, they are expensive, and at the same time, this law on large investments, it could be applied there. So there are projects, for example, in the recycling sphere, and they cost like $2 or $3 million, and they do not reach to the capex level. That is why there is this initiative of several deputies to exempt such businesses from different taxes, and I think that these draft law, they should be adopted. We have to implement things for SMEs as well. We can pilot it on large businesses, but we have to stimulate small and medium enterprises, because they are also the key to the development of the country. They provide most jobs in Ukraine. That is why we have to consider and adopt these laws. Unfortunately, I do not have any forecast, any timeline, but I hope it comes soon. I have another question to all the participants in this discussion. It's very interesting that we have the representatives both from the authorities and international investors. So the question is, which sector of the economy would be the most attractive for the investments into Ukraine? So which sector of the economy would be the most attractive? And also, I would like to ask the question addressed to the business community. What would you advise the business community about the investments to Ukraine in 2021? Give 3 reasons why businesses have to come to Ukraine and invest. I'm talking about private investors. I would give the floor to Mr. Jason, and then Ms. Irina would give the last comment. Mr. Jason.
Indeed, as I mentioned, we need to look forward. We're about to hit the Christmas holidays and New Year's, so I would actually put this in more our New Year's wishes, and where I do see great potential, and I think that there are a number of very successful foreign investors that continue to operate in Ukraine. But it's our goal, working together with you, Sergei, Irina, and the government of Ukraine at large, to promote more private sector investment. And where do I see the opportunity? Well, I think it's picking up on a lot of the themes that have already been discussed. Irina had just mentioned it's not about creating industrial parks. It's eco-industrial parks. So picking up on making sure that we have a sustainable recovery. And this is something that I think both foreign and domestic investors will be paying a lot more attention to. So I think this is something that not only the foreign investors care about, but something that we, as the IFI community and the authorities, will need to be creating the legislative framework, the investment climate, and the hard infrastructure to promote more sustainable investment. Another key theme going forward is the digitalization of the economy. We heard it from the president and many of the speakers that we're moving towards a much more digital landscape, and it's been accelerated because of the COVID pandemic. So things like digital financial services, fintech, are areas where Ukraine presents excellent opportunity and will be a key trend for 2021 and beyond. And will also support financial inclusion and access to finance for the SMEs that Irina was referring to. Agri-logistics. We all know that Ukraine is a massive and a very successful exporter of agri-products. Food security is a global issue. And so it will be very important to start building out infrastructure to accommodate the increase of Ukraine's agri-exports. And yes, we heard from the Prime Minister about the passing of the Inland Water Transportation Bill. So opportunities in inland water transportation, in the rail sector, in roads through the concession model. You'll see a lot more in this space going forward. And because of the improvements in the infra, we hope to see more value-add agri. And this will require things like irrigation. It will also require the second phase of land reform. Right now, the land reform, yes, it's time to celebrate the achievement, ending a 19-year moratorium on land sales, but this is only the beginning. There'll be a need for eventually larger corporates to benefit from this land reform, as well as foreign participation. And finally, we talked about sustainable eco parks and the like. It will be green finance. So I would expect to see, and this is something that IFC is taking the lead on, are things like green bonds and green financial instruments to support the recovery and Ukraine's accelerated economic growth.
Дякую, пане Джейсоне.
Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Patrone, the same question to you. You're probably the biggest investor in Ukraine, and the investment landscape in Ukraine is quite attractive, so maybe you don't want any competitors. But anyway, why would investors come to Ukraine? Why do they have to come to Ukraine in 2021? Or why local investors has to be more active in 2021?
Battle of the BRD in the country and everywhere where we operate, we are not about crowding out private sector, we are about crowding in the private sector. For every invest, we bring with us investors for another €2. Every project we support about 30% of the project, and that comes from the private sector. So we would be very, very excited to bring in new investors in the country and find new in the country. And the areas highlighted by Jay is obviously the areas where all the IFIs are in one role, but there are two of them that are of for indeed the agribusiness chain, and in particular the value-added part is one where we want to play a role, where we are playing a role, and the infrastructure, both as an enabler for the sector to one of the missions that we bring to fruition before the end of the year is a package of €900 million to get EIB to develop the road sector and the connection between ODS and Key side and the bypass or VIV on the other side. But this kind of projects are very, very important because they give us an opportunity to improve the governance of the agency we partner with. And this project in particular is the MOU that we signed with Prime Minister Schmigel back in October on governance and action. And would be a pilot and in this context, one area that we are very interested in is indeed privatizations, and the SPA is doing a great job in kickstarting finally the process, and we are partnering with Dmitry Sinichenko in this, and we would like to see more of that happening. Not only small privatizations, which are still very important because they get the momentum. We would like to see significant privatizations happening, not necessarily as an M&A operation, but also as listing of SOEs, and there are a number of very good candidates for that. Naftogaz, for instance, being one of them, prospectively, or UZ, prospectively, once the unbundling takes place. And in this context, as I think I mentioned already, we're working together with ACC and USAID in order to develop also local capital markets, because that is also a way out of a number of private investors that not necessarily are strategic investors, but are financial investors that could help them in order to have a proper exit strategy for their investments.
Дякую, пане Патроне. Я хочу скористатись нагодою і сказати.
Thank you, Mr. Petrona. I would like to take the opportunity and to mention that we have been working actively with the State Property Fund, and we have developed a draft law on improving the SPF's operation, and it would facilitate the privatization. It's a big and comprehensive draft law, and jointly with all the key stakeholders, we will work to adopt it. Mr. Sinichenko will take part in this forum, and he will mention this draft law, I'm sure. Ms. Zarina, you have 30 seconds. Why would it be interesting for foreign investors to come to Ukraine, and why local investors need to be more active in 2021?
First of all, about the foreign investors, right? I think the key message to the foreign investors is that Ukraine is a modern European nation that is developing dynamically. This is the country of opportunities. Lately, we've been implementing a lot of reforms to create an enabling environment for both foreign and domestic investors. And it's a 100% message to all the investors, from the smallest one to the largest, that we're going to fight For every investor, we're going to be defending their rights, and we're encouraging all of them to invest into Ukraine. And UkraineInvest will support them from the very beginning to the very last bit of the life cycle. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the participants and panelists here. Right now, we're moving to a technical break, and in 5 minutes, we're going to start the second session. Thank you and have a great day. Well,
Дякую вам, пане Сергію. Дякую абсолютно всім.
Thanks very much, Sergey, and thanks to all the panelists and speakers who have joined us today. The discussion has been topical. Unfortunately, we have no 5 minutes. We have to move on because our agenda today is very tight, and there are a lot of speakers in the pipeline. There are a lot of panel discussions ahead of us. So, may I have your attention, please? I would like to actually tell you that you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions to our speakers and panelists virtually to all by using the chat bot on Telegram. In order to find it, you need to look for at conference-question bot. Once again, conference question bot. That's exactly how you're going to find the chat tool. And you also can see the QR code shown on the screen. By scanning it, you can go to the Telegram right away and be able to ask questions to the speakers. So don't wait. Please be proactive. This is not a one-way street. This is a bilateral dialogue. So we want to talk interactively with businesses and government communities. It is my pleasure to continue, and the topic we're moving towards is focusing efforts to protecting investors in Ukraine and their rights. It's not a secret that protecting investment rights requires very focused effort from all the branches of government, central, national, regional, and local. And because Ukraine wants to be an attractive destination for investors and comfortable place to do business, so this is one of the key prerogatives. Ukraine has already set up a number of different agencies that are taking care of those issues. So who to go to if an investor wants support for his or her activity? And this is exactly the issue that we have on our agenda. We're going to be talking to Halina Yanchenko. We're going to be joined by Anton Herashchenko, Roman Lashchenko, Martin Svichinsky, and Yevhen Shakochko. And it is my great pleasure to pass the virtual mic to Yaroslava Savasteva, Deputy Director for EBA. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm so glad to welcome everybody here at today's panel discussion. Thanks for organizing such an important event. And actually, we're going to be moving to the panel discussion itself. As was rightly mentioned, we're going to be talking about protecting investor rights. I would first of all like to mention that being a representative of the EBA, I'm sure this issue is indeed very relevant. Today, I'm going to be the moderator of this panel discussion. My name is Yaroslava Savasteva, Deputy Director for EBA. Unfortunately, Hanna Derevyanka will not be able to join us today, but hopefully, anyways, the discussion will still be very productive and fruitful for our existing and potential investors. For the existing investors and prospects. When talking about protecting the investor rights, it is indeed requires collaboration of different government agencies and local self-governments. It is never a one-way street, and that's very important because the business has to be proactive in its communication, and also the government agencies have to be very active given the current challenging environment that we survive. And this is probably one of the key issues that is put on the agenda of all the business representatives. They're thinking about what to do next. So it's a question of competition for investors. This issue acquires a really tangible momentum. And of course, in this case, competition will be handled by the state because it's the state that competes for investors. So it has to focus all the efforts on behalf of the state to be able to demonstrate how much we can integrate and involve investors into Ukraine to contribute to its economic growth. I'd like to start with a generic issue and question. But given the panelists' composition today, we're wondering to hear responses from each of them in order to understand the current status, where we are as of today. Because there's such a generic question to all the participants of the panel discussion. Dear colleagues, here it is. Dear colleagues, what is your assessment of today's investment climate in Ukraine, and what are the opportunities there are? What are the opportunities for the investors to feel comfortable? If possible, I'm going to give the floor to Halina Yanchenko, member of the Ukraine's parliament, chairperson of the temporary subject matter commission on the investor rights protection. From the Ukraine's parliament. Halina, are you with us? Oh, good morning. Traditionally, I want to wish you take good care of yourself. Thank you for the invitation, and thanks very much for hosting such an important event here today. As you know, Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, defined investment as one of the 5 key success factors for our country. I represent the Ukraine's Parliamentary Commission on Protecting the Investor Rights, and therefore, if I try to answer the question from the moderator, here's something I want to tell you about. Today, the investment potential of Ukraine has not been exhausted yet. Last year, in the World Bank rating, Ukraine attracted around 5.8 billion of investment in dollars US. However, the neighbor Poland managed to attract 15 billion. It means the Ukraine's potential has not been utilized fully. Besides, I think the COVID-19 crisis that has become a challenge for the entire globe is still an opportunity, at least for Ukraine. Have we created sufficient conditions for investors who would like to actually onshore some of the capabilities here, closer to the European markets from, for instance, Asia? So what does the Parliament Special Commission is doing for this in order to protect the rights of investors that I chair? This commission, despite it only exists for 6 months now, and only 6 months ago, the Parliament had voted for its setup. But it's a real baseball club for investors, because we're punching anyone who wants to engage in corruption on behalf of the state and not letting investors to actually work smoothly. Of course, we manage business complaints, and it just happened that businesses talk to us as the last resort. Is if nothing else helped, if they went to law enforcement and courts and nothing worked, then they go to our special parliamentary commission. Over the last 6 months, we have actually managed 12 complaints. We managed to consider all of them in our meetings, and 4 of them have already been successfully resolved in quite a short period of time. One of the recent ones and successful cases of our commission had to do with a complaint that came from really Ukraine, that belongs to the largest chewing gum producer in the world. And they faced such an injustice because they had been fighting against it for 7 years in a turn. They had paid taxes in advance, but then the taxes were freezed on their account. And the total amount is $1 million US in taxes. So for 7 years, they've been trying to actually challenge this issue against the tax administration for this money to be enrolled back to their accounts. But they have exhausted all their possibilities in Ukraine, and even having received the Supreme Court ruling, they couldn't find justice anyways, because over the last 7 years, the tax administrations have changed several times, and therefore, even though the State Fiscal Service had to actually satisfy their demand, they couldn't do so because all the accounts were transferred to the state tax service. When they actually submitted a complaint to our commission, we jointly managed to solve this issue. It took us actually 2 months to do that. We had rounds of negotiations with all the parties to the case, starting from the applicant and all the state or public authorities, in order to better understand what the problem is and what the root cause of it was. So we tried to study some of the solutions possible and selected the one that would be the most efficient and fast. So last week we already received what is called job done, $1 million job done. But all those complaints that we consider and manage coming from business, it's not just an attempt to solve something on an ad hoc basis. For our special commission, it is a practical input once we get any complaint that helps us understand where something does not work in Ukraine. If it's related to the legislation or sub-laws. So we want to comprehensively and holistically have those problems solved in order to avoid, so that other investors never face the same story in the future. So over the last 6 months, our special commission has initiated 3 draft legislation, 3 bills. One is about counter-raidership attacks, and another one is having to do with the ARMA arrested equity and assets. That's my personal point of view, but nevertheless, I think this confirms the statistic of complaints coming to the Parliamentary Commission from investors. It just happened to do so that ARMA, that had been established as an anti-corruption body, can actually exercise its right as a legitimate raidership tool. Another foreign investor faced the same ARMA problem, and he complained to our commission. This is a French retail chain called Auchan. And their big 27-hectare land plot was actually arrested, and then it was transferred to ARMA. And it was quite an ambiguous sale process. They sold it to a different company. So we started supporting the investor, and then we realized that there are really cross-cutting issues with ARMA. Right now, this bill is heard by the committees, so hopefully in the near future it's going to be already submitted for the first reading at the plenary session of the Parliament. With this draft legislation, we want to prohibit ARMA and keep it away from any action before the court ruling comes into place and is enforced. Because companies arrive to Ukraine, they invest into their capabilities, large infrastructure facilities, create jobs, and then they all of a sudden are deprived of some of their equity or assets because of, say, in diplomatic terms, Ukraine's public authorities' specific, in quotes, actions. And the fourth initiative that our special commission works on, and we've been working closely with the largest law firms and associations that can see not only a support agency in ourselves, but also a partner where you can build, with whom you can build long and lasting partnership to foster long-term changes. So we are building amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code, whereas we want to provide more opportunities and new proceeding rights for the victims. And this is the initiative that will not only help investors to fight proactively for their rights, but also will have a positive contribution for the law enforcement, because sometimes they have no capacity today to have all the records of the violations and infringements, collect evidence, etc. So there is another positive case of cooperation between the private sector and the Parliamentary Special Commission on investment protection. Hopefully those amendments to the CPC will see Parliament already in January, February next year. So it's in a month or two. And in the wrap-up, I should say that our commission plans to work for at least another 6 months. And I'm sure we already have some tangible results that we can demonstrate, because the members of Parliament that part of this commission will be able to motivate the Parliament to extend our mandate. Actually, that's a demand, because we're getting positive feedback from business, and I think the state should be very much interested in order to facilitate such, so to say, bodies as our commission is. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Helena, for a very interesting insight. Indeed, it's a very valuable information that this is the body that can actually solve some of the rights infringement issues and arrested assets. So, actually, those challenges should have been resolved already at the judicial phase. However, if that's the last resort institution, then it's still good anyways. So there are opportunities to have problems solved. You mentioned that you have already several legislative initiatives, but given the current situation that we're all facing, and there are many difficulties that the country has faced, what is your assessment of solving those problems? Will we be able to pass those bills to really improve investment climate in the nearest future? Because I understand some of those draft legislations are still pending, and it's going to take a long way for them to be passed. I'm still being optimistic regarding this bill's destiny. It's important to say the special commission, once incepted, once built, we would actually pay a lot of attention to its composition. There are 13 members of parliament on it that represent virtually all the parliamentary factions and groups. And out of those 13, 2 are chairs of committees of legal and economic, and another 6 members of parliament are deputy chairs of other important parliamentary committees. That's one important thing. Another one is that all those members of parliament represent 6 key parliamentary committees whose operation and engagement directly or indirectly affect investment climate. This is a legal committee, law enforcement, economic, tax and banking, and anti-corruption. So we have put together representatives of all those major committees that can support our draft laws. So we can see our initiatives receive a lot of buy-in among the parliamentary representatives and have good chances to be adopted. And some of the other legislative initiatives, though, that are of very high profile in the society among different stakeholders, we're trying to actually hold broad discussions and discuss all the different important legislations specifically related to ARMA. We really had like 7 different general meetings with lawyers, business associations, and other business representatives. So we had meetings hosted by the European Business Association and AmCham. And also some of the law firms that had directly to do with ARMA. Changes to the criminal procedure code, that's the same story, actually. It was the lawyer's suggestion, and we actually would find the crash test approach for any legal initiative coming from the lawyers and the Parliamentary Special Commission. So we invited, on the one hand, those who actually initiated the amendments who had elaborated them based on their case law, and the others were representatives of the leading government agencies, say GPO, PGO, the National Police, Supreme Court justices. So we were asking those participants to share their evaluation of those amendments. Are they enforceable? What's going to be the impact of those amendments once implemented for the law enforcement? And how do they assess quality of those bills? So therefore, we're taking this participatory approach. And we want to actually invite allies and opinion leaders who will then, once those initiatives are scrutinized, will be supporting us from the moral and public standpoints, and also in practice as well, for those draft laws to be supported in the parliament and voted for. Hopefully I answered your question. Haven't I?
Ніхто не чує. Ми всі здорові люди. Я думаю, що там...
I think our moderator is muted. Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, yes. No, we do. No, we can't. Something went wrong here. Helena, I want to thank you very much for a very comprehensive answer. And now I'm going to give the floor to Marcin Svicinski, Business Ombudsperson from the Business Ombudsman's Council, because this is the institution that also interacts with business a lot. And you also receive some of the red flags if something goes wrong. So you then try to actually interact and go to the different government agencies. Mr. Marcin.
Or Ukrainian is okay, and we can proceed.
If you allow me, I will answer in English. So yes, my institution. Do you hear me?
Так, звичайно.
Yes, our institution was set up after Revolution of Dignity as one of the institutions also to improve business climate and to help business in fighting corruption. And during the last 5 years, we received more than 8,000 complaints from business. So this is more than 150 complaints per month. Before we were established, business could go to court, which is a costly and long procedure, or could pay a bribe if this was a situation. Today, a business can go to us, and our lawyers, very good Ukrainian lawyers, are reviewing the case, and if business is right, we are intervening in state organs that are carrying given case, or we have also 12 working groups with key organs, with customs, with taxes, with environmental ministry, with justice ministry, with police, and we bring the most difficult cases to them to solve. We are working free of charge. We are very accessible. Our procedures are relatively easy for business to fill their complaint. And during this 5.5 years of our operations, about 80% of our cases, more than 80% were successfully solved. We helped to return to business 18 billion hryvnias. This is $700 million. We helped to grant many licenses to stop police investigations that are out of procedures or not authorized. So 97% of business that responded to our request for feedback was satisfied with cooperation with us. So this institution, Business Ombudsman, really has changed the investment climate for business in Ukraine. Also, based on our experience on this individual hundreds of cases, we produce 16 systemic reports regarding raidership, regarding monopolies, regarding famous anti-terrorist squads that were invading business. And we help to change legislation in such a way that is more friendly to business, that such cases do not occur. That, for example, value-added tax refund was a problem 5 years ago. Now it is not a problem. There are, of course, other problems with taxes, with inspections, with police operations, but of course they are in a much more, I would say, civilized way. We also, there's many problems, that are still not solved regarding, for example, famous raidership attacks under falsified documents. Somebody is trying to intercept your property. So several changes has been already introduced regarding state registers and supervision of it, but still we hope that the bill which Galina mentioned, anti-raidership bill, will finalize this legislative base for anti-raidership problems. There is a problem about corruption. Right now, there's a lot of institutions that are combating corruption. The problem is that business is still afraid to report about corruptive proposals. So we are encouraging business to use all these established channels of reporting about corruption in order to make a more, I would say, common effort to fight corruption, not only on the side of state agencies, but also that business really cooperate with those organs that are devoted to combat corruption. Regarding if I can mention something about the future, we are working, Business Ombudsman Council is working still on a temporary basis of the decree of the Council of Ministers. We are now waiting for Parliament to approve law on Business Ombudsman that will stabilize our work, that will strengthen various procedures available for us. For example, right now, the Procuratura, Secret Service, local self-governments, they do not report to Council of Ministers, so they do cooperate with us on voluntary basis, but we need to somehow stabilize our cooperation with them based on legal basis. Also, cooperation with some officials is not, as efficient as it should be, because they are hiding their results of the inspections, for example, from us, that this is official secret. So in order to improve the cooperation with officials, we also need some legal basis based on the law that this cooperation of state organs will improve. So we hope that this law on business ombudsman will be completed and that a business institution will become one. I'm not claiming that's the most important, but anyhow easy accessible, free of charge, available for business in the business disputes with state organs. I would like also to mention that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kuleba, asked us for materials, how we are working and what we can do to investors, especially to foreign investors, in order to promote Ukraine abroad, that such institution as Business Ombudsman, which is not typical institution, it's not very common in other countries. Sometimes these functions are performed by general business ombudsman, or there is not at all such an institution. But in Ukraine, it can be shown to potential investors that you have not only courts, not only various other investment money perhaps and others, but also you have an institution that free of charge will be helping you to protect your legitimate interests if state organs do not behave properly. I can say that right now regarding taxes, customs, licenses, there's a lot of regulations that are not so bad. Everything can be always improved, but they are not so bad. Problem is with implementation. That officials are not following the rules, that they are, using their power to exert personal benefits, that sometimes they are not professional, So we are also helping to civilize, I would say, the civil service, those ones working with business, granting licenses, permits, collecting taxes, that they behave strictly according to Ukrainian rules, Ukrainian legislation. So this is very also appreciated by ministers, by prime minister. This part of our work to improve level of cooperation of state organs with business and to make them fully in compliance with regulations that do that are present in Ukraine.
Пане Марчине, дуже дякую.
Thank you so much, Mr. Machin. Thank you for the information you provided. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Thank you so much for the information you have provided. I have another question. Your organization has been there for several years and you receive a lot of claims and you talk directly to the authorities. So do you see a trend in the number of concerns from the business or the subject areas? Do they change or are there any improvements if you look at the claims?
The complaints deal with the tax issues. Right now, most of the complaints concerns classification of companies into so-called list of risky companies. This is a very heavy measure instrument because a company cannot get the tax credit. It has to document every individual transaction to prove. But sometimes it is abused or not properly used by authorities. They are not, for example, explaining to company why company was put on such a list. A company does not know what it is supposed to do to be eliminated from this list, to get out from this list. So we are intervening in this particular case. Sometimes this instrument is used instead of other instruments that are more soft instruments. This is also our duty somehow to explain to officials that measures that they are using should be proportional. There is a rule that you should use the least difficult, least heavy measure in order to achieve your result and not the most heavy measure. If you can achieve the same result with the company to discipline it, to correct their bills, to correct their tax, their reporting, anything, you should use the most weak, would measure that has a chance to work with the company, not the most heavy measures. Also, we receive several complaints regarding law enforcement organs that they are not strictly observing procedures. They are going beyond the authorization they got from judge, that they are not recording properly their interventions, that they are also having, they are arresting, documents, arresting, arresting documents, arresting computers, frozen the bank accounts for too long time in order to find out whether the company committed some kind of crime or offense or whatever. You should do this relatively in a rational time, not to extend this for 1 year or for more because the company is paralyzed and maybe the company is innocent. So we are trying to accelerate such procedures. Also, sometimes it's another situation. There's a company that is a victim of certain criminal acts, and state organs are not reacting adequately, are not taking, investigation, are not doing this. Even if company knows who is a perpetrator, who should be seized, and what should be done. So state organs are not active now. So again, we intervene in such cases. But as I said, the most cases deals with tax issues right now.
Пане Марчине, я дуже вам дякую за
Thank you, Mr. Mach, and thank you for your presentation and your insights. Among the panelists, we have Anton Herashenko, Deputy Minister of the Interior for Ukraine. Mr. Anton, I would like to ask you to comment the progress in law enforcement reforms. What has been done? We understand that the law enforcement bodies are quite important because the investors, when they assess perspectives, they look at the situation with law enforcement. So what has been done and what is going to be done? It's a pleasure for me to welcome all the participants of the conference, and I would like to say the following. In the structures of the Ministry of the Interior, we have zero tolerance to corruption. We respond to the complaints of the investors or businesses instantly if there are some violations of their rights. But indeed, sometimes there are cases when the businesses say they break the law. After that, they start complaining in the media, they start campaigns to protect themselves from the legal actions by the law enforcement. There are many cases when in our corrupted country, unfortunately, the law enforcement bodies, they have been forming gangs when the police officers and the prosecutors and judges, they have been creating gangs which have been extorting the businesses. Usually they find the businesses which work, so to say, in the gray zone, extra legally, and they act like the famous book by Ilf and Petrov, The Golden Calf, said when essentially the protagonist Ostap Bender has been investigating the illegal millionaire, and then came up and said, okay, you see, I have proof that you worked illegally, so pay me up. This usually is the scheme when the businesses want to earn really a lot, and they don't want to pay taxes, and then they are extorted by these gangs from the law enforcement officers. Also, I must say that in the last 6 years, the tax structure has been quite liberal. We had certain taxes reductions, for example, the company profit tax is quite low, and 18% of the income tax, and lack of progressive scale in the income tax also is quite low relatively. In France, for example, if you earn more than €1 million, you have to pay 75% of your income. So, once again, let us separate the cases when indeed honest businessmen, they've been working honestly, and there have been cases when, well, some bad things have been happening to them, but there are other businesses who work in the gray zone, and then they were extorted by other gangs. Essentially, I do not know a single case when a person would be imprisoned and would receive actual prison term for tax evasion. While, for example, if you look at the United States, if the court has found you as a tax evader, you would get a few years in prison. In Ukraine, we have not had a single case of that. We are quite a liberal country. Many attacks on businesses, they end up with searches and seizures and the accounts being frozen, but that usually is the end of it. So what can be done to have less of these cases of extortions when the law enforcement officers extort the citizens instead of protecting them? First of all, I think we have to increase the amount of investigators and judges. For example, now an investigative judge in Pecher's court can receive 30 or 40 petitions by the investigators to proceed with some investigative actions. It's thousands of pages, and they have 24 hours for that. Well, a single person cannot really read thousands of pages of text in one day. So this is just too much, and if the judge denies that claim, then they can that decision can be appealed and the judge would be punished. So, of course, the judges just sign all these petitions without really reading those. And of course, there's illegal seizures that have been justified by the system, and that is why I think that at least for the court of Pechersk and Shevchenkivsky district of Kiev, they have to have more investigative judges, because they receive all the petitions from the security service of Ukraine, the national police, all the headquarters. Same is valid for the courts in the regional centers, where the regional headquarters of different law enforcement bodies are located. While I was the MP, I petitioned the Higher Council of Justice, asking them to look at the workload of the courts in those locations where the national regional headquarters of the law enforcement bodies are located. And I think even the judges, they feel ashamed when they simply sign papers without reading them, and when essentially their name is abused, when the legal right for search and seizure is abused. Every time I hear that, for example, in Kharkiv, a company was undergoing a search because they essentially were a collector, they were extorting the debtors, and 70 computers were seized. And, well, I, of course, demanded that the computers would be seized, information would be copied, and the computers would be returned back to the business. We don't have to keep the computers, but this has to be part of the procedure. So essentially for this, the judges, they have to be able to read all the petitions for the seizures. Another trend we have to follow is the prosecutor's oversight. The prosecutor has the right to assess the legality of the investigative actions. And the prosecutors always say that, oh no, it wasn't us, it was the investigator who was doing that. But the prosecutors, they are entitled, it's their prerogative to monitor the activities of the investigators. Also, if the prosecutors see that some investigator is just attacking the investor, the prosecutor has the authority to address the head of that investigative body and to block that investigator, to have them suspended. Unfortunately, I have never seen a case when prosecutors have suspended the investigators. I hope this would be a frequent practice. And of course, if there are complaints from the businesses that the investigators are abusing their power and they hurt the businesses, of course the heads of those investigative units should respond and they should discipline those investigators. Mr. Anton, I would like to also to ask if there are any positive trends here, because yeah, the judiciary is overloaded indeed. Yeah, I would like to say that as for the positive trend is that after the victory of the Revolution of Dignity, when Mr. Avakov became the Minister of the Interior, well, indeed, there was a major change. Before that, the government has been corrupt. Now it's different. For example, the state traffic inspectorate has been fully dissolved. We have the patrol police instituted now. Of course, it's not perfect. And for example, the investigator's salary is only 12 to 14,000 hryvnias, but the workload on them is immense. That is why it's difficult, really, to keep the people working, and especially when they have to entangle the schemes which were organized by the criminals and their lawyers who earn really a lot. And I also would like to mention that recently we have analyzed and published on the National Police's Facebook page the comparison of salaries for the police officers and NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau officers. The difference is 6 times, but the cases which police officers are investigating are sometimes no less important than NABU cases. So the officers, of course, are asking, why is there such a discrepancy? I understand if the discrepancy would be 10 or 20 or 30%, but it has never been a case that the office of one law enforcement body would get 6 times higher than in the general police. So there is an imbalance. And actually, police is returning more money to the victims than NABU is recovering. So, of course, the reform has to be balanced, and it has to also be part of the judicial reform. And actually, I must admit that now the team of Denise Maluska, the Minister of Justice, is doing a lot of good stuff. They are now cleaning the registers, and previously there were a lot of people who simply were extorting landowners, and they were also stealing property. Still, a lot of things are yet to be improved, but we are actively cooperating with the Ministry of Justice. As for the judiciary, one needs, one needs to have the Higher Council of Justice to be working properly. It has to protect good judges, and it has to punish the judges who take bad decisions. Unfortunately, it has not yet been the case. And I can explain you the situation in the law enforcement system with an example. A few years ago in Poltava, office of the State Investigation Bureau, they have arrested their own investigator and an intermediary. So these intermediary have been offered $80,000 so that they would take the bribe and pass it to the investigator, and so that they would search the premises of an investigator in Kharkiv region who actually was honest. He was doing a good job investigating. So they actually wanted to stop the good investigator through a corrupt investigator, you see? Of course, these people have been apprehended now. The investigation goes on, and they would be taken to justice. Also, I would like to say that Martin Sventsitsky has raised an important topic. The businesses are often reluctant to complain to the law enforcement. And once again, there are 2 groups of these businesses. There are first businessmen who break the law, and then they complain to Martin Sventsitsky, and they say, oh, we're being attacked. And of course, if people do something illegally, they don't want to complain. They just want to have their case closed. But there are other cases when the businesses, they just don't trust the law enforcement bodies, and they say, oh, I don't want to deal with them. But actually, technically, if somebody is demanding a bribe, it takes 3 or 5 days to document that. For the law enforcement officers, documenting a bribe is one of the easiest ways to investigate. It only takes one petition to the court. The court allows the audio and video recording of the bribe. And like a month ago, the State Investigation Bureau has exposed the tax officer who has been extorting the businesses in the medical sphere. So from the moment of the complaint until the arrest of the briber, it took only 3 days. All that has been documented, and you can see that in the media. So it's not really difficult. It's not difficult to stop those who demand a bribe. It's quite easy. So have trust in the law enforcement, and we'll of course see what happens in courts next, because quite often after the arrests of these people, then there are difficulties that these cases get stuck in courts for years. And there are many ambiguous situations. For example, for 5.5 years, the court is hearing the situation when a hand grenade has been thrown near the parliament and the National Guard officer has been wounded. So it's impossible. Four officers have been murdered, and there's video recording. There are many witnesses of how the person threw a hand grenade. Oh, indeed. The system needs to be rebooted. As was said, for the judiciary reform, we don't have to replace all the judges. Most judges are good people. We have to change not the letter but the spirit of the law. When I talk to judges, asking them, why are you hearing this case for 5 years? They say, if I don't do it thoroughly, then the attorneys would complain unto me to the higher court of justice. I don't want to be punished for fast-tracking the case. That's why it's always safer for the judges to delay the case instead of passing verdicts fast. And that is an ongoing day-to-day issue. So these can be resolved at the legislation level, and the authorities are working on that. Thank you, Mr. Anton. We still have a lot of interesting speakers, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Roman Lechenko, the head of the State Geocadastre of Ukraine. What are the results of your work that would favor investment attraction to Ukraine, and which communication channels have you been using, and what are the issues you are facing? Hello, dear colleagues, can you hear me well? Yes. I would like to say that yesterday, there were 6 months after I was appointed as the head of the State Geocadastre. Well, it turned out to be quite specific scope of operation, but essentially I was in charge of doing the land reform in Ukraine. As a set of historic laws have been already adopted, I mean 2178-10 law, which finally cancelled the moratorium, and 2280 law, which deregulated the land planning process, and it cancelled a lot of bureaucratic procedures with lots of corruption risk. Also the law on national infrastructure of geospatial data, which would enable us to launch the portal of geodata about the land, about waters and forests, about the engineering infrastructure, the buildings, all the infrastructure that the country has. That geo-portal would be open, free of charge, and any investor would be able to see the actual verified information with the proper cadastre number and all the information. In particular, also the information about taxation of the land plot, its actual location, and there are other information layers which would respond all the needs, all the demands which the investor might have. At the same time, as part of the deregulation and the land reform, we wanted to reform the organization of State Geocadastre. We've developed the 2194 draft law, which finalizes the implementation of the land reform. It's quite large draft law, over 900 pages of text. It's like a land constitution for Ukraine. It would resolve issues on many directions. First of all, the land, agricultural land outside of the settlements would not be managed by the state geocadastre, and after October 25th, 2020, the amalgamated communities would be in charge of that. Also, we cancel a lot of redundant procedures, such as land planning expert assessment, which was the subject of many complaints, because it was merely creating additional barriers in the right to use the land plot. We also moved many services to the digital sphere. Many services on land planning and expert assessment is now digital. So the logic is the following: anything redundant, anything which is not needed by the business, anything that creates the corruption risk should be deregulated, digitized, and brought to light. So these laws that have been developed, they are decisive. Unfortunately, last week the parliament didn't vote the draft law. It lacked a dozen of votes. It would be sent to the parliamentary committee for amendments. So next week we hope that the amendments would be finalized, and then there are two procedures. First procedure is we would try to adopt this law at the extraordinary session of the parliament. If it would be difficult because of scheduling, then we would hear this in January in the parliament, because there's the consolidated stance of the majority of MPs who understand that the land reform is an irreversible process, and we as state geocadastre, even without waiting for the adoption of this law, we move on expecting for this law to be adopted. What I mean: as a head of state geocadastre, I initiated the voluntary refusal of state geocadastre from its prerogatives, because now, essentially, as an official, I have this prerogative to manage thousands of hectares of land. So, in order to avoid that, after local election, in line with the land code and in line with the presidential order dated October 15th, 2020, to fast-track the process of transfer of all the lands which are now accounted for by the state geocadastre to the amalgamated communities. It's about 2.3 million hectares of agricultural land. As of now, over 1 million hectares has already been transferred to over 700 amalgamated communities out of 1,469. So we are really moving fast. I hope in the nearest future we would finalize this process. Further, the state geocadastre would still have 750,000 hectares to manage, the so-called ministerial lands. They are quite difficult to manage. This is the land of the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Defense, the lands of the former Ministry of Agricultural complex, the lands of the penitentiary service, and there are many difficulties there. There's lack of planning permits. There was a lot of tax evasion and a lot of schemes which lack transparency. Now we are doing the inventory of all these land permits. We have finalized these for the Ministry of Defense, and now we are working actively with the Ministry of Agrarian Sciences, and we feel a lot of countermeasures. There's a lot of counter efforts, but I would like to say thanks to Mr. Gerashenko. He really has been facilitating our efforts with the issues in the work with the Agrarian Academy of Sciences. So we move on and we continue with the inventory. At the same time, we finalized the National Inventory of Agricultural Land. We wanted to show the amount of state-owned land in Ukraine, and it was quite shocking. I checked the previous investment forum in Ukraine. It was declared that Ukraine has 10.4 million hectares of agricultural land. Unfortunately for all the investors, they are not there. And now 2.3 million hectares are transferred to the municipal authorities, and only 750,000 hectares would be in state property. Most the other land already have been transferred. Lots of land plots have become private, even though there was this moratorium. I've been using the mechanism of the land code from 2001 and used this free of charge privatization of the land. That is why it looks like the opponents of the land reform, they are the opponents of transparency and openness. So we are not really wasting time on the discussions whether the land reform is needed or not. We continue with the decentralization, and also we are doing the largest reorganization that has been there in Ukrainian history. And also there was a governmental decree about the limit in the number of employees of the state geocadastre. Previously we had over 10,000 employees, now it will be 3,500. And we have been continuing the deregulation and through the expansion of digital services. In 2 months we will complete this process, and instead of 24 legal entities of state geocadastre, we'll have a single legal entity with clearly defined functions, clearly defined staff, and through that we will be able to save over 500 million hryvnias. As discussed with the Prime Minister of Ukraine, they will be reinvested in the structure of the state geocadastre. Firstly, to continue with the digitalization, there would be satellite imagery used for the cadastre. There would be the launch of this open geo portal, and we will optimize the work of all the registers, including those which were mentioned by Mr. Gerashenko.
What we were talking about is the registries. We conducted a really serious work last month. We organized a key stakeholder meeting and registry holders in our country, involving the Minister of Justice, Regional Development Minister, Digital Transformation Minister, and State Geocadastre Chief. And we therefore have signed a memorandum about the data protocols and collaboration. I want to assure all the investors that next year already, from the standpoint of the data available, we're going to have more open big data, and the registry will be built in compliance with all the others, with access and through DIA software that is run by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So all those registries will be aligned in relevant and technically capable of working the new way. Roman, it is a great opportunity right now because we have Helena Yanchenko with us to pass on the messages to the Parliament to actually ultimately prioritize those legislative initiatives that you are trying to pursue. I know Helena Ms. Yanchenko has to leave soon, so we in advance want to thank you very much for your participation in the panel discussion, and I'm passing back the floor to you, Roman. I just wanted to ask you a specifying question. I've seen that you have been working quite actively in the land reform, and we realize it's not the easiest thing to handle in our country, and that's one of the challenges, isn't it? At a state registry, we need to take stock of everything. Do you have enough understanding of the investors' potential interests? Have they talked to you about anything like this? So once finalizing all the mechanisms and procedures that you've talked about that used to be very red-taped, will that facilitate and make the processes easier? And who will the investor go to once facing challenges of this nature? Once I came to office, we have initiated this dialogue through the Government Open to Business program. And twice a month, we've been having meetings with associations like the AmCham, EBA, and the All Ukrainian Business Council, the Industry Council, Association of Employers. So we host meetings on a regular basis. They put together some of the business cases and challenges that they have had faced so far in legal relationship in terms of land. I myself, as a chairperson, normally have personal or online meetings with the investors, and those problems that had been there for ages were fixed right away. And that's incredible, because whether we're talking about the foreign investors or domestic ones, for years they hadn't been able to find solutions for their problems, because normally they're asked for bribes. And we have zero tolerance to corruption. We respond strictly to any corruption evidence like this. Just a couple of days ago, there was the International Anti-Corruption Day, and we had some operational and investigative activities involving the State Security Service and Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office following my application. So we respond quickly to all that. We have absolute understanding with UkraineInvest, and we cooperate closely with the office. So I myself am being the land nanny, land investment nanny. To me, this is a really important investment issue, because we can only attract investment if we deregulate everything, make sure everything's transparent, and investors can work directly with all the institutions involved. Our strength is that our team is focused on finding practical and tangible solutions for specific cases. And it's a bitter thing for me to say that apart from the foreign investors who are always under pressure from the state government authorities, but already the internal domestic investors face similar challenges. One of the brightest examples of the last time was related to Nibolon in Ochakiv. Was ready to invest 5 years ago about $100 million into the new can factory, fish can factory. But because they couldn't handle the land examination and due diligence, some of the local authorities demanded or were trying to extort bribes from them. Then, therefore, they could move their project forward. So we tried to work it out, and during the calendar month, all the paperwork was prepared to actually say go ahead to the project. So if an official is an ambassador and a support agent for the investor, it's not the trust that is built to the authority, to the body, but to the whole of Ukraine. So we have to do our job and make sure everything is done perfectly. We're not trying to actually show off. It's not our function. It's not about us. We prove our accomplishments with our deeds. We pass revolutionary laws. We cut our personnel. We deliberately refuse from the functions that we do not need to have. Some of the bodies are trying to actually grow their personnel to get more funding, but we're doing something opposite. I have in-person meetings with different officials and businesses, so we want to speed up the decentralization processes through bylaws. And we are not requesting any additional money for the state geocadastre. Through our resources that we received from the budget, we make budget requests, we try to save money and reinvest the money. So for us, the state geocadastre is a service-focused organization that is close to business, that is close to the people, that is absolutely transparent and clear. And we have around 3,000 staff who are doing the geodesic and IT transformation and spatial planning. Roman, excuse me. I thank you so much. We're running out of time, and our panel discussion will end soon. First of all, let me thank you for this great case that you have explained when the leadership of different institutions shows very good efficiency, and I think that's the way the leadership should act. And the problems that you were talking about in relation with corruption and everything, they not always happen at the top leadership level, but also on the lower tiers of operation. So we've heard about the law enforcement reform and land cadastre and judicial reform. But I would like to come back to Mr. Martin and Mr. Yevhen Shakotko, who's in charge of UkraineInvest's legal and regulatory policy unit. So, when you want to cooperate more fruitfully with government agencies, do you have any wishes or requests how to improve communication with government agencies and business? How can we make sure businesses could be also more open and be able to speak openly about corruption cases, extortion and bribery, and other illicit practice? We can start from Eugen, because he never spoke yet, and then we're going to pass the floor to Mr. Martin. Good afternoon. I'm so glad to represent UkraineInvest in this panel discussion. I'm going to say a couple of words about how UkraineInvest contributed to the protection of foreign investors' rights. We are a public institution. This is the Investment Support Office, and we function under the auspices of the Ukraine's government. As a typical investment promotion office, we are trying to attract investment and want to make sure foreign investors are supported in solving whatever problems they may come across in relation with local and central level governments. And we not only solve individual issues, but also comprehensive, very generic ones. In the wrap-up, I should say, however much great the business climate there is in Ukraine, you cannot eradicate a possibility when ambiguous decisions are made from the government authorities. Conflicts will be there anyways. In any country, there are conflicts. Of course, when the business, even though the business climate there is highly developed. Therefore, UkraineInvest in its practice has been facing all the time that such ambiguous decisions do not always have a negative intent in their cause. Sometimes it's about different vision and different view on the same problem at different levels from different sides. The investor may have one opinion, while the government agencies in the center may have a different view on this, while the local government agencies will have a third one. So finding consensus in all this paradigm and having balanced the views of all the parties to the same issue will possibly be the key to building more trust from the investors to government, and also more openness of government agencies, so that the investors and businesses could always see an opportunity, a solution, and not a problem and a grief. It is important to admit that the government is trying to do everything possible to build this dialogue properly. And there are several ingredients into this context. Like the colleagues already mentioned, it is about digitalization, deregulation. Today on the DIA portal and other subject matter portals of different government agencies, there are great access opportunities to permit issuance and licensing procedures. Like Roman already mentioned, there is public data available. In the deregulation context, similarly, investors are sometimes specially made being far away from the decision makers, which is again leveling the play field. Like Helena Yajnik already mentioned, this special commission is probably the last resort in the investors' attempt to find consensus with government agencies and local bodies. Then UkraineInvestment and the Business Ombudsman's Council, as well as other institutions that contribute to this job, they are the first-hand institutions that grab the problem and go get the solution. And maybe in within this framework, strengthening and building capacity of these institutions and developing their tools can be key to success in investment support. As you know, there is a pending bill in the Parliament about the status of the Business Ombudsman Council. We, as UkraineInvest, have been working continuously to build proper trust with central government agencies and local authorities. Like Roman said, with the state geocadaster, we have been working closely with the Ministry of Interior and Justice in the different investment-related disputes. And in parallel, we're elaborating proposals on how we can actually strengthen UkraineInvest's status and provide it with additional tools to facilitate investors to withstand their broken rights. I'd also like to emphasize here that from our own experience, it's very important for the investor to always treat the homework responsibly. A lot of people mentioned today that very often there are situations when investors or companies in the corporate sector sometimes do not take a responsible approach on how to do everything that is required to better communicate with the government. And we are trying to actually bring this message to the investors, that in communication with the government, sometimes it is not enough just to have a very strong legal opinion. It is always a communication-related issue. That's why the legal advisors that support investors in relationship with government, they have to be also sprinkled by the government relations officers and also professionals who are specialized in alternative solutions, who will be ready to provide the right support to the investors in communication with government without any confrontations. Because some of the issues can be solved on the ADR manner, on the pre-trial phase. So such tools have to be made available to the investors. I want to thank you very much, Eugen, because I'm going to close with what I started with. Because indeed, support and protection of investor rights is not a one-way street. We're all one team here, both the investors and government agencies here. The issue of communication is of extreme importance. Like you just mentioned, sometimes there are situations that there are different views on one and the same issue from different parties to the dispute. And this distracts and actually makes this process very lengthy. It is really important if there is engagement of professionals like legal advisors, GR, and alternative solution experts. It's important to make sure that with all these efforts, all the sides, all the parties can hear each other, and therefore fruitful results can be produced and a lot of red tape can be eliminated or just avoided. And we, of course, need to liberate our system from this bureaucratic legacy through digitalization, through these distant working and learning opportunities. So actually, this is probably something that's going to help share the information in a timely and quality manner. Despite we're coming to an end of our panel discussion, and I still remember that I promised Mr. Marcin to give the floor. So Mr. Marcin, let us give you the floor for you to be the last speaker for today. And then I'm going to ask every single panelist to say just a couple of words in a nutshell why investors do not have to be afraid of communicating with government. Why should they consider Ukraine as a real point of destination that has to be looked at and invested into? So I fully agree with what Halina, our investment, what Halina mentioned. Our investment potential has not yet been exhausted. So Mr. Martin, please share some of your viewpoints, and after all, we're going to pass the floor to the other panelists.
Thank you very much. So to sum up, the message for investors, first message is that Ukraine is still having enormous opportunities for investment. The country is very rich in resources, in human resources, access to European Union, and so on and so on. Secondly, today, investors in Ukraine are not defenseless against corruptive proposals, against unhonest officials, against attempts to take over their property. There are several institutions that can protect them. The problem is, one, to encourage business people and to train them how they can use this institution, how to report about corruption, how to turn to them. And regarding one of these institutions that I am representing here, we need this law on business ombudsman, because this law will make our cooperation with state officials more efficient in order to protect genuine interests of business community and their rights. Right now, for example, to get some information from officials, we need to resort to the general law on access to public information. This is not enough. So this law will also make our institution more efficient. So once again, investors in today's Ukraine are not defenseless. There are institutions, some of them need to be strengthened, that can protect their interests, their property, their rights.
Mr. Marcin, I thank you so much. Thank you for your message. And let us pass the floor to Anton Herashenko. Maybe you have a certain message to say to the foreign investors or government agencies as well. Mr. Anton is probably away somewhere.
Тоді, пане Романе.
Колеги, я дуже коротко.
Colleagues, I'm going to be very brief. Ukraine, from being a market-based and civilized economy, in 2021 will finalize this institutional fundamental reform, which is the land reform. And you know that in today's president's communication with the investors, the first and foremost outcome is the implementation of the land reform. So I must assure you that putting things in order in land relationships, deregulation, digitalization of all the services, maximum transparency and openness of the data in 2021, on the 30th year of the Ukraine's independence. We therefore will find it much easier to operate from the standpoint of the basic resources that are available in our country. There's land for investment projects. There is land for new business plans. It's going to be a very transparent mechanism that is not going to take away your precious time. And from the standpoint of management and administration and cooperation with government, it's going to be very easy, very simple, with maximum transparency and openness as much as possible. Welcome to the cooperation, and we prove our words by our deeds. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Oh, Roman, thank you so much. We also hope that the outcome will be just like this. Johan, what are the good wishes and recommendations for our business communities for the future? Well, from my own, I could actually assure you that indeed the government of Ukraine is working hard on making sure Ukraine becomes, like it was said many times today, a real investment harbor in the time of change. And protection of investor rights in this context is one of the key aspects. UkraineInvest, being a subject matter institution to facilitate and support investment, will continue to do everything possible to have developed and proposed the decision makers, the mechanisms that will help put the interest of investors into the center, in line with the best international practices. UkraineInvest is ready to continue cooperation with investors and will stand ready to support and facilitate your investment projects here in Ukraine. So thank you so much for this. Thank you very much, Johan. I think Anton Herashenko already left, but nevertheless, we want to thank him very much for his participation in today's panel discussion. I want to wrap up and close today's panel discussion. Thanks very much to all the speakers for everything they've done so far and will do in the future. Thank you for this very lively discussion over the most important and pressing issues of today's agenda. Thank you for allocating your precious time. And thanks very much to the host as well. So let us consider our panel discussion closed now. Thank you.
Тож ми знову дякуємо.
So we want to thank Yaroslava Savasteva once again for moderating this panel discussion. And thanks to all the speakers who have joined us today. Thanks a lot for this very fruitful cooperation that you've demonstrated. But we still have to continue. I'm now going to move to another very important issue, which is ICT development and promoting Ukraine's branding as the European innovation hub. Global companies have been choosing Ukraine as a destination for investment and their business expansion. ICT has been developing quite fast and is very diverse, from the developments in AI and nanotechnology and cybersecurity to blockchain, fintech, and big data management, gaming, agri-tech, and electronic commerce. Ukraine is trying to become one of the few countries with virtual economic solutions to have established the legal, electronic legal entity, and will be able to migrate IT professionals from the rest of the world. The scope of ICT services can reach dozens of billions of dollars already in the nearest future, and this cannot keep us away from being happy. We're going to be talking to Mikhailo Fedorev, Olena Kosharny, Yuri Lazebnikov, and Jan Peter de Jong. But according to the last information that I received, unfortunately, Mr. de Jong lost his voice because he feels a little bit sick, so he will not be able to participate in today's discussion. So please write your comments and put your questions in the chat. We're going to give you the feedback that you deserve. I would like to actually invite the moderator of the next panel discussion, and the panel discussion will be actually taking place in English.
Микола Тимощук, CEO of UFuture. UFuture has a diversified portfolio of assets in real estate, infrastructure, industry, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, and IT, valued at $550 million and a total business capitalization of more than $1 billion. So please, I would love to pass the floor totally to Mikola Timoshchuk. Ну і хотілося б
And before Mikola joins us, I'd like to actually get you to know our speakers. Mikhailo Fedorev is the Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister for Digital Transformation. It was him who actually initiated DIA as an e-platform that we all take advantage of and use happily. It's the youngest minister ever in the Ukraine's history. And together with his team, he had launched such digital projects as e-services, Trumbita, DIA, DIA Mobile, app, e-residency, and many other solutions. And it is an honor to also talk to Olena Kosharny, who's the founder and the executive director for Horizon Capital. And this is a leading Central and Eastern Europe's investment company that is managing foreign direct investment funds. More than 40 structural investments with a total equity of $850 million, with over 20 years of investment experience in the region. The company has been an active investor itself and is supporting visionary business persons who are ready to transform Ukraine's business environment and the region. The company portfolio has such important brands as Rosetka, Data Group, IX Systems, and others. Okay, regarding Yuri Lazebnikov, this is a managing partner for Techia. Techia Holding puts together 10 different major businesses, and the most ambitious Techia's project is Eco Techno Park, with a total value of $500 million. I also want to remind you that we will be possibly joined by Jan Peter de Jong. We wish him a good recovery and fast. This is Director General of the Microsoft Ukraine. Microsoft is one of the largest transnational companies with the annual turnover of $126 billion. This year, the Digital Transformation Ministry and Microsoft agreed on implementing Azure expansion program for the total value of $500 million. Okay, we want to wish you very good health, Mr. de Jong, and also we expect more feedback and questions from the audience. Please use our chat. And it is my pleasure to pass the floor to our moderator.
Mikola Timoshchuk, I'm passing you totally the floor, so you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now? I hope everybody can. I'm not seeing anybody but myself on the screen.
Yes, так, чуємо добре, yes.
Yes, we can hear you well.
There is a short 30 seconds distance in between, but we totally hear you well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. It is my pleasure and honor to be moderating this panel. I'm really humbled by the level of all the participants, and I'm very looking forward to our discussion. Sorry to hear Jan Peter couldn't join us, but health is a primary concern and priority for everybody around the world, so it's totally understood. I thank you, my predecessor, who announced basically all the participants of this panel. The only question I have, will I be able to see the participants of the panel? Because I only see myself for the time being. Yes, I see now. Lena, I see Yuri. We're waiting for the minister, I guess. Waiting for the minister, I guess, and then we'll kick it off. Ilana, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and the feedback's gone. So fantastic.
Oh, great! This is awesome. Yuri, can you hear me?
Я чую українською.
Well, I can hear the Ukrainian interpretation.
Can you hear me now? So just in 3 minutes, we're expecting the rest of the people. So you can start right now, but as soon as he will arrive, you will announce him. So just don't hesitate to start. We are ready.
Very well. Very well.
Do you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
So I am told we can actually kick off. The minister will join us in a minute. And once again, I'm happy to see you sparing time for this panel. I'm very excited about it because, having a lot of diverse businesses in the portfolio of our company, ourselves, we believe in Ukraine, we invest in Ukraine, we are confident that Ukraine is an aspiring global tech nation, but on the same token, traveling the world and witnessing how much efforts and resources other governments and private sector all around the world, especially in the developed parts of the world, in Western Europe and North America, are putting in development of everything related to technology and science, starting from basic education to fundamental scientific research, venture capital funding, and of course, the general business and private sector volumes that are being poured into technology and innovation is just astounding, trillions and trillions of dollars. And we have to be really realistic and sober and practical in terms of how Ukraine can gain global competitiveness and how Ukraine can actually not just put itself on the map, it's already on the global map, but really become more important, more relevant on a sustainable basis. And I cannot imagine a better crowd of people to talk to other than the panel, distinguished panel that I'm honored to be moderating right now. And my first question is the same to all of you. It is a blitz question, and I would like to ask all of you to answer it from your perspective, because we have both government and private sector representative here. And the question is, according to your understanding, what is Ukraine really today? Are we just another IT outsourcing haven? Or are we truly aspiring tech nation, which is much more than IT outsourcing that we have today? Please give us your answer, yes, no, and elaborate why you think so. I guess if you don't mind, we'll start with the Minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, Minister for Digital Transformation and the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine. Minister, thank you for your time and participation. We would like to start with you. What is Ukraine today? I'd see IT outsourcing haven or an aspiring tech nation, and why you think so?
Hello and welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this important event. So let's cut to the chase. I think we are proud that Ukraine is an IT outsourcing hub globally, but I think Ukraine is now moving fast towards the build-up of the digital country. We have launched digital ID cards, so we were the fourth in Europe when we launched digital driving licenses. We have digital opportunities to launch businesses, and the progress in the build-up of the digital country is the fastest. This will open new markets and give new energy to the country.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can confirm that whenever I go abroad and I show that I have my ID, my international passport, and tax identification number in my phone, which is recognized in my country, upon which I can travel and get government services in my country, in top European and North American countries, people are amazed. So this is true. Okay, the same question goes then to Lena Kajarny, the CEO of Horizon Capital. Lena, what do you think Ukraine is today? IT outsourcing haven, and it is so to remain, or are we truly aspiring tech nation, and why?
Ukraine is already a tech. So let's take out the aspiring. We are a tech nation. And this is truly an area where we can dominate globally, and we should do that. We already have there's many countries of the world that don't have unicorns. We have them already. We have companies that are global brands that are known far and wide in the US, throughout the globe. Grammarly, GitLab, Jubal, AirSlate, BetterMe, People AI. I mean, there's so many companies that have come from the hearts and minds and brains of people from Ukraine. So we are a tech nation already. We just have to own it. We have to dominate. We have to understand our position in the world, and we have to take it to the next level. I'm delighted that we're sitting on this panel with the Minister of Digital Transformation. We have long, Nicholas, talked with you about having a IT guru in the government, and frankly, it's fantastic. So we are a tech nation. Let's own it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, the same question then goes to Yuri. Yuri, what is your take on that?
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me? Yeah? Because I had some issues with connections. Do you hear me?
So we can't hear you.
I see that Mikhail will say yes. Yeah? Can I get the proof that you hear me?
Let's wait for a second. I would like to ask the tech team to attend the issue if possible. We cannot hear Yuri. At least I cannot hear him.
I'm here.
No. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you. I guess boss's definition, it's a pretty strong link between them, because if we have an IT haven here in Ukraine, IT outsourcing haven, it's absolutely not bad to create a big and cool product teams. And even when we have the situation when our big IT outsourcing company earn a lot of money, they start to spend this money on the product development and their own product development. And we can see very often that some group of IT specialists from this company started their own IT business oriented on the IT outsourcing sphere and on growing their own product companies. And yeah, my strong opinion, I am 100% sure that we have both these cool IT directions in Ukraine, and we have to develop it simultaneously, because the IT outsourcing has a strong cash flow to our country, and because of this, we can create a cool products and bring them abroad.
Thank you, Yuri. Yeah, you know, you really nailed a very important takeaway for me, that having a strong IT outsourcing haven is not contradictory to having a aspiring tech nation. Rather, it's
advantage.
It can be an advantage, exactly, that can prop up building the tech product that will then make Ukraine relevant globally. Thank you. Now, I would like to come back to Minister. As I told you already, I'm proud as a Ukrainian with all the work that you have done, and in general with the very notion that such ministry exists in Ukraine. And as much as I can tell as an outsider, as a representative of the private sector, the MinDigital has basically focused on two directions. One is digitizing as much as possible government services, making it affordable, accessible, making it convenient and safe, and also creating conditions as well as clearing up some gray zones of the Ukrainian IT industry. But the question is, do you think it is enough to really ensure sustainable global competitiveness of Ukraine on both IT and tech scenes? And if not, what are your strategic plans that would ensure the competitiveness and relevance of Ukraine on the global tech scene?
Thank you so much for your question. First of all, let me start with the following. Now we compete not only within Ukraine. We now have the competition at the global level. The cities from different countries now compete for talents. People who work in tech entrepreneurs, they can decide easily to relocate to a different city or to a different country, to invest in one country or to spend money in the other. And we have to understand what is going on globally in order to understand which strategy to choose to ensure our good stance. We clearly see what is going on globally now, what is the system of coordinates, and we understand that the only thing that Ukraine needs is to become the most convenient country in terms of business, in terms of administrative services, public services, when we compete with the whole world. That is why we need the fastest, simplest, and the most convenient public service anywhere. In order to do this, we need to simplify all the procedures. We need to develop the digital country and making sure that all the registers are protected from cyber attacks. We have to re-engineer all the processes to make sure that the whole country is covered by high-speed internet. And today we have the full support of the president. And today, when he has been speaking about his support to investments to Ukraine, he said that one of the fundamental reforms is DIA and the digital country, and we see the support of the president and the parliament. Well, this enables us to make this leap. I can give you a specific example. Today, all the participants of this discussion, Yuri and Lena and hopefully Jan Peter will join in, They all are partners of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We cannot do this transformation without the partners. So today, Ukraine has all the prerequisites for that. So the political support, the support of the business community, the operational capacity and the vision of the ministry, well, it's all there, so we can't take this leap. But we can talk a lot about ambitious goals. And there is this saying, think globally, act locally. So, we set the goals to become the most convenient country globally, and at the same time we start, for example, implementing the DIA app, and 6 million Ukrainians have been using that, and 2 million Ukrainians have got access to 4G internet this year only. We also started the digital literacy project, and also we have started the DIA City project, and jointly with the business community and with Lena, we've been discussing on how to improve that project. So, to summarize, I think it's very important to firstly have the vision of changes, and the vision is to become the most convenient country where it's most comfortable to do business. Secondly, to have the support of both the government, the business community and the public, and thirdly, to have the operational capacity to take this leap. And so far we have all the components to do that, and we have the drive, the energy. That is why I think that we will do this. And by 2024, Ukraine will become a global leader in terms of digital transformation, and that would open new opportunities for us. We will have more money coming into the country, and Ukrainians would stay here and they would enjoy living here.
Thank you, Minister. I really appreciate you bringing this up, and I would like to assure you that UFuture, in particular our innovation parks, including Unit City at Kyiv, are also partners and supporters of everything that your ministry and your government does, and we're ready to step in with whatever resources or help we can provide in your important mission of making Ukraine a digital nation, both within and globally. Now my question goes to Lena Kazharny. Lena, the Horizon Capital's portfolio is truly impressive. Amazing companies, both IT outsourcing, e-commerce, and hardware. Those are truly Ukrainian best of the best, I would say, growing and promoting Ukraine globally. However, we know that the real high-tech fields in the world that are currently driving the innovation around the world, the likes of artificial intelligence, big data interpretation, genomics, and other, really require significant fundamental research investment and years to develop that only probably rich nations and rich countries can afford. The question is, your fund, does it invest, first of all, from the criteria of profitability, free cash flow, and scaling of the business globally, or you are looking at those very high-tech but distant profit companies or projects that would really put Ukraine on the cutting edge of the global technology development?
Thanks, Nicholas. Thanks for the question. Okay, so you know that our funds have been investing in Ukraine for 25 years. And we started looking at the tech space 10 years ago. So really, when we look at our portfolio and what we do, we look at it as a TMT portfolio. We look at it as a technology, media, telecom, and all of those are important for the IT ecosystem. Now, you also know that our roots, our DNA, were the US government fund that we all started with, and then raised another 700 million in private funds to continue to invest. For us, the entire ecosystem is important. So that's why I spend a great deal of my time, and people know that, Alex Podnikov, myself, Dima Shimkiv, Lesa Savruk, others who are on the board of Ukrainian Startup Fund. We had a very nice event, actually. Thank you very much to Vice Prime Minister Fedorov. for coming to the 1 year anniversary at Unit City. It was fantastic. And already Ukrainian Startup Fund has dispersed $3 million in grants, $3 million, and approved over 80 companies that have received either 25,000 or 50,000. So let's start with the entire ecosystem is important. We spend time through Western NAS, through our volunteer efforts to make sure that we invest our time, energy in that early stage ecosystem through Ukrainian Startup Fund and also through Western NAS Enterprise Fund U Ventures, which has a 10 million pre-seed pool of capital that everybody knows. You know, maybe 90% of those investments will not make it. It's very early stage. They're small amounts, but it's important to the ecosystem. You know, then we fast forward to Horizon Capital. And Horizon Capital, we've invested so far $200 million. We started off with an investment in telecom space, in Data Group. I think it is important. We recently increased our stake to 96%. It is important because you've got on one hand, in that whole infrastructure space, which is critical for the country, you've got 3 mobile operators and consolidation in the industry, but on the fixed space, which is also critical to cover the country and rural areas and cities, you have 3,000 players. You have fragmentation. You know, you have to start to, you know, in a world of fixed to mobile convergence, you have to start to focus on that too, and we're doing that. So that's where we started. And then we did outsourcing. We started off with an investment in Cyclum, sold that to Soros Fund. And then we really, really have focused on technology, product platforms. We have one company in the digital services area, Intellius, which we love, looked at 50 companies across the entire space and backed them because of the reasons you said, because of the AI, because of the strong you know, high value add vertical. We're not talking about, you know, business process outsourcing. We're not talking about really rote tasks. We're talking about high tech engineering, smart AI, etc. And that's what they do. On the tech side, I mean, I love our portfolio. I think it's fantastic. And it's because we're here, we're on the ground. Our headquarters makes decisions in Kiev. We're not calling somebody in a head office somewhere. We make decisions here. We put the money to work here. You know, you mentioned about Ajax. I mean, we love Ajax. Alexander Konatovsky has created a fantastic company with 100% Ukraine production and selling to 80 countries. I think that's fabulous. We look at Genesis. Genesis is a venture builder. What the team at Genesis have done, Vladimir Mnogolitny and his team, is fantastic. I mean, they're creating an ecosystem of companies that in their own right can all be unicorns one day. You look at Jubal. I loved what Mikhailo Fedorov said. These companies compete globally. Jubal is number 2 to Indeed, to the largest player, the hugest player in the market, and they're number 2, and they're from Ukraine. So look, what I'm saying is that across the entire space, there's a lot of very interesting investment opportunities. They're all important. And for us, we love the space. We love the TMT, and we're going to continue to invest substantial amounts in this space.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Yuri, now the question to you, as much as I truly admire the portfolio and companies that Horizon Capital have, I was actually stunned to have met your holding your company recently. To my shame, haven't heard about it, because you really seem like an exception to me. You combine both software and hardware development, services and products, and you have stretched down the value chain to manufacturing, to real estate. This is remarkable. And the question to you is, have you achieved it through an organic development of your company, meaning that as you were evolving, you saw opportunities here and there, or was it a calculation where you identified niches or segments that you would like to enter and you did it based on your calculation and your business acumen rather than through organic evolution?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It only looks like a bunch of separate business in Techia Holding, because all our business, they have a synergy effect, and it's not like a solar system, that we have a central business and all other planets on the orbit. Yeah, it's like a blockchain of our businesses, and then linked, maybe not obvious for someone beyond our holding. But for example, yeah, if we have a fabrics and we create a merchandise and we create T-shirt, plush toys, and all this stuff, it's not because we decided to create some separate business. It's because this business were growth in replay, in esports, and our first idea was to create the toys licensed by the computer games. And our first product was about the Dota 2 games by Valve, and now we have a pretty big distribution chain in 70 countries, including the United States. And we created all this stuff with Warner Brothers, Valve, and our own product with esports team, and it's pretty have pretty good, cool and strong relations with our esports department. And the same situation with an tech company. Yeah, we have a strong business in replay in Techia Holding, and we have a pretty fast development industry of esport cafes around the world. It's because the esport industry super fast growing now, and we had a pretty good experience because we had a few computer clubs here in Ukraine, and we decided to develop a computer club management system. We invest our money, and now we control more than 2,000 computer clubs in 70 countries on the planet, and we're still growing and growing our chain. And it's linked to esports as well. It's absolutely not separate business. And I can tell about any our companies. And if we have a pretty good and pretty strong engineers and IT specialists, we started to develop all our businesses. We started our company G-Mind Systems because we hire a lot of guys in all of our companies. And one time we came up with the idea why we can't try to sell it like outsourcing company. And we established this company, and they started to develop products for our clients on the far orbit or even abroad, and earn money for the Techia Holding. And it happens with all our projects. It's not some separate idea to invest because we just have the money. All these projects lead to our internal chain and give some synergy effect to our business and how it works. And of course, now we have a pretty big amount of employees, and it's why we decided to start our development business. Because if you have more than 2,000 colleagues, employees in your companies, you're starting to think about maybe you have to build your own office building because you've grown pretty fast and all your offices located in separate parts of the city and even country, and you're starting to find a land and you're starting to develop your own construction company, and it's linked to our core businesses as well. And if you already got this expertise, you have to develop it because you already have an essential stuff, essential amount of investment. If you already prove that you can do this kind of business, and it looks like we have a very different direction in our holding, but for us it's very strong chain and network of our business, which have a pretty understandable for us linked to each other.
Thank you, Yuri. Thank you. Well, that's impressive. That's really impressive. Congratulations on what you have achieved.
Thank you.
I would like to come back to Minister Fedorov with the next question. And I think I will be reiterating myself a little bit. But, you know, wherever I went in the world to study development of technology and innovation ecosystems, I saw that none of those countries, be it Europe or Middle East or North America or Asia, could develop without tremendous investment in fundamental research, fundamental scientific research. And you take one example, Stanford Research Institute, that brags to be a private company developing high-tech stuff for a number of companies. Still 80% of it income and orders come from DARPA, from U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because hundreds of thousands of patents that are being developed by scientists, not for commercial reasons, are being put on the shelf that are later used by technology companies to be turned into commercial products. Apple did that, Google, everybody, most of the products, amazing products we know on the market have been developed by fundamental research scientists, not for commercial reasons. And I just don't see, as a Ukrainian, how we can compete with those global leaders like Israel, like US, like China, without really propping up investment in fundamental scientific research in Ukraine. Minister Fedorov, do you have the same attitude towards this question, this notion, or you have other opinion that I really would like you to share? Because as much as I admire what you have done in terms of transformation of state services, turning them digital and supporting Ukrainian IT sector, I am very concerned about lack of investment and public investment, first of all, in fundamental research in Ukraine. I would like you to elaborate on that if possible.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. It would be surprising if I disagreed with you. So I'm fully supportive of what you just said and your vision as well. What I wanted to tell you about is that we are spending... can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is interpreter. Can you hear? Oh, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready to go. It would be really surprising if I disagreed with you right now regarding the lack of investment into science and R&D. Actually, we pay a lot of attention to education and science. For instance, we already launched a beta version of a solution to help train people on innovation entrepreneurship for universities, and more than 90 universities and institutes have already started using this tool. And in the next semester, there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of schools and higher educational establishments. In parallel, we also developed digital literacy through DIA, covering more than 500,000 people who had passed the courses free of charge. Another important step forward. Owing to our cooperation with the Science and Education Ministry, we're trying to grow the number of state-paid tuitions for students for IT sector training. And this is, again, another incentive that we're trying to encourage. What we really see from the global best practice, the country needs to invest into science and education. It is our next step, actually. First of all, we're developing the basic infrastructure, and our quick wins that we managed to achieve. We engaged partners that you can see around during the conference, and I restlessly thank all the partners who help and contribute to the country's development. Another step will be to facilitate different administrative procedures as well as tax burdens. Hopefully, in the first quarter next year, we're going to pass the floor on DIA City. After this, the country will attract more money, deliver more freedom for companies, and our subsequent steps will be to get together with the companies that will have seen the first wins and interest with some tangible results to actually focus on science and fundamental research. I'm sure these accomplishments and these developments with the facilitation of the different red tape procedures will help build a proper platform so that not only the Ukrainian science can evolve, but also we want to discover opportunities for R&D and fundamental research, and to make sure Ukraine becomes a real hub for those in-depth researches and developments. Of course, a lot of things depend on ourselves, but unfortunately, I'm not managing the Science and Education Ministry because we would be going in parallel with the IT developments, but in partnership, we're doing everything possible to keep those things going. Indeed, for our country to ultimately become a global platform for innovation and to make sure we continue to do those digital leaps, we need to facilitate and simplify procedures and build the best and most affordable taxation to keep all the law enforcement agencies away from interfering with businesses, including those that involve themselves in innovation. Of course, we need to invest into science and education to discover more markets for Ukraine. We need to put everything together to make sure everybody understands the ultimate goal that we're aspiring for and pursuing. So this is the plan, and I'm sure without this we can never build an innovative nation. I know that a lot of people here take care of these issues, like Olena and Yuri, with all the other countries that make their contributions to our country's development. They all understand, and they share this understanding, that without science and research, we can hardly build the digital state successfully. Thank you.
Minister, appreciate it. Lena, my next question is to you, and you have really emphasized so eloquently both advantages and achievements, rather, of companies within Horizon Capital's portfolio and other Ukrainian remarkable IT and tech companies. But from the investment perspective, for you as an investor, what advantages do Ukrainian IT and tech companies have comparing, say, to their peers from US, China, Israel, or the rest of the world? In other words, why for you as an investor it is more profitable, it is better to invest in Ukrainian IT tech companies, but not Polish or Hungarian or American? If you can be specific about it, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So clearly, this is the region that we've chosen. So this is our region. Ukraine is where we want to be, and the near region. So we're focused on this region first and foremost. I think, Nicholas, if I could turn your question around a little bit in terms of what is the competitive advantage of Ukrainian IT companies. And for me, it's, to be specific as you've asked, is number one, it's talent. Number two, it's ground floor opportunity. Number three, it's the IT taxation practices that have allowed the industry to evolve. And number four, it's our Min Digital, okay? And I'm gonna go through each one of those. I mean, number one, it's talent. And for the last, we benchmark Ukraine against a lot of different countries. And what has been so interesting is that Ukraine, and look, I'm not benchmarking against the US. Everybody likes to say, how is Ukraine doing relative to Silicon Valley? Every country is benchmarking against Silicon Valley, and they're at the very top. So let's say we look at how's Ukraine doing relative to India. Ukraine used to be the low, Ukraine is above. If you look at the latest 2020 Global Innovation Index, we're at number 5, they're at 48, and we're gonna keep on rising. That's what I believe, and that's what we see. So I mean, number one, that's because of the talent pool. That's because of the people of Yuri, who is on this call, of Michael Puzrakov, of Vitaly Stadler, of Taras Kitsmay, of Alex Konotopsky, of Roman Prokofiev. I mean, all these people these are people who have driven this industry out of their love, out of their knowledge, and out of what they've built. So number one, it's talent. And I think that Ukraine has everyone who's involved in the tech sector. I mean, they're hungry, they're driven, they're pushing, they're using every minute. I mean, it really is a different feeling than when I go to accelerators or incubator countries where people are drinking coffee and exchanging ideas and standing around, and then you go over to where the Ukrainian startup is, and they're like this. They're winning every hackathon. They're completely driven. They're pushing themselves to the limit. And I think that is a trait that's in the DNA. And that makes Ukraine tech companies, gives them a huge advantage. Next thing is ground floor. As an investor and as somebody, do you want to go to a crowded space, or do you want to go to a space where there's wide open opportunities? And I think that's really exciting for Ukraine. I think if you look at the IT industry, it's gone from 110 million in 2003 to 5 billion last year. And it has all of the legs, all of the potential for growth to double, triple, quadruple, go 10 times in the future. So, I mean, I think that's exciting. I think that you can go to crowded places, you can go to the US, you can go to Israel, etc. In Ukraine, it's extremely exciting because it is at this very interesting inflection point. Third is IT taxation practices. And to me, it's very exciting that the president of Ukraine gets this, that the parliament gets it, that the cabinet ministers, that you have a minister of digital transformation like Fedorov who gets this, that understand that because this industry basically was ignored over these last 20 years, these people were able to develop their businesses based on this private entrepreneur model. Now the fact that everyone's saying, hey, look, we don't want to disrupt this great industry that people have built. We want to give people a choice. You want to employ people, 5%. You want to stay small, startup, and employ private entrepreneurs, 5%. And I think that's a brilliant move because frankly, that has been a competitive advantage. That has made entrepreneurs think, hey, maybe I shouldn't move to Germany or Denmark or US. Maybe I can make my company and get to product faster here in Ukraine. And in the meantime, I can make enough money to help my parents, my grandparents, my community. You know, you see lots of tech entrepreneurs throughout the country who are building schools, who are investing in real estate, who are developing other businesses, who are invested in education, who give a lot to their communities. You want these people to stay in Ukraine. Fourth, you know, the fact that we have this Ministry of Digital Transformation that is completely new, that for all of our people watching who don't know this, we never had this before September last year. We didn't have this. I remember all of these years how much we were saying at every single meeting, you can't have some IT person stuck in a department in a ministry somewhere and something's going to happen. One of these great countries, Israel has the chief innovation officer or chief innovation. Let's look at these countries and what they've done. You need a brain trust within the government that goes throughout the government and transit from within. And it is different. That is innovative. And Ukraine has the opportunity to leapfrog and to do what the ministry is doing, which really is setting these extremely high goals. I mean, it's a very high goal to say, in 1 year, no government will be able to ask a Ukrainian citizen for a paper copy. Everything will be paperless. That's a bold declaration. So I think for all of those reasons, Ukraine is very fertile ground for Ukrainian entrepreneurs and tech companies and investors.
Thank you, Lena. Well, that's, you know, I was thinking it's close to impossible to poke a hole in your logic. It's bulletproof. And I really hope that UkraineInvest and other government agencies have been taking this down as their bullet points for promoting Ukraine as a tech and IT nation globally. Thank you. Next question goes to Yuri. Yuri, you said one of the important takeaways for me, at least personally, that thanks to Ukraine being an IT haven, it is being able to build up on that and create products and become a tech nation. So it's both. Could you elaborate from your entrepreneurial business perspective, what technologies, what skills we as Ukrainians must hone on to really get there, to become more of a tech nation, product nation, and really capitalize on this added value both within the country and globally? And if you can be specific in this with some examples, that'd be helpful.
I can say you that the Ukraine is already an IT haven, especially for us, because we in Techia, we have a pretty big experience about how to bring projects here. And we have dozens of partners in the United States, in China and Europe, and they came up with the idea how to create some IT-oriented projects from different industry. And in 10 cases from 10, all these projects much more efficient, faster, and it's very important, cost-effective, created in Ukraine. And we brought all these projects in Ukraine, especially in Kyiv. And it's so flexible when you can switch teams here, I mean the IT teams, from one dev stack to another. It's much easier than to do in any other country in the world. And the Ukraine, it's very comfortable place to develop all kinds of IT or technology projects, not only IT, I mean the technical projects in general. And about the projects which demand some science knowledge base and you have to combine it with IT, it's much more efficient to create this project in Ukraine, because Ukraine, it's really a huge country in the center of Europe. And the source of the specialists in all fields of knowledge base, it's really infinite in comparison with all our neighbors. And we will compare our cost effectiveness with the United States. You know, it's crazy. You can develop 10 projects in Ukraine, then close 9 of them, leave just one, and go to the market. And that's now what we do here. And we are pretty succeeding in this process. And we bring all these projects in Ukraine. We're starting to develop, creating MVP in Ukraine, and then we gonna launch this project in other countries, because the main concept of Ukraine, it's a very poor local market. You can create very cool IT products in Ukraine, but it's very hard to earn money on it. Of course, it's possible, and we have a pretty good examples, but it's more logical to create some B2C product and the team trying to sell. And in California, when you have a lot of rich population, it's a bigger population in Ukraine or even in the European Union. And it's not bad for country. A lot of guys are talking that it's like run money out of the country. It's not true. Even if you create a cool IT product in Ukraine, and then you open a representative office or even headquarters in California, and you get money from investors in California, you will develop your IT infrastructure in Ukraine. You will have sales office, marketing office, maybe in other countries. We do absolutely the same way. But you can't even compare how efficient it can be when you have your own infrastructure in Ukraine and your representative office around the whole world. And I'm 100% confident that Ukraine is already IT technological heaven and IT hub for all the countries we have in close neighborhood or maybe overseas like Canada, United States. And I'm really proud that it's my domestic market, and I have roots from Ukraine, and we can develop our IT business here. And absolutely, it's not obstacle for us to develop businesses in the United States or Brazil or in China. But all these businesses has roots in Ukraine. And all these businesses has a lot of employees in Kyiv and Odessa and Lviv and Kharkiv. And we bring all these competences, I mean some thought which can be created only in Ukraine with such amount of effectiveness to all other markets which can earn money. Of course, it's a big problem that it's not a big problem. It's just a problem we have on the market that we can develop IT infrastructure, but the Ukrainian market is not so understandable for investors like having for money, not for IT technologies and projects. And all our partners still prefer to invest in rep offices abroad than to Ukraine. But I think it's a temporary problem, and we will remove the obstacles maybe next decade. And I absolutely agree that I'm very happy that Ukraine now has the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I'm a very big fan of the changes we now have in the country from the point of view of happening now. That's my point about your question.
Thank you. Well, perhaps part of my question got lost in the translation, but part of it was related to what skills in IT, specific skills in IT or in technology domains you think we as Ukrainians must develop, must work on to become competitive globally, even more competitive globally.
Yeah, I think the most important skill, it's not some exact skill that they can tell you some part of dev stack, yeah? The most important skill is to be flexible. And it's more possible in Ukraine than any other country in the world, because the education, even if we will talk about the online education, it's absolutely affordable. And we have a really flexible minds in our specialists in Ukraine. And if tomorrow you have a project, for example, in game development, and then you have a project in blockchain, our companies can be very fast oriented on the new technology, new dev stack, and new skills. And it's really impressed. And we do absolutely the same. And the flexibility, it's our strongest part now on the IT arena on the planet.
Thank you, Yuri. Well, I would like to piggyback on what you said and actually use it as segue to the question to Minister Fedorov. Minister, in your opinion, then to ensure this flexibility in Ukrainian legislation, education, because we know that changes in both workforce requirements and educations and development in all the advanced fields of research globally now are speeding up tremendously. And really, not just Ukraine, but education systems around the entire globe cannot catch up, even in the most advanced nations. According to your understanding, what we must do as Ukraine, as a nation, and possibly your ministry or wider government, to ensure that we continue to enjoy this flexibility, which allows companies like Techia and the likes in portfolio of Horizon Capital to maintain this flexibility and maintain global competitiveness for its products and services. Should I repeat it?
Я так розумію, з точки зору...
I understand you are focusing more on education, aren't you? I mean, flexibility in education or something else?
What must we do, and education is a part of that, to maintain this flexibility in Ukraine? If I understand correctly, the current flexibility is based on two things. We have a good education, specifically in math, and that allows us to graduate significant number of students annually in fields that are relevant for IT and tax sector. On the other hand, we have within the government, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we have significant attention paid to it by the leadership of the country, as well as preferential tax regime that allows those companies to flourish and develop. Now, this is what we have now. Because the world changes rapidly and requirements to what the next generation of entrepreneurs or IT specialists must know and do change rapidly too, I'm asking how we are planning as a nation, from your perspective, to maintain this flexibility and competitiveness. Or perhaps you are confident that with whatever we have now in place in Ukraine is absolutely enough to maintain this competitiveness and flexibility globally. I do not know, hence my question.
Щодо розвитку саме цього компоненту технологічного. Ось така ситуація є зараз. Через те, що в світі це змінюється дуже швидко.
Дякую.
Thank you. Now I got it. First of all, of course, hello, once again. It takes time to fly over. First of all, this is about education. Because we need to involve our children into this education. Hello, once again. Hello. Can you hear the interpretation? Oh, good. First of all, what we need to do is start with early school years. Teach children to be agile, entrepreneurial, and this reform specifically that we're running right now envisages this very approach. That's why from our side, we do everything possible. We launch entrepreneurship subjects to be taught online, for instance. We not only want to develop hard skills, but also soft skills. People have to be agile in their thinking, especially when they face a difficult or non-standard situation. We don't need to have an illusion that we will always remain to be so flexible and agile. We just need to keep strengthening this and developing this given we all have this Soviet heritage and we still have a lot of former mindsets that we need to break down. We don't have to be scared. No need to be afraid of taking a risk sometimes. Education is the basis, and there's something we need to seed into those people, and we're trying to do that as much as possible, and as much as the system currently allows us for doing this. Secondly, higher education, university education also needs to be supported in a similar way. We need to foster innovation, willingness to take risks, and launch startups and projects. That's an important thing in the comprehensive education reform. What we need to understand is, what kind of nation do we want to be in the future? And how do we get different from the others? What's going to be our strengths and weaknesses? And that's, again, the visionary issue and an issue of understanding things. You need to sense what the people think and how they envision our country's development in the future. That is why I believe education is the basis, is the foundation. Businesses do a lot as well to develop this agile thinking and support our beginners, entrepreneurs. This is very much supported by the people around the virtual table today. Olena's Horizon Capital invests in projects that really change thinking and behaviors of many. The startup fund has become the biggest investment fund in Ukraine. They have invested a lot in startups, and this again changes the people's mindset. It even changes the thinking on how to best find solutions to embody one's ideas. So support from business and support from the state, as well as development of education, opening new market opportunities, will altogether help build even more entrepreneurial mindset in the Ukrainians. Because I think it's this agility that makes people more entrepreneurial. Coming back to the beginning of what I said, I think that building the best taxation in the world is key, because if you build enabling environment, then you get a lot of ideas, so much innovation, and this kind of entrepreneurial atmosphere. I think this holistic approach is getting the momentum in government, so there are more and more people who are real visionaries of this approach. More and more people are getting into the different branches of power, and now not only business is supporting government, but also government is doing everything possible to foster this atmosphere and continue to facilitate it. So we're just at the beginning stage, and we have a lot of things to do in the future. And if you want to see what we're doing today with the business, how we're building this digital state, I think over several years you will not recognize, you will say, is that the same Ukraine that I've known before? I'm sure we have to start with education, and we not only will support this agility and flexibility in the mindsets, but we will also be able to speed up and grow the number of such flexible people in our nation, because we want to build a country of entrepreneurs, and altogether we're contributing to this, I'm sure. Thank you.
Lena, I would like.
Can I add, Nicholas? Let's do some interactive. I love what the minister just said, because it's not just about the hard skills and doing education in the old way. We can't look to the past to figure out what's best for the future. And if I look at the Ukrainian DNA, in the Ukrainian DNA is a level of perfectionism, a level of problem solving, a level of figuring out these hairy problems that others will walk away from. In the Ukrainian DNA, you don't have this private entrepreneurship, this launching businesses, being okay with failure. That doesn't exist in Ukrainian DNA. I think that's important, that fostering that entrepreneurship. We see in IT now. We see that in the new generation, that they're willing to start up companies. Some of them fail, some of them succeed, but you see that. But to have that extend to the broader society is important. To have people celebrate entrepreneurs, to say, wow, this person built a great business and that's a fantastic thing, instead of this person built a great business, who did they know, what did they do, how did they cut corners, who did they pay off? You know, we have to look at these success stories and we have to celebrate them as a nation. In terms of education, look, all of us know plenty of entrepreneurs who got into the top polytechnic institutes and didn't go to one class. You know, I mean, education for the future will have a huge online component. You know, what Yuri's doing on esports, I think of everybody on this panel, my 10-year-old son admires Yuri the most. You know, he learns so much in ways that it's not about the kind of book he opens when he goes into school. You know, we have to look at different ways of delivering education, and they may look completely different. And maybe it's a good thing that you don't have something that people are so, you know, holding on to that they won't accept anything new. You know, maybe that's an advantage. We can leapfrog to places that other countries cannot.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Lena. And since you've already picked up, question to you in respect to the soft skills, because I think that you've heard it enough, same as I did, that as much as Ukrainians are being praised for their technical skills, for the products, for the efficiency, there are sometimes questions for their soft skills, negotiation skills, communication skills, emotional intellect. What is your take on that? Would you subscribe to that point of view, or should we work on that harder, on that domain harder? Lena?
Oh, I thought it was to another question. Okay, soft skills.
No.
Sorry. Yeah,
No worries.
of course. You know, look, you have two kinds of people: those who have no substance but are great salesmen, and those who have the substance but are poor salesmen. And at the end of the day, where you have kind of a winning formula is people who can combine the hard and also the soft skills. So, or at least recognize that they don't have that and complement it and add it to their teams. So look, I think it's easier to acquire the soft skills, to communicate properly, to put out your message, to find people to help you do that. That's much easier than going the other way around. That's much easier than having great soft skills, but not knowing the first thing about really how to tackle a hardcore problem and do that using technology. So I think we're perfectly positioned.
Thank you for that, Yuri. The question to you, and I would also like to play some of a devil's advocate here. You pointed out really eloquently those advantages and unique features that Ukraine has, which has made our country an IT and tech nation. Could you point also out some biggest challenges, problems that we have in Ukraine that we must look at, recognize, and focus on fixing from your business perspective?
As I told that from the mind point of view, it's everything fine with IT infrastructure and technology in Ukraine, but we still have to work hard about the legislation, government support, transparency, and to bring more and more confidence to investors to leave their money in Ukraine. It's not because we are a bad country or we have a pretty bad situation in our region. No, Ukraine is a young country, and we had some problems during last year, and now looks everything fine. In Ukraine, it already became a brand, even in the United States, and everyone Ukraine like a big European country with a very cool IT specialist, and it's true. But there are a lot of guys still afraid to leave their capital in Ukraine because you know all these points that everyone have a discussion about Ukraine. And we have to do some proof of long-term investment safety in Ukraine, not for company which had brave enough like a Horizon, but for more and more companies with maybe with less amount of capital, the private investors, that they can leave money here in Ukraine, they can pay taxes here in Ukraine, and they will be able to get profit in 10, 20, and 30 years after they invested money here, not only in real estate and the IT project as well. Because now we have situation when guys invest money in Ukrainian IT projects, then launch this project in other countries. They leave the IT infrastructure, employees, and all this salary stuff here in Ukraine, and earn all money and protect their investments and all other countries in our neighborhood. And it's main at the cons of our country for now. And I understand that it's maybe the question of time, and we will remove the obstacles soon. Yeah.
Thank you, Yuri. Thanks a lot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have run out of even my additional questions that I've come up with during our discussion. And I would like to now pass the word to UkraineInvest, who I assume have accumulated some questions from the chat of the conference, which I cannot see, hence cannot read it. So I would like to ask UkraineInvest to step in now and tell us whether we have questions for the panelists. I think we have to accommodate the delay. Of the message going to the moon, but anyways. I cannot hear you.
Вірю в те, що вони з'являться якомога швидше, тому ми...
So, no messages so far. Thank you so much, Mikola, for the moderation, and thanks to all the speakers who took part in this discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, and in the meantime, we have to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the forum of UkraineInvest, the conference is called Ukraine Investment Harbor in the Time of Change. We will talk about the investment support and the institutions that are responsible for that. The governments of most countries have created investment support agencies. Their mission is to attract investors and to support the economic development. So the question is, which forms of cooperation and coordination are there in Ukraine and in other countries on investment attraction and support between the private and the government sector? So what is the role of these institutions? We will talk about this with our next panel of speakers. I will invite Sergei Tsivkach, the executive director of UkraineInvest, to the conversation, who has over 20 years in legal and investment business. He has a great deal of experience working with international organizations, governmental authorities, the United Nations Organization, and OECD, on August the 20th this year, UkraineInvest has been reorganized, and $315 million of investments have been unblocked, and over 300 consultations have been provided. He is coming in to join us, and also Olga Magaletska, the head of the Office of the National Investment Council, will be joining us. She has been the co-founder of this Office of the National Investment Council under the aegis of the President of Ukraine. In December of 2019, she headed this office, and it was this Office of the National Investment Council who helped develop draft laws on concessions and on large investment support. Also, we will have Andrew Robel, the founding partner of Emerging Europe. He is the founding partner of Emerging Europe. This is a London-based business intelligence and trade intelligence organizations, and also they are the member of the Global Tech Advocates Network. The moderator of this discussion is Anna Novik,
Head of Investment Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, responsible for developing investment policy in the 37 member countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and 70 OECD partner countries. So please welcome. You are ready to start, please. Конференція «Україна. Інвестиційна гавань в часи змін». Ми повертаємося і продовжуємо, адже саме зараз відбудеться дуже цікава дискусійна панель. Стосується питань роботи інституцій із залучення та підтримки інвестицій в Україні. У нас зараз на зв'язку будуть Сергій Цівкач, Ольга Магалецька, Ендрю Врубель.
And we have Sergei Tsevkach, Olga Magalevska and Andrew Wrubel online.
Investment, OECD, responsible for developing investment policy in the 37 member countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and 17 OECD partner countries. So please, Anna, can you hear us? Welcome.
Yes. Yes, thanks a lot.
Very good. So the floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank for the invitation to moderate this important session in the conference Ukraine Investment Harbor in the Time of Change. As you announced already, I'm Anna Novik. I'm the head of the investment division at the OECD, and I just want to introduce a little the topic and the framing of this session, just to say that, for example, our latest data show that FDI flows have decreased by 50% in the first half of 2020. We have some kind of pronostication at the beginning of the semester, and we said 40%, but it looks like the things are worse this year. However, I want to put a prospect of some optimism here. Thanks to the vaccination campaign and some other issues that are moving, I think that we can expect and concentrate a little to paving the way of the recovery. Investment promotion agencies have been a key partner in government effort to mitigate this kind of negative impact of the health and economic growth crisis, and they have continued to facilitate in investment, supporting multinational companies and their countries to continue ongoing operation in this period. That means that they are flexible, they are very keen and important institutions to help in this kind of process. That means that we are happy to focus the discussion here in this session on this topic on investment promotion, on attracting investment and this kind of institution. There are different ways of organizing, and the successful of how we organize also is important. Investment promotion agencies interact with many different stakeholders, organization, public organization, and in our discussion today, I would like that we focus a little about these good practices in terms of how we coordinate, coordinate in a better way. There are some good best practices that we have discussed in the OECD in terms of clear allocation of roles, avoiding redundancy and overlap, and adequate reporting lines that contribute to empower investment promotion agencies with their mandate. I'm very happy that the Ukraine added the OECD declaration and is part of our community. We have been working with Ukraine on these kind of topics. And before launching, I want to introduce the panelists that we have right now. We are lucky to have a very good people here to speak. First is Sergei Tsivkach, Executive Director of the UkraineInvest. We have also Mrs. Olga Magalechka, Head of the Office of the National Investment Council, and Andrew Wrubel, Foundation Partner of Emerging Europe. We don't have a lot of time, but I'm sure that with these three panelists, we will have a very good exchange. Without more introduction, let me start with our first panelist, Sergey. National investment, and let me allow you to ask you the first question. National investment promotion agencies play a key role in targeting and attractive investment that have, of course, the potential support to sustainable economic growth. Could you briefly explain how your agency, UkraineInvest, is contributing to this objective?
Thank you for your moderation. Thank you for your participation in our event. Thank you to OECD for all your continuous support. I also hope that we'll be able to move maybe to a next peer review of investment policy of Ukraine soon. And then when we will compare OECD policy review from 2015 and the new one, we will see a lot of updates, and this will bring also a lot of attention of international investment community to Ukraine. Going back to your question about UkraineInvest. UkraineInvest is a state institution that was established by Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. We are full-fledged state institution since 2018. So our main responsibility is to be government's one-stop shop for foreign investors in Ukraine. We provide them with full list of services, starting like with consultancy, legal advice, business introductions, introductions on central and local level of governments, and so on and so on. So our main role is to attract and support investments into Ukraine. Also, we understand that this is only possible when in Ukraine we have comfortable regulatory policy for foreign investors, when we have good regulations, when we have good enforcement practices, and when we have good overall widespread country-wise understanding of importance of FDI for economic development. So therefore, we also working on troubleshooting. So that's when foreign investors are faced sometimes with issues on middle level, like some, I don't know, cases of bureaucracy. It happens sometimes, so we help them to overcome those issues. We also work with key stakeholders in terms of development of regulatory policy, because we are not only one-stop shop for investors when they need consultancy or support in Ukraine. We also that body that interacts with investors on daily basis, so we know about their issues. We know what needs to be done to improve our administrative regime in Ukraine in order to be more effective in this area. So therefore, we also work with Parliament of Ukraine, Cabinet of Ministers, Office of the President, and all our other relevant stakeholders when we see the need to improve regulatory policy. And actually, I was reading OECD report on COVID effect and connection to IPAs, how IPAs react to aftermath of COVID. And it's very interesting that actually among all bodies, governmental bodies throughout the world, IPAs, agencies like ours, were the most reacting to and flexible in terms of communicating needs to change investment policy and regulations in all countries. And this is only because we communicate with businesses and investors on a daily basis. So we always hear their needs first. Our role is also to connect Ukrainian regions where majority of investments are being implemented with investors worldwide. So currently we're working on programs that will enable better capacity of regions to interact with investors. Also, we work with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we work with Ukrainian diaspora and business associations worldwide in order to have our representation points throughout the world. So we're working on this program now, and we're hoping to have at least 50 or 70 of those by the end of this year. We already have started our pilot project with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, focused on Gulf countries, 4 countries in that region. When we will finish our pilot project, we will move to over 40 countries and then interact with all other stakeholders that I have mentioned before. We also work with National Investment Council, with Office of National Investment Council, Ministry of Economy on development of FDI strategy. At the moment we have a project that is supported by USAID. I also want to take this opportunity and thank USAID for supporting this event. They are our partners today. We should be able to complete that study with USAID, EY, and National Investment Council and Ministry of Economy by the end of February. And it will be one of our key foundations to move forward in the area of FDI attraction. And we will have an additional option soon, because in Ukraine we have presidential draft law on incentives for big investments, and UkraineInvest will most likely become a body, a consultative body for investors during the process when they will need to enter into agreement with State of Ukraine, and State of Ukraine will provide up to 30% of state aid of investment made. So this system of stimulation of investments in Ukraine, we hope that will happen soon. Olga Mogoletska will tell you more because she was heavily engaged in drafting of this legislation, but we will become that body that will be helping investors and will be guiding them through from the point they decide to invest in Ukraine and apply for benefits under this law to the point when they sign agreement. So we all were open to foreign investors all the time, and we are their reliable partners in Ukraine.
Thanks a lot, Sergey. I think that you raise a very important aspect that we have discussed internally, like the climate for investment. I think that there is the general context that when you start the discussion in terms of the investment policy review that we have been working with Ukraine, it's super important that the attraction of investment is in a context. And then you are completely right. I think that the investment promotion agency are in daily contact with business. That means that you are in a privileged position to be a policy advocacy also with the government. Maybe later we can discuss a little more about how this program and the region development that you were mentioning impact the society. But for the moment, let's go right now to Olga, because I think that Olga Mogoletska, you are the head of the Office of the National Investment Council, and maybe you can explain a little more what is the role of this office and how its actions support the work of the council itself. Maybe also could be good to clarify the relationship with the UkraineInvest also for other participants and stakeholders that are in this seminar. Olga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Sergey. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful for the invitation to participate in this conference. Well, attracting investors and investments to Ukraine is such a different types is a crucial task, and this is the main goal for all institutions related to investment promotion in our country. However, as it was mentioned before, each institution has its specific direction and objectives. So let me explain or tell you about the Office of the National Investment Council and our goals and current projects. Our office ensures the work of the National Investment Council, an advisory body to the President of Ukraine, which was established by the decree of the President of Ukraine in 2016. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is the chairman of the National Investment Council, while Mr. Levan Varshelmidze serves as its secretary. Among the members of the National Investment Council are the Ukrainian highest-ranking state officials, top managers of 20 multinational companies, as well as international financial organizations like EBRD and IFC, which are the largest current and also potential investors in the Ukrainian economy. The practice of establishing such advisory offices is quite common in our neighboring countries, which at the moment perform structural reforms in all sectors of the economy as well. In particular, investment councils have been established in Armenia, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Tajikistan, Belarus, Tunisia even, etc. And as mentioned earlier, our office ensures the activities of the National Investment Council like that. A dialogue between business, international investors and public authorities, improving the investment climate by developing appropriate legislative initiatives and bills, the advocacy in public authorities, also analyzing information on issues related to the business environment and investment climate in Ukraine, and highlighting the key sectors of the Ukrainian economy that are most attractive for investments and providing analytical coverage of those sectors. As for the legislation initiatives, during the 4 years of the Office of National Investment Council operations, a number of legislative initiatives aimed at increasing investment attraction of Ukraine have been implemented on our platform. And in particular, it's the law on limited liabilities companies, the law on ensuring competitive conditions for the production of electricity from alternative energy sources, also called law on green auctions, bankruptcy code. The office was also involved in the initiating and drafting the law on concessions and the law on privatization. Thanks to the above legislation initiatives, the first successful concessions in the seaports of Olvia and Kherson have already been done, and the privatization process has begun. That is the prerequisite of attracting millions of investment in our country. The Office of National Investment Council is currently directly involved in the drafting and negotiating with various stakeholders of the draft law on state support on investment projects with significant investments. And we are the initiators of the draft law on business ombudsman. Our office was also involved in the process of the development and negotiating the draft law of inland water transport, which was adopted by our parliament just a few days ago. And this is also the enablers of incoming investments in our country. Moreover, currently, we've been involved in drafting bills to improve the mechanisms for arbitration disputes and bills to stimulate the development of IT industry and to establish digital parks in Ukraine like DSCT. In addition, we are in the constant dialogue, correspondence, meetings, working groups with all business associations, enterprises of various industries and public authorities in order to identify the barriers to effective investment in Ukraine and ensure the development and communication of proposals to overcome them. So the Office of the National Investment Council is always open for dialogue and cooperation, and we serve as a platform for development and promotion of key legislative initiatives, solution to problematic issues, and communications between the business community and the Ukrainian authorities. And answering to your question about our relations with UkraineInvest and the Office of National Investment Council, I would like to say that we provide the Office of the UkraineInvest with some strategic initiatives which they are going to implement on grounds, because they are on a front line, they're working with investors, and they are doing that with their hands. So we provide the basics, the basis for that in order to have this legislation in country, because we are involved in the development. Yeah. And as Sergey also mentioned, the draft law on the significant investments, also called investment nanny, which is, I believe, will be voted by the parliament in the second reading till the end of this year. It enables UkraineInvest being a consultancy for each investors with the investment project over 20 million euros, and all the investors are welcome in Ukraine, and UkraineInvest will be helping them with all the questions on the road.
Mm-hmm. Very, very clear, Olga. Thanks a lot for your intervention, because I think that you clarify. It looked like the council and the office that you are heading is more provide the strategic view, the general environment, the legislation, and then the UkraineInvest is a little more implementing all this kind of discussion. Very, very clear. Let's go right now with our last panelist, Andrew Brobel, founding partner of Emerging Europe. Andrew, We know that the Emerging Europe published a yearly ranking of investment promotion agencies in the region. And can you share with us the result of this ranking in 2020, and particularly the key finding of Ukraine investment, because we are interested to hear you. Please, you have the floor.
Of course. Thank you very much for inviting me to join the conference and the session itself. I represent Emerging Europe, which oftentimes is actually perceived as a gateway to the Emerging Europe region, or as an informal IPA. And like you said, we do publish an annual report which looks at communications and inquiry handling of 23 investment promotion agencies across Eastern Europe. So back in March, when we entered lockdown, it was clear, like you said earlier, that we would see a drop in FDI flow. And the success of particular countries actually in attracting and keeping investors in the country really depended on the engagement and preparedness of IPAs. And we saw that the IPAs that actually succeeded were the ones that embraced digital channels to communicate seamlessly with business on the ground, and also lured new businesses, new investors with a well-rounded value proposition. At the same time, those who were busy doing other things, were unfortunately less successful. And if we look at the time of a pandemic, like the circumstances right now, we can see that we all need some sort of reassurance. And it doesn't mean that we all have all the answers right away. And I'm talking about IPAs in particular. We also shouldn't be able to, shouldn't be afraid to admit that we don't. But since we do need this reassurance, we would like to be together to share, experiences and maybe come up with certain solutions together. So, like you said, Emerging Europe looked at how IPAs across the region communicated their value proposition this year and handled inquiries as well from potential investors. And when I look back at at 2018, which we know that this was the time when UkraineInvest was really established, UkraineInvest was back then ranked 19th in our ranking. This year's edition shows that UkraineInvest came 5th. So there is a 5-notch increase in the ranking, which is absolutely great. And we can see that some of the things were actually related to how UkraineInvest handled communications related to COVID. The only point, so maybe one additional bit here. Back in 2018, out of 100 points that we added to all the IPAs, UkraineInvest got 33.5 points, whereas this year it was 68.33. So we can see this huge increase, which is, like I said, absolutely great. The only point that I would potentially make is because Ukraine, we talked about that in the previous session, Ukraine has this absolutely amazing IT talent. I think certain solutions, implementing those tech, the AI, perhaps automation would be welcome. And I would look at Enterprise Estonia, which actually came first in our ranking this year. Alongside with the IPA report, Emerging Europe also runs what we call the Business Friendly City Survey. So we basically ask 50 FDI experts and site selection advisor from around the world to look at 75 cities that have a population of over 200,000 people, plus capital cities. There are capital cities that are slightly smaller than that. So we look at brand, we look at the brand, we look at economic potential, we look at a pool of talent, smart city development, and so on and so on. And what I think should be said here is that Ukraine has a huge number of large cities, and unfortunately, not all advisors, and these advisors are, members of site selection guild of the site selection guild in the US, for example, and they are not really aware of cities like Zaporozhye, for example, which obviously also offers investment opportunities. And if you look at the top 10, it's only Lviv that was actually mentioned by site selection experts to us that actually made it to the top 10. So like I said, maybe one final point here, emerging Europe is seen as a gateway to the region oftentimes, and we're currently working with 2 British investors. And I think what we need to continue doing is raising awareness about investment opportunities in Ukraine. One of them, when I had the very first discussion with them, and we were trying to narrow down the list of countries that they could potentially look at. When we mentioned Ukraine, and we constantly, showcase Ukraine in situations like that, one of them said, well, perhaps we could look at the Western Balkans first before we actually look at Ukraine. So I think this continuous discussion, and I still remember, from a couple of years ago when I had to explain to people that the distance between Donetsk and Lviv is pretty much the same as between Lviv and Frankfurt, and this was in the context of the war that was taking place. So I think that events like that and continuous discussion about opportunities in Ukraine is something that we need to keep on doing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. You know that this session is super short. I mean that we will not have time for a second round because I was interested. It was very enlightening, and I think that your discussion about cities is related a little with the Sergey discussion about regional development in a way, or subnational development, because at the end cities are all over the country. Because this panel will finish in 2-3 minutes, maybe I will, instead of going back to you, because I don't think that you will have time to react, I just want to say that it looks like Ukraine is doing a good job in terms of policy environment. You are doing a lot of changes in terms of how to improve the general context. This was reflected in the ranking that Sergey just mentioned, but also is reflected in all these kind of new changes and new legislation and new framework that Olga mentioned at the beginning. UkraineInvest is true that was react very well with the COVID, and I think that this show the flexibility that normally investment promotion agencies have, but also that you have in terms of institutions. More coordination is needed always because it's challenging for attractive investment. There are too many other institutions that are related, and means that it's a challenge that not only Ukraine has, but other investment promotion agencies have, and we know. IT, digital issues is something that also I agree with Andrew. This is an important issue. Ukraine has this kind of competitive advantage, but it's something that all these kind of investment promotion agencies are using and need to strengthen the use. Maybe I will suggest that if the participants have questions and answers, maybe you can bilaterally send it to any of us, and maybe Sergey and Olga, this is some call because it's too short and we have too many things to discuss, to maybe organize something much more focused next year on this topic, and then with more interaction with participants and stakeholders that are part of this conference. It has been an honor to me to moderate this panel. Is probably I have a miss of having more exchange with you, because it knows that you have a lot of things to present in this seminar. But I think that we have done a good job in terms of showing a general view and context of investment and attractive investment in Ukraine. Thanks a lot for your participation, and good luck in the continuation of this conference.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Very much for your participation. Thank you for moderating and joining us today. It's a big pleasure and importance for us. Ну що ж, ми продовжуємо і
So let us continue, and allow me to thank all the speakers and the moderator who have just been with us on the air because they have raised a very important issues such as IPAs. This is a really relevant issue for us. We have to keep going. But before we move on, I'd like to announce a short coffee break. It's going to be a short technical break. And exactly at 3:40, I'm going to wait for you back. So stay on. And in order to build awareness among the broad circles of investors about opportunities Ukraine presents, the UkraineInvest team has developed a UkraineInvest guide. This paper will be the key source of information about Ukraine for business representatives. It includes all the relevant information about the Ukraine's potential, and it contains a lot of analytical data from so many different sectors, and it also showcases success stories of the best cases in Ukraine. It is quite a thick paper, and it was initiated with the Prime Minister of Ukraine, aligned with partners in Ukraine. They collected more than 600 different projects and picked 60 as most attractive ones for the guide. Right now, there are 29 applications that have come already from the potential investors. UkraineInvest Guide will be regularly updated so that investors could always have an opportunity and access to the most relevant and up-to-date information. The business communities and investors are thankful so much for being with us, and you can still be active through our Telegram chat bot. Unfortunately, we're not answering any questions yet, but definitely our team will read them all, and you're going to get a full-fledged feedback after our conference is over tonight. I want to remind you that following the QR code that you can see on your screen, so you can actually move to Telegram and ask whatever question you want regarding the topics on our agenda. And there is one more thing that I wanted to say. I wanted to thank everybody who helped host this event. So let's thank the government office on the investment promotion office. Thanks to Ukraine's competitive advantage program of USAID, and thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and the World Ukrainians Congress, Espresso TV, Business Ukraine Magazine, EBA, Norwegian Ukrainian Trade Chamber, British Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, American Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, German Ukrainian Chamber for Commerce and Industry, Rating Magazine, Media Monitoring, Look Me, key info partner on behalf of the Lawyers of Ukraine, the Bar Association of Ukraine, Tech Ukraine, State Property Fund of Ukraine, the Business Ombudsman Council, and also the Employers Association. If I was lucky enough, I would have heard a round of applause right here, right now. So we're going to come back in a couple of minutes. So we're going to continue in 10 minutes, roughly.
Меня вот удивляет, что люди вот вроде с нормальными микрофонами, вот это вот была она в гарнитуре, а все равно ее слышно как-то херовато. Непонятно почему. Кому-то. Ты видел там, да, я Клия переслал тезисы.
Угу.
Алло? Да, привет. Да, ты набирал меня. Не-не-не. Увы, у меня на следующий там или я письменно издаю, или уже занято. О, ну господи, кто же откажется от поездки на водонапорную станцию в такое время года? Увы, увы. Понятно. Угу. Ну, если нужно будет еще кого-то поискать, типа, свести, ну, я думаю, что найдется. Фу, ли, франкофон, не знаю. Ну, Бибикова, Даша Бибикова, она именно французский переводчик, она не английский. Я могу поискать, она у меня, по-моему, есть в Фейсбучке. Ну, то есть... Ну да. Так что извини. Добре. Давай.
Мальчики,
пока.
смотрите, хочу предупредить, сейчас будет такая очень комплексная панель, всех много. Один мужчина, вот этот Эдуард, будет разговаривать на русском, но его типа как с украинского переводить
Ну,
на
понятно.
английский.
Не вопрос.
Все,
Добре.
спасибо большое. Я там пометки рубила, там
Он англо-французского хочет.
А англо-французского?
Да, он там типа...
Ну кто? У нас это ж...
Ну, Иванченко.
Иванченко.
Ну, такой. Ты аккредитован в евро этой комиссии? У них на днях был этот экзамен. Я что-то не думал, что экзамен будет с языка C. Я когда-то еще, когда регистрировался, я указал там языком C французский. А тут говорят, ну, у вас экзамен будет, значит, типа язык А, Б и С. Я, конечно, напрягся. Ну, как-то там, к счастью, было достаточно... Текст был легкий, но все равно, конечно, с моим французским я такой... Ну, и, конечно, здесь у нас 13, то есть 30, и тут у нас так 4,
Но перевод...
80.
Упс.
Українська інвестиційна гавань.
The Ukraine's investment harbor in a time of change. This is the one-off conference that we're hosting today. So we shall continue, and now we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion. Success stories of large international businesses in Ukraine, and also we're going to be talking about concession. Privatization is an invariable prerequisite of the Ukraine's economic transformation, and of course, private owners are much more efficient from the managerial and other standpoints in attracting investment and also implementing business ideas. Every single hryvnia engaged in privatization of state-owned facilities will attract 4 more hryvnias to the Ukraine's economy. Ukraine is decisively supporting all the investment through privatization, which is confirmed by the state property funds experience. Concession is a very important tool to upgrade efficiency of state-owned enterprises, to be able to develop infrastructure and build proper cooperation between the state and private investors. It's the first time ever that we signed the concession agreement with Risoil. It was primarily focused on the seaport industries with FDI engagement. And in 2020, this year, Ukraine and Q Terminals signed another concession agreement for the record-breaking amount, 3.4 billion hryvnias. So the seaport concession arrangement was the largest ever in Ukraine. So the key priority for Ukraine is to promote investment in high-tech companies and producers to be able to create more jobs. Just recently, the number of projects were started that comply with these criteria and build positive image of Ukraine by attracting attention of investors from all over the world. This is exactly what we're going to be talking about in detail. We're joined by the speakers, and I'm going to mention them. Dmitro Senichenko, Eduard Yatchuk, Vladislav Krikly, Yevhen Sadovey, Neville Bissett, Frederick Obey, Marek Tomalak, I'm sorry. And I'm going to pass the floor to
Of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, member of the Supervisory Board of UkraineInvest. Welcome.
Thank you. A very, very good evening. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome from a very cold Kyiv. It's icy out there. Literally, we've had a sheet of ice cover all of Kyiv. So it's very slippery, but it's a good time to be indoors and a good time to listen to this fantastic stellar panel which we have lined up. I think that out of all the program today, this session that you will hear over the next hour is the most interesting. Why? It's not only because we have a truly stellar lineup of speakers, but because it's talking about tangible successes. It's talking about successes that have already been done. And I think that's really what investors want to hear. They want to hear the success stories. And that's why I think we have a great opportunity to hear these success stories today. I, as at the American Chamber of Commerce, I travel a great deal, or pre-COVID, I used to travel a great deal across the country. And I used to see many of these success stories all over the country. And I'm very happy that today we can start with something that as far as I can remember, for more than 20, nearly 30 years, Ukraine's been talking about privatization. But this is the first investment event that I have been at where we're actually starting to talk about successes in privatization. And who better to share these stories than actually the head of the State Property Fund, Mr. Dmitro Senichenko. Dmitro, welcome. How are you doing?
Hello, Andy. Hello, everybody. Hello, Andy. Indeed, it's cold weather outside, but our atmosphere is warm. Investment climate is opened, and we are indeed implementing privatization this time. We have started.
So tell us you've been in the news a lot, and I think there's a lot of good news out there. So just tell us from the very beginning. I mean, what have you done already? And then, firstly, we've been talking about privatization for the last 30 years. Nothing happened. Since you came in, we're seeing real change happening. Tell us what's going on and why.
You know, State Property Fund is the executive body that realizes the policy of privatization. Without the overall policy, political will, it's not possible. The President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky, proclaimed privatization is one of the priorities. Prime Minister supported. Parliament voted the law that cancelled the ban for 1,400 state-owned enterprises. Because, unfortunately, in the previous years of independence, Ukrainians do remember so-called oligarch privatization and voucher privatization. Nobody can say nothing good about the privatization at the previous time. We probably the last country in Europe which not completed the privatization cycle. We are still mixture of state-owned economy and private economy. So now there is a very difficult, but the process which is progressing, separation of the key strategic companies that should stay with the government, and the proper corporate governance should be established. And the rest, non-core assets or the companies which easily could be managed by the private sector to pay taxes, to invest, they should be privatized. For this year, we have completely changed the privatization process itself. So I can show you the presentation, if I may, explaining what we have done, where we are, and what will be to expect at the beginning and of the next year. Can I have my presentation on the screen? Включите презентацию. Yes. Yes, State Property Fund is a central executive body. We are not responsible for privatization only. We are also regulating valuation market, and we have done a lot of work together with the World Bank. The new law on the international valuation standards will be brought to the Parliament at the beginning of the next year. We are also responsible for leasing, state property leasing, and new law was adopted. Everything that to be leased from the state now on the electronic transparent auctions. We are also institution designed to govern, to manage state-owned enterprises which are under the State Property Fund management, and we are the organization that is realizing privatization. Today we will speak more about the privatization. The situation is the following. As I said, still there is a mess on the level of creation of political identification. Which companies should stay, which should go for privatization. For the moment, we have 96 state-owned governing bodies which are managing 3,600 enterprises. But we have to admit that during this year, the State Property Fund received for privatization about 400 companies, and it's only for this year, because during 15 previous years, it's only 93 companies were transferred for the privatization. Unfortunately, these companies are not in good situation. These are most of them distressed assets. Apart from the companies, we also have so-called standalone non-core assets. 3,000 hotels, hospitalities are managed by the ministries, agencies that have to concentrate their efforts on the policy making. So we have done a kind of audit, checking how its real estate and property been used. 15% are misused. If you might multiply it for the total amount of assets, it's, as you can see on the screen, size of approximately 400 Louvre Museum. This all should be delivered to the private sector. We have completely changed the standards of privatization, because before it was on the newspaper in Ukrainian, issued in 400 copies, where one can find information what, when, and how to be privatized. We completed building the overall process, starting from the analyzing companies, preparing teasers, all documents now available in the virtual data rooms, physical access is available, and then transparent electronic auction. It's been resulted, even in this difficult coronavirus period, you can see on the screen comparison of the results of privatization of the previous year and this year. We multiplied to 5 the financial results of the privatization, exceeding the budgeted revenues from the privatization in 5 times. But the most important in the privatization is not the number or amount of revenues. The key political task is transfer, find the new investor, give investment menu for the international and local investors. For me, the best result is the growing number of participants in the auctions, which is doubled. Among the success stories, you can see the Hotel Dnieper, which was a big case. Also, Kiev Bus Service, set of the bus stations. Now we have actively started demonopolization of spirits production, but this is only a few cases that have been very visible, and we didn't have tools for marketing, but indeed we have organized from the very beginning of this year more than 1,700 auctions, and a lot of small, medium, and sometimes big entrepreneurs took part in these auctions, and sometimes 20 or 30 participants we've been observing fighting for one asset. Talking about the privatization of spirits, this is the historical moment, I can say, because Ukraine and Belarus till the last year were the only countries with the national monopoly for spirits production. The law was adopted. The government is transferring one by one these standalone assets designed for spirits production. We can welcome here the first international investor who actually took part in the auctions. He will share with you his experience. And for the last 1.5 months, we have conducted 13 auctions with the overall price for 748 million, but it is to be continued. We still have 75 assets of this kind. Sometimes they are just brown fields, sometimes they are in operation, but still these are the assets which, with the open starting price, very low, and on the market, on the tender, will show what will be the price. I can maybe here pass the word to my colleague, because indeed the first case of international investor really taking part and participating in the privatization auction is a Zernov company. I can, Andy, here pass the floor, or maybe you can have some questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks, Mitra. I think that's extremely helpful, extremely clear. I think it is fascinating. I think we'll get to Edward in just a minute. So regarding the, because I think it's always good to hear the investor. My question to you, I mean, in terms of what's next. I mean, so I think the success stories, already Dnipro and the spirit things. One thing I was asked today, I was on a call today with a company that does a lot of it's in terms of TV commercials in Ukraine, and they were asking Kino Studia Dovzhenka. I mean, will you privatize the film studios?
Andy, we have ambitious plans for the next year. Indeed, we started this so-called small and middle-sized privatization. You can see on the screen that we have budgeted in the next year at least 12 billion revenues. But we have to restart so-called big privatization, which unfortunately was banned, hopefully temporarily, because when coronavirus started in March, Parliament voted the amendments to the law on privatization that we are prohibited to conduct auctions on the big, large-scale privatization. We need this from the Parliament to cancel this amendment. And of course, we will have a lot of interesting big assets on sale. With regard to this specific film studio, I am not sure. This will depend on the Minister of Culture and on the Cabinet of Ministers, because we are indeed the central executive body who is realizing the policy. I'm trying to help my colleagues also to formulate this policy, but only those companies and those assets which are transferred by the decision of Cabinet of Ministers to the State Property Fund are being privatized. We have to share with you that some seaports, as it was said before, will be in the concession process, and some already happened. But also we have for privatization 3 small, comparatively small seaports. Hope we will be ready to put them on the auction next year. We have also prepared the new draft law, which completely changes facilitate the process of privatization, because the largest problem from my point of view is non-ability to make political decision in those 96 managing bodies. They don't want to transfer voluntarily non-core assets, and we have to facilitate, push. I am prepared the draft law, which should give very specific and very concrete criteria which assets should be transferred and which assets should not be transferred. This law also gives more power to the Cabinet of Ministers to decide on the privatization assets. It gives self-financing for preparation of the auctions, 3% living in a revolving fund. And it's, of course, giving the comfort for the investors. We are prolonging the English law for the assets privatized in Ukraine. We are giving possibility to have more protection for the investors who purchased these assets, because mostly, unfortunately, some of them have some court cases. These are distressed assets, maybe even with some poison pills. So we understand that Ukraine should give comfort and security for the investors, especially for those who are investing their money in those so-called distressed assets sometimes.
Okay,
Andy?
well, brilliant. Just in terms, because I mean, we're getting questions. I can see like Ihor Olekov, someone we know very well, they're asking about the large-scale privatizations. So what kind of dates do you have in mind?
Exactly 1 year ago, when I was appointed as a head of State Property Fund, immediately we selected 5 advisors for the 5 large privatization, and we started preparation. But in March, there was this law voted that prohibited not only auctions, but also the preparation process. We understand that big privatization process takes time. We are hiring international advisors, we are hiring reputable companies, we are doing in-depth due diligence, we are preparing investment memorandums. All this takes time. In this regard to this, we have prepared 5 first big privatization. One of them, the United Mining and Ore Company, which is titanium ore production, could be privatized in the first quarter of the year 2021. Then we have large sites for development, like 30 hectares in the downtown. Then we have 6 regional electricity distribution companies, Oblenergos. This year, the new regulation on RAB tariffs was adopted, and now it's a good asset to invest. This regard to this Oblenergo, Elektrovazhmash, and many other companies that will go at the second year of the next year. We need just the cancellation of this law, and we are pushing it from every side, also asking business to support, because some politicians think that it's not time to sell. It's never time to sell. At the same time, there are money in the air, a lot of money in the world, a lot of money were printed even. Ukrainian economy needs investment. Investments are rehabilitating, shaping up economy, creating working places, and hopefully taxes. So this is all about privatization with exceeding number of state assets, which are at the same time the largest source of corruption in Ukraine. That's why privatization is the best tool to fight with corruption.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that's so important, and I think it's a very clear message you get across that law is much needed. So let's turn to Eduardo. I mean, let's turn it to a real investor who was one of the first that came in to buy an assets from the list. Edward, Edward Yachuk, from the CEO of Zernov, welcome to Ukraine, and welcome, congratulations on your first investment. Tell us why and what was it like investing for the first time in this privatization program?
Well, firstly, I would like to say that it was a positive experience for our country when we took part in the purchase of that lot, starting from the selection process and up to the auction process. I would like to know that I really liked that all the processes were automated. They were transparent and, well, they were just convenient and user-friendly. Also, I would like to pay special attention not only to the automation of the process, but also the assistance of people locally. The State Property Fund specialists, they provided support that was really needed to take part in the auction. As an investor, we take care about the safety of investments, and transparency in the process is the key here. Of course, it's early. So far, we cannot provide final judgment, but so far we can say that there were not many difficulties, mostly related to some peculiarities of the regulation and legislation. And, well, time was a barrier. It was difficult to fit all the transactions required in quite a short time frame, but we have managed, which shows that everything is possible. If you ask me why Ukraine, well, Ukraine is one of the top 10 exporters of maize, and this is because there's quite a lot of agricultural potential here. So another factor in the purchase of this plant was looking at export markets. We saw what was available nearby. So having raw materials here and having clients nearby were the key factors in choosing the privatization projects and the decision to invest in Ukraine. Also in Ternopil region, if we look at the regional level, Ternopil region is number 4 among Ukrainian regions in grain yield. So we took close attention to Ternopil Oblast, selecting our investment opportunities. And just if you want to look behind the scenes, just the sheer amount of grains grown and processed in Ukraine enable us to get benefit on the trading moment. We can provide grain to our Moldovan company, which is the Moldovan ethanol plant, which is the biggest in the Black Sea region. Also, we have our stock. We have our companies which grow cattle and have elevators. So this asset helps fit in the whole supply chain, and this is our plans for the nearest future.
Okay, well, thank you, Eduardo. So just to clarify, so the Marlivsky distillery that you acquired, yes. So I mean, in terms of production, I mean, how much will it be using for the local market? How much for export? And what are the products that you plan? Any new products that you plan to manufacture?
Well, our company, if I understand the question properly, well, we mostly are oriented on export markets. So there's Poland, Czech Republic, Spain, which are quite close, and that was the key for the launch of that plant. And we chose Miralivka specifically because, well, back at the selection process, when we looked at different sites, we actually used the Prozoro site for that analysis, and we understood that that facility was the best for us. And if we modernize it, if we improve this factor, it can become the largest in Ukraine. That is why we chose Myrolivka specifically.
Fantastic. Дякую. Дуже дякую. Так, if we move on now to concessions, and I think also what we've seen this year is tangible success stories in the port sector. And who better to tell us about this than firstly the minister himself, the Minister of Infrastructure, and then we have two great companies that actually took part in the concession process. So, пане міністре, доброго дня. Я не знаю, чи ви нас чуєте.
Mr. Minister, hello, I'm not sure if you're hearing us. Just tell us about these concessions. What has happened in this year, and share these success stories.
Dmitry. Yes, I want to say that it's absolutely zero corruption policy when we are talking about privatization and concession. So it's the best things we can offer that all assets will be managed by private companies, not by the state, because it's always about some risks and worse managers at the time when we want the best managers. And the private companies could offer much better solution for the assets which are now managed by the state. We have two brilliant cases. It's seaports concession for the Olvia and for the Kherson. First one is almost 140 millions of US dollars for the concession to invest in the development of the seaport Olvia. And Kherson seaport is a little bit smaller. It's almost 11 millions, but it's much better than it was before because with the terms and conditions we received as a state, the private owners will not only invest in the infrastructure of the seaports, but also the infrastructure behind the port, like the infrastructure of the cities, of the railway network, etc., etc. And for sure, as the state, we will receive the payments to the budget, not losses, but the incomes and revenues. So such policy, of course, we need to expand to other assets. Exactly such plans we have for next year. We already have one ongoing concession project. It's for the ferry complex Chernomorsk, and I hope that next year we will have already the feasibility study, and we will start with the tender, with election of the owner who will be the concessionaire. We want to start with the concession for the Berdyansk, with Odessa passenger terminal, and for sure with Chernomorsk container terminal. As the target for next 4 years, we want to have all of seaports in the concession or privatization. As Dmitry Senichenko already mentioned, we have 3 seaports. It's Belgorod-Dnistrovsky, Uzdunaysk, and Skadovsk, which will go to the privatization. And we also will be very happy when they will find and attract new owners and new investors who will develop these projects. Of course, we are not limited only with the seaports. For sure, Ukraine is a maritime country, but we have a wider range of projects to offer to dear distinguished investors. It's airports. Together with World Bank Group, with IFC, we prepared a few cases with feasibility study for the airports concession. It's Chernivtsi and Kherson airports. We're preparing, and I hope that during next few months we have already the final results and the assessment for 6 railway stations, and we want to highlight that it's a really nice and brilliant investment opportunity because our only central railway station has passengers traffics much more than our biggest trading centers in the Kiev. So it's really great opportunity. And of course, concession projects for the roads, again with international financial company, with World Bank Group. We prepared already 6 roads pieces to invest. It's over 1.5 billions of US dollars investments. So we will have 6 slots. We need to adopt a little bit some changes in the legislation for the concession. And we expect that next year we will have already adopted, and we will start with concession of the roads because it's always in the focus of the citizens, of the president. It's one of the largest infrastructure projects. Only this year we have built it over and reconstructed over 4,000 of kilometers of the road of the state property. And with our dearest concessionaires, of course, we can do even more. And that's why we invite you to be the partners with us. And we are very happy, actually, that we are one of the leaders now for the concession projects. We have this list of projects to invest in, and we have investment ethos to share with potential investors, and we will be, of course, happy to answer and to provide any extra information.
Well, Minister, tell us, what is the secret of success? I mean, why have you managed to do it? I mean, Ukraine didn't manage to do this for the last nearly 3 decades. And this year, you've had the first 2 successful cases of concession with, international investors coming in. Why? What's different? What has changed in Ukraine, and what's made this possible?
Finally, we have adopted law to provide the concession in the best way. What the best way is when we have guarantees for the state from the investors, and the back way as well. So the guarantees for the investors from the state. It is a very transparent approach for the partnership when the state is interested to invite investors and to protect the investment of the investor. And of course, it is the best announcement that could be done when somebody believes that it is transparent concession. Especially for me was really very interesting one of the cases with the concession for the Kherson, when one of the bidders, it was actually a Turkish company, they came to our office and said that it was brilliant, transparent case, despite that they lost because their offer was worse than the owner. But they said, we are very interested. We definitely will participate in the concession tender for the Berdyansk seaport, and we are very happy that finally Ukraine started to provide such transparent concessions in the best practice, and investors now believe that it is possible without any oligarchs connection or some political connections, just to come to visit and to decide which investment opportunity you are chosen.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. I think that's a great story. And I think any investment conference, any investment event, it's always good to hear the actual investors that have themselves, put the money into the country. So let's start. You mentioned Kherson, and let's start with the company that actually came into the concession in Kherson, Rysoil. And I'm delighted that we're joined by Yevgeny Sadovy, who is the CEO of Rysoil. So, Yevgeny, please tell us, why were you the first to come in? And, you were the first, you were the, that sort of, coming here, the pioneers and really breaking through the ground. What was it like, and what was your first experience?
Well, hello, everybody. Hi, Andy. Following your beginning of the this session, I would like to say hello to everybody from a sunny Odessa. So don't want anybody to be distracted by a seashore and a sunny view, so I'll have to stay in the dark a bit. But let's go back to your question. So Resoil SA is operated in Ukraine for more than 20 years and have a great experience running a port infrastructure in port of Chernomorsk. So we saw this opportunity in port of Kherson when we have part of our own origination volume, which we do, and also we plan to attract some additional volume. So yes, we saw this as a great opportunity, and we put our proposition for concession. And just repeating the minister, I would like to say that we very impressed with the openness and the way this process was handled by the state and also supported by EBRD, IFC, Ernst & Young, and others, Office Pilno, of course, as well. So I think it's a great job done by all of those people. And also we are impressed with the speed this happened, because basically their results were announced in January, approved by Anti-Monopoly Committee in March. And then already in June, we've been able to sign the agreement, 250 pages, and everybody put a great effort to make it happen. So applause, round of applause to everybody involved. And yes, it's a very transparent process and way to go for other concessions. So, and also would like to say that just to be, we are very happy with the opportunity to run these facilities that employ more than 600 people. We are very sure that we will be able to basically turn it around, because at this point, I must be open, it's not the most efficient operation in the world. And basically, well, at this point, I would like to say that there are positive things, there are some things that could be better. So once running this operation, we face some issues with other companies who in a similar business next door. And I would like probably to repeat many foreign companies who enter Ukrainian ground, that we would like to make sure that rules which are used here are rules for everybody. So basically, just want to give some specific examples that Resoil is doing the business in ethical and in the most efficient way. But basically, we face the situation when there are other companies who doesn't have a license of a port operators, and basically, well, you added overweight of the trucks, gray salaries, and so on. So it's a bit complicated to run the business in this type of environment. So my basically message to government bodies, to minister, just to support us and to be able to create the equal opportunities and basically for everybody involved in the business, and make sure the operation is done in an honest and transparent way to everybody. So, well, basically, that's in a nutshell, that's what's going on, and that's an impression.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Yevhen. I think it's just so important to really get that message across to government. And I think that's why platforms like this, like UkraineInvest, are here to get the voice of investors over to the government. Because, you know, the world today is fighting for investment. And I think it's really important that the government, you know, looks after and takes care of those companies that have decided to invest in Ukraine. And I think, you know, it is, if there are, you know, teething problems, if there are challenges, I think, you know, you should talk about them quite you know, loudly to get the message across. So, you know, if the government wants more investment coming in, they have to look after you as the first ones coming in, taking extra care. And I think, you know,
Right.
we'll work together to make sure that, you know, your story is a success story, and the government and we can all be proud of. So I think, you know, we'll work on this together, supporting you. And I think it's, you know, very important to support companies like you. And then if we move to Olivia, the other story, and then Neville Bissett from Q Terminals. Neville, it's good to see you. I remember we met up in Kyiv last month. I think it was having a cup of tea. And so Neville, you know, again, tell us, you know, the story. Why? I mean, this is your first investment, if I'm not mistaken. And then why did you decide to invest in Ukraine? Why now, and why in Olivia?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much indeed, Andy. Forgive my pronunciation, but Privyet Kataru. Very good questions. Two reasons specifically. Olvia fit very, very neatly into our internationalization strategy. And secondly, when we investigated the regulatory environment in Ukraine, we identified that changes had been made and that a more robust framework for protection of foreign direct investment was in place. It was a transparent tender. Obviously, there was the input of the international financial institutions like the EBRD and the IFC. But ultimately, there has to be a willingness from government to want to undertake privatization. I think on this particular project, we have to be very careful. These are concessions, so it's not actually an outright acquisition. We come in and we manage the facility for a certain period of time. In our case, it's a concession of 35 years. We are obliged, obviously, to fulfill certain conditions that are in the concession, one of which is the improvement of the existing infrastructure and the construction of a new grain terminal. The investment amount is roughly 140 million US dollars, which we're very happy to do. You know, echoing what the CEO of Russoil has said is that, you know, what we want to make sure is that it's not just a one-off. You know, the aim of attracting FDI has got to be, you know, to provide investors with an environment in which they can, you know, yes, do business profitably without unnecessary risk. Of course, there's risk in any investment in overseas areas, but you know, effectively, if it's predictable, if it's consistent, if it's transparent, then you know, risk is quantifiable. So for us, really, to win a transparent tender for Olvia, and yes, it was actually our first foray overseas, was incredibly satisfying. But there are issues that need to be addressed. You know, there are legacy issues that we wish to see improved. For example, you know, we're going to be building a new grain terminal. We're going to be bringing in new rail sidings so that we can, you know, cope with increased capacity. You know, we'd like to see the Ukraine improve productivity per hectare for their grain yields. If that's the case, then more and more capacity of storage is going to be required, more and more capacity for export is going to be required. But that means things like permits and permissions for building, for improvements and things have to be delivered very quickly. We can't get mired down in a bureaucratic process that takes months, if not years, to process, because it will stifle investment and will turn investors away. Having said that, you know, we are 2-3 months now into the transition period. We hope to be, you know, fully up to speed and ready to go by the time the transition period ends at the end of August 2021. And we very much look forward to working with the government, other investors, the local population, the staff at Olvia, you know, to ensure that Olvia becomes the flagship port on the Black Sea. It's just not a big ask, but, you know, clearly there's a lot of work that's going to have to go into it. And we need the support of government. You know, we're bringing in capital, we're bringing in much needed foreign investment, and we hopefully will leave, you know, having improved knowledge, having improved the infrastructure, having built human capital, and leaving, you know, what we've taken over in a much, much, much better way. And, you know, walk away feeling that we've done the job more than adequately. And I think that's really our long-term aim. Well, it's our 35-year aim anyway.
Brilliant. Just you know, about the process. So now, to tell us about the process, sort of in any investment promotion conference or event, it's always good to see sort of, you know, investors that have actually come in. But tell us, I mean, how did you hear about Ukraine, and how did you make a decision? You know, and what helped you make that decision about, you know, investing to Ukraine? So firstly, you know, how did you hear about this concession, and then how did the events unfold after that?
We're actually very lucky. We've got some fabulous advisors with us who don't necessarily come on board simply because there's a project. And we were approached by one of our advisors to let us know that there was a tender coming up for Olvia. A huge amount of preparatory work went into it. We don't take these decisions lightly, especially when you're talking about $140 million of investment. But having said that, when we looked at the prospects, the desire of the government to make change, the required changes, the necessary changes to protect the foreign direct investment, we became more and more convinced that this was an opportunity for us that we didn't want to turn down. Having said that, to be absolutely brutal about this, we've got to trust the government. So when the government says, look, we are making these changes, we are putting in these regulatory frameworks, these have got to be frameworks that are in for the long term. It's got to be predictable, the non-discriminatory regulatory environment, and there can't be sort of like road humps along the way. Beyond that, you've got to look at a macroeconomic stability, access to trade elsewhere. But ultimately, it's the belief of the government in the fact that they want to do this and that they can do this. And the more and more that foreign direct investment arrives and the more and more that foreign companies come in and bring in much needed investment, is obviously a way in which the framework can then be effectively cut in stone, if you will. But beyond that also is that it's fantastic to know that in Ukraine there's a very, very high literacy rate, hugely talented workforce, very, very good educational establishments. So, what we're actually doing is bringing specific and specialized industrial expertise or, industry expertise. For us, for example, it's ports and terminals. But the people are already there. We have a fantastic team on the ground in Olvia who have been running the operation for many years. And, without wanting to sound trite or anything, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So what we want to come in and do is to work with the staff on the ground in partnership and collaboration, cooperation and coordination, to build Olvia up to international standards, to take it to the next level of efficiency and much, much higher productivity. But, to go back to your original question, why now, why Ukraine? Because Ukraine is moving towards a much more transparent, much more open market. It's putting in place the regulatory requirements that we like to see. Yes, there's a certain amount of risk, but, if we don't take any risk, we don't get anywhere. So for us, it was an opportunity we didn't want to turn down. We were very, very happy to have been advised that we were successful with our winning bid. And as I said, we look forward to working with everybody to make this a success. It absolutely will be.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to working together with you, Neville, and we look forward to seeing you back in Kyiv, hopefully when it gets a bit warmer and where we see the light after the end of the tunnel with come out of COVID. So, I mean, you've just moved into Ukraine, but let's hear from someone who's been here for a while. Frederick Obed is the managing director at CRH. Frederick, it's good to see you. So CRH, globally recognized company in building materials and cement. I know some of the great stuff you do here in Ukraine, and I see out of my windows all the construction going on, and I think that's thanks to you guys for having these materials. So tell us, you've been here longer than many CRH has. What's your experience been, and what's the messages? What would you say to people like Neville who are just coming in?
Thanks for as well UkraineInvest to have organized the conference. I'll start by saying that we've been 20 years in Ukraine and we are a happy investor in this country. Saying just two words about the company itself, CRH is an Irish company. It's a 30 billion company, employing roughly 80,000 people worldwide. And we are present in the building material sector. In Ukraine, we are, since 20 years, mostly and predominantly in the cement sector. So we have 3 cement plants over the country. We employ 900 people, and we have revenue of about 115 million euro in the country. Cumulatively, we have invested about $500 million in the country, Over the years, we have acquired, what was at the time old assets. Cement plants it's heavy industry, it's big industrial installation. And we have modernized massively, bringing the best technology available in terms of safety, environment, productivity, product quality. And today, we are a happy investor participating to the ecosystem of the infrastructure development of Ukraine, supplying the construction industry all over the country. And as an investor, I would say we are very happy as well to see the leadership that the government has taken in investing into infrastructure renovation. I think this is a major point for any investor coming into a country to ensure that the road network, the railway network, the ports, the airports, everything is there so that they can operate smoothly, okay? And I would be, and I'm happy to say that over the journey of these 20 years, I mean, I've been in Ukraine since only 3 years, so some others have made a journey before me. We have developed over time. We have capitalized, as it was mentioned before, on a fantastic workforce. I think the human capital in Ukraine is unique. And we are now exporting talents in the group from our different plants.
Fantastic. So in terms of the market generally, I mean, is the cement and the building materials, is it mainly for the local market, or do you export also?
No, it's typically a very ponderous product. So it's a product that doesn't travel very far. So we are predominantly selling in Ukraine. So we are in the B2B business. We sell to people making concrete for construction, making precast elements for construction, making dry mortar. So it's all about building materials, and we are one product for that. This market has been stable, roughly, gradually increasing in the past few years. And I would say this year, despite the COVID, the market will increase by about, I'm talking about the cement market, by about 5%. And the latest statistics that we have seen on constructions overall show as well that construction has developed this year, whereas everyone would have thought that it would regress because of the COVID situation. But so this is a healthy sector, and I think we are seeing the investment happening in the renewable energy, windmill parks, solar energy, the ports. I think the infrastructure development is visible.
Okay, and then just finally, in terms of there's a big program now for building roads, and a lot of states funds going into road building. What do you think? I mean, will we see cement concrete roads coming up in Ukraine anytime soon?
I think we see the first projects happening. We have, I think, the bypass of Zhytomyr. There is as well road reconstruction around Poltava. If we look at Poland, they have vastly invested in developing their network of motorways. And because of the frost issue, and I think we are now seeing that, the frost issue, the roads are suffering during the winter, and definitely solution based on concrete allow durability of such roads over time, definitely. So I think, yes, we will see that coming more and more, yeah.
Well, it's a good day to talk about it, especially when it's all very slippery outside with the ice. But so if we move from something very concrete to something more refreshing and liquid, PepsiCo. And I'm delighted to bring in Marek Tomalak, who is the general manager at PepsiCo. Marek, it is great to see you. So Marek, I visited the great plants you have in Mykolaiv. I've seen the 2 plants just outside Kiev with the dairy, the children's dairy stuff. And so we were nearly ready to go to visit the brand new potato chip factory, but unfortunately, COVID didn't let that happen. So tell us, I mean, you've invested in Ukraine and you've got such a great brand. Tell us, how's the journey been?
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. And I promise I will take you to Nikolaev for the seeing of our plant of potato chips. Look, I think we have been a long-standing investor in Ukraine. We have been here almost 30 years by now. And while many consumers may associate us with the fantastic beverage brand that we have on our door name, we are also the very active producer and seller of 5 other categories. We play in the snacks, in juices and nectars, in dairy products, and even in baby food, which altogether makes us one of the biggest food and beverage manufacturers in Ukraine. And I like to think about us not just as a manufacturer, but also as the top employer who we are, as a driver of the sustainability agenda and very engaged player in the supporting local communities, local suppliers, including the farmers and agriculture. Our company mission is to bring smiles, and we are very clear that those smiles first go to our consumers, to our customers and employees, but also to our shareholders and the communities where we operate. And I think that has been a smiley journey so far with Ukraine and with the business that has been growing really, really well. And actually, we look forward to developing the business furthermore.
Brilliant. So tell us, I mean, in terms of the categories and, as you say, the potato chip, which I haven't seen yet, but I very much look forward to seeing that. What have been, the biggest both success stories, but also what are some of the challenges you've seen?
We do have many successes, and I think the one that is the most recent is indeed the potato chips localization. So in 2019, we have placed a new state-of-the-art technology for manufacturing the high-quality potato chips we sell under the brand Lay's. And that has been a great investment in itself. We brought the capabilities, we brought the technology. But even more than that, we first managed to change the balance of the import-export. So far, we have been importing them from other countries. Now we produce them here and look forward to opportunities to export. We also support the local farmers. Potato chips are made from the potatoes. We have been developing Ukrainian farmers to plant them for us and bring them in the top quality. We have been actually providing them with the high quality seeds, helping them build their capabilities in the right planting and harvesting them. And this has been a much broader impact of the investment than alone on the PepsiCo results in the business. And I think we also, through those investments, try to role model certain behaviors that we believe are right, and that's particularly in the area of sustainability. So the Nikolaev plants are equipped with the wastewater facilities. They are equipped with the high quality controls. We are also actively involved in the packaging, waste packaging management under discussion legislation and education programs. And we try to make our footprint as investor not just in the sense of business and finance, but also in the sense of our contribution to the communities.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've seen a lot and lots of attempts from the business community all coming together in terms of the sustainability and especially the wastewater treatment and the waste packaging, the packaging. Unfortunately, there are forces that don't want this to happen. So, I mean, what would your message be about, why is it so important to get this law on the packaging across? And what would your message on that to both Parliament and to the government?
Yeah, I think we all understand that the sustainability is the name of the game and the license for us to operate in the market. With that said, we have to make it sustainable in itself, meaning it has to be regulated in a transparent way. It has to be regulated in a way that can both serve the purpose of the society and make the business sustainable. It cannot be done for the benefit of one or the other actor. It has to be used the best practice of the transparent legislation. And with that, there is a need for an active dialogue with the business associations, not individual companies, but the business association who consolidate the good practice and can be an actor in the consulting to the government. And then the adoption of that law can make the business actually boost and develop the new categories of business, like recycling of our PET packaging, which can be a fantastic source of the recycling. Right now, frankly speaking, we cannot source the so-called recycled PET plastic for our bottles from within Ukraine. We would need to import it from outside, which is such a waste, given that it is a business that can bring very direct profits to the economy here. So, long story short, we need legislation, we need transparent dialogue, and we need to come to a solution which will work for the society and for the business.
Okay, thanks. And then finally, sort of, this event is about investments and bringing investment to Ukraine. Pepsi have been here for over 2 decades, and what would your message be to people like Neville or those that are still looking whether or not that they're sitting on the fence, whether or not they should come into Ukraine? What would your message be to them?
Yeah. No, I think that Neville and Evgeny actually understand the same way as I do. Whenever we look at the investment, and we are constantly looking at investment opportunities, even though we have been 30 years here, we are looking at constantly developing our footprint. So as we look at it, we always look at the two factors. One is the market attractiveness, the potential of the market, how much the market will be growing on one side, and whether there is even a field of play on that market. So do we have the fair rules in which we can compete in that market? And then we always look at the project ROI, which is obviously how much value we can generate, but also how much cost we have to incur. And that cost is also the bureaucracy, the complexity. It is all the extra expenses we have to take, like infrastructure investments that should have been done by the state. So I think we just like Neville, I think, captured that. We need predictability. We need to know how the government is going to grow the market, and that the field of play will be even for everybody. We will all compete on the same terms, and the better will succeed. And then we need to make sure that the costs for the project are minimized by the government. So the complexity is removed. We simplify the tax system, we simplify the bureaucracy and the judicial system, and we make sure that the infrastructure for us to operate is in place. I mean, digital document flow and similars. And I think we all understand this one. There is no brainer. But with those things said, I think many foreign investors will be just coming to Ukraine, looking for the high yields that Ukraine can offer if just more predictable and more even in terms of field of play.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, Marek, for your pitch there. So, Dmytro Synichenko, if I can bring you back in, this must be music to your ears. So, the investors are out there; they're looking. We have just a few minutes left, and to wrap up, and I would ask each of the speakers just a very quick 60-second wrap up. So, starting Dmytro, what is in 60 seconds? You've got people that are watching us now, and they're scratching their heads thinking, well, maybe, why Ukraine, why now? What do you say to them?
I can only repeat the messages that I delivered around 1 year ago at the Davos World Conference, that Ukraine is a future powerhouse of Europe. Indeed, we have this neighbor, which is the European Union, with the most highest purchasing power. We do have all our natural resources, human resources, sea, all the potential is here. I believe now it's time to open this potential, Today's conference was organized by UkraineInvest, which made a great job to show you all the investment menu in various sectors. Privatization, investment in infrastructure, production, co-production. Let's do it together. I hope and I believe it's time. That's why I'm here. I came from business to do something, establish the rule, do better regulation, and then hopefully back to business. So let's do it for the next 2-3 years, and Ukraine will be flourishing and will pay back by the very good return on investments and also nice opportunities to sightseeings and very welcoming people in Western Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Dmytro. I think your words, I think it's very good. You know, you coming from the business background, I remember when you were working with the American Chamber of Commerce, and I think it's very good that you understand and you speak in one language with the investors. So that's good. So if I could just bring in back Yevhen and Frederick, who are with you. So Yevhen, in a nutshell, your 60 seconds, what you've heard today, what you've learned, and what would you say to companies still looking at Ukraine?
Well, as I was saying, we are in a process of starting this concession, and we already have a great story to tell. And there are a lot of positive signs how the things are done and how the things are doing better. As I mentioned, we are in the middle of this process. Hope it's going to be the same positive experience. So I really encourage everybody to consider this opportunity.
Brilliant. Thank you. Frederick, what's your 60-second wrap up?
In our sector, we are an happy investor. I think there are wonderful opportunities in Ukraine. More specifically, I'll say that we are working on further investments. We had fantastic support from UkraineInvest. I would only say, come here, you'll have support. And I hope that in the future as well, UkraineInvest will get even more authority and power to be the one-stop shop to support from the beginning to the end an investment for a newcomer in Ukraine. Okay, I think this is a fantastic work which is started that will continue, and there is support here for newcomers, definitely.
Super, thank you. Edward Wieczuk, якщо можна ваших 60 секунд, про що ви почули?
Edward, can you share your 60 seconds, please? What I'd like to tell you in closing, of course, I really expect some fruitful cooperation with all the partners that we have been and will be working with. And I'm sure once the new actors show up in this market, this will benefit to the entire market in terms of technology and technical means. And my message to all is that the value chain from the very beginning of drilling crops and then producing alcohol should satisfy everybody. Spirits, I mean. So I'm sure this process that was initiated already, and we have entered into it quite successfully already, as far as my assessment can tell, I'm sure it's going to be a pleasure and a lot of fun to be working and engaged in this process, which will benefit all. The region where we operate will benefit, and the regions that will cooperate with us will benefit too. So this entire market should be actively engaged in this process. I think this is going to be our future.
Thank you, Eduard. Neville, what's your 60-second wrap up on investing in Ukraine?
Very briefly, I'd have to say that the market for foreign direct investment is hugely competitive. I think we've heard a lot of success stories here, and Ukraine really does need to build on this. And that effectively means that we need to continue with transparency. We need to continue with putting in the regulatory framework, the legislation that protects foreign direct investment. That the barriers to trade are brought down. That the bureaucracy that exists and continues to exist must be deconstructed, and it must be much more streamlined so that where we wish to invest, where we need to make infrastructure development, where we need to put buildings, developments and things like that, it doesn't take months and years, it takes weeks, rather than having to slog through a whole morass of paperwork and everything like that. But otherwise, it is, as the minister has said, the right time to invest in Ukraine. The right framework is here now. I see no reason not to continue to invest, and we certainly will. This is just our first project, hopefully, of many.
Brilliant. Great words. Thanks, Neville. And finally, Marek. Marek, your 60-second roundup.
As a long-term investor in Ukraine for the last almost 30 years, we are confident that Ukraine is the right place to invest. We are committed to Ukraine and building both our direct foreign investments, building our capabilities, our operations, and bringing the best we can to Ukraine, because this market has tremendous potential. It will only yield that potential if there is the transparency, if there is predictability, and even field of play for everybody. This will attract many others like PepsiCo to come and invest in the market and bring more than just money. So I keep my fingers crossed.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Marek, and thank you for all your support and the great work that PepsiCo is doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I think it's clear, now is a real good time to look at Ukraine, to invest. I think, with the great people like Dmytro Sinechenko running the State Property Fund, like Minister Krikly, but most importantly, it's hearing the investors, those who put the money into Ukraine. And so I'm very grateful to Frederick, to Eduard, to Evgeny, to Neville, to Marek. And, on behalf, I want to thank UkraineInvest, the team, to Serhiy and all the team at UkraineInvest for bringing this together. There are great stories Ukraine has to tell. And, we are on the ground here in Kyiv. We are here to help business come in, both as, UkraineInvest. I'm on the board of UkraineInvest, sort of helping the team bring in more investment to Ukraine. Also at the American Chamber of Commerce, we are here helping companies. So we are here to serve. Any questions, you know where to come. And once it gets a little bit warmer, see you in Ukraine very, very soon. So on behalf of UkraineInvest, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you to our fantastic panelists. Stay healthy and see you in Ukraine very soon. And it's time to invest in Ukraine.
Andy Hunder, thank you very much for such a fruitful and interesting discussion and for joining us today. Ну що ж, ми дякуємо абсолютно всім.
So we want to thank actually all the participants and moderators of this discussion today for this very fruitful and very interesting discussion panel. And now we're going to move forward. I want to also remind you, dear colleagues, that you have an opportunity to ask a question in our Telegram bot. So do not wait until too late. So we will happily answer all of your questions. The only thing that our team will have to first read them, think about them, and then get back with the feedback to you after. And now we're going to talk about onshoring facilities in Ukraine. The global pandemic actually changed the scope of relocation in Ukraine with the possible challenges due to geopolitical and economic crises. And this can be a stumbling block and an opportunity as well. So that's exactly the question for our agenda right now. Can Ukraine offer something decent and incentives for them to onshore their businesses here? What are the plans and forecasts that businesses have in this context? Which of the regions of Ukraine can be a real champion in attracting foreign direct investment and capabilities? And what's the role to play for small and medium businesses in this sphere? This is time when all have to put their efforts together, and it's important for us to be working on consolidating our efforts. Given synergy is really important for us, that's why we invited honorable speakers today who will discuss this issue. Alfred Prowse, Secretary General of the International President of Ukrainian-Austrian Association, John Duduk, Director of International Project Finance, IDFC, and also Vitaly Chernyuk, Acting Head for Investment Advisory Department of UkraineInvest. And also, it is my honor and pleasure to give the floor to our moderator, who is Gennady Chizhikov, President of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine. The floor is totally yours. Please.
Всім доброго вечора, шановні.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this discussion, which is dedicated to an important subject, the opportunities for Ukraine. In particular, we'll talk about manufacturing relocation and also the role of SME in this process. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gennady Chizhikov. I'm the president of Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is the organization which brings together the national and international business community in Ukraine. And recapping the year, which is now almost over, I think everyone would agree that 2020 has been difficult for everybody. International trade has been impacted by COVID. It really has hit globally. We can check different sources of information. We can see what the impact was exactly. But in terms of business relocation, there was some very interesting information. Ernst & Young this April has published a study and they surveyed large international companies, and over half of those companies said that they want to relocate their manufacturing from, say, China to other places. We have also seen other sources which say that, for example, the United States, Australia, many other countries, they depend a lot on their manufacturing being located overseas, and actually the pandemics have hit the weakest point, these the manufacturing chains and supply chains. So let us talk about the role of Ukraine in this environment, in all these processes, with a particular focus on small and medium enterprises. And before we dive into the discussion, I would like to introduce our esteemed speakers. I would like to introduce my friend, Mr. Alfred Praus, the president of Ukrainian Austrian Association and the general secretary of ICBEC, which is the International Council of Business Associations and Chambers. We also have an online participant from Washington, the director for international project finance in the DFC, Mr. John Diduk, and many participants probably have heard about the organization, but we would like to learn more about how this organization can be more effective supporting the businesses in Ukraine. And third speaker is Mr. Vitaly Chernyuk, acting head of Investment Advisory Department in UkraineInvest. He will tell more about the SMEs and manufacturing relocation in Ukraine. Let me start with a very short survey. I will ask a question and I expect very brief, very short answers. The question is simple. In your opinion, what makes Ukraine attractive for putting manufacturing capacity here? What are the strengths of Ukraine in this manufacturing relocation? And let us start with you. Up to 1 minute, please.
Huge market, nearly 600,000 square kilometers, 38 million inhabitants, at the crossroads between East and West, neighboring to European Union. Huge growth potential, unfortunately not really exhausted in the past. I'm talking about minerals. I'm talking about oil and gas. I'm talking about rare metals. I'm talking about labor market, which is very attractive, and many, many, many IT and many, many other segments. And I would say really a good location for investment, for onshoring, that means changing the location or relocating a location. The only problem, and just one sentence, all the stakeholders, decision makers in Ukraine, be it official or behind the stage, they are unfortunately not pulling on the same strings. And this means Ukraine could not exhaust by far the real potential.
Thank you very much, Fred. I hope, я полагаю, що нас пане Джон Дідюк слухає.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think Mr. John Deduk is already online and listening to us. So your answer to this question now.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Питання.
The question is very simple. In your opinion, what makes Ukraine attractive now for having manufacturing capacities here? What are the strengths of Ukraine to relocate the manufacturing here?
I can't speak specifically about manufacturing in Ukraine, but I can tell you about foreign investment into Ukraine, which is something that we support at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. And what we've seen over the past several years is just an explosion of this investment into Ukraine. In our own role, we've supported over $1 billion of investment from 2014 to 2019. And there's a lot of opportunities for us to support more investment into Ukraine, particularly in the SME, the small and medium enterprise sector.
Окей. Дякую. І до вас, пане Вчернюк.
Thank you. Mr. Chernyuk, now the floor is yours.
Industries are nothing without the people who push them forward. And Ukraine can proud of thousands of talented, professional, and highly motivated people. And I strongly believe that any new industry or industry looking to relocate can achieve the best results here in Ukraine because we have a good technical base and the expertise of specialists highly experienced in solving complex problems. That's my point of view.
Дуже дякую, пане Віталію. І переходимо.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vitaly. Now let's get back to main questions. And once again, we are talking about manufacturing relocation today. I know that Mr. Alfred Prowse has a tremendous experience. He's been working in international companies. He did business in Austria and other countries. He has supported the businesses in many countries, in Ukraine in particular. I would like to ask him, what are the criteria that international companies consider when they think of manufacturing relocation? And what should be changed in Ukraine so that these conditions would be more comfortable for the companies?
I have a short presentation. Maybe somebody can put it online. I may tell at the beginning that I was involved in some way in an investment consideration of the Austrian concern of the Austrian group First Alpine. They wanted to build a steel plant, 2007, 2008, and the competition was between Romania, Bulgaria, and Ukraine. And since I was very well connected to the vice chairman of the group, I was on the very, very short list concerning taking over the responsibility of that plant. So I know the criteria even from the point of view of investment in Ukraine. What is the determinants of onshoring, offshoring, that means relocation? It's the economic, social, and political stability, so to say, the country risk, and I will come to that. It's the cultural factors, it's financial environment. Okay, next slide, please. It's infrastructure, it's the institutional quality, it's the protection of foreign direct investment. That means relocation, it's foreign direct investment. And the protection of business in general. It's the market structure, it's the trade policy, it's the tax policy. So, what does it mean, to make it very short? Economic, social, political stability has not been the best in the past years. And that means there was only a limited predictability. Strategies were changing every year, every second year, new ministers, new governments, change of president, or other stakeholders. Economic, social, and political stability also. Governance. Governance in the main stakeholders has also not been as it should have been. Compliance. This is asked, if you ask an American to invest in Ukraine, he will be asking, where is compliance? Fair competition. Is there really fair competition in Ukraine? In some areas, yes. In many, not. Oligarchs, monopolies, and other trade barriers. For example, the new law which will be passed to second reading now on localization, which is against European Union association agreement, which is against WTO, and which is certainly, and by this I come to it, not creating additional trust. So what makes a country attractive is basically that the potential investors are having trust. And this has been missing. Because if you take out, and by this I will finish this part of it, if you take out green tariff-induced investments, and 2 or 3 years ago, the forced and mandatory recapitalization of banks, foreign direct investment has been several hundred million against a GDP of 100, 130, and now 150 million. We will not reach it due to coronavirus. So there are a lot of factors, and this means country risk is one of the main determinants. Next slide, please. I have taken an actual picture from COFAS, I think everybody knows. You see Ukraine is in dark red, Russia is in light red, in orange. The same is China and Turkey. So China and Turkey are of better investment quality if you talk about the country risk. And if you look at Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor, and are not only concentrating on bonds, on the financial markets, on the money markets, etc. If you're concentrating on the country risk as such, you will see that Ukraine is maybe in the 7th category or 6th category of 7 categories. So it's the second worst. This is one of the main reasons. So everybody would have to work to calm down, to improve the perception of the risk. Next slide, please. Determinants, also in general, business facilitation. I have heard and I have followed the major part of today's conference, the statements from UkraineInvest, statements from Investment Council, statements from Yulia Kovaliv, etc., etc., etc. I fully agree as a representative of the International Council, which is uniting not only Chamber of Commerce, represented by Gennady, but 9 bilateral organizations, and this is constituting maybe 90–95% of all foreign investment. Investment promotion is perfect, but again, one would have to rule out, one would have to curb, to mitigate the disturbing factors. And there have been so many disturbing factors. I need not repeat them, or if you have listened to the CEO of EBRD, Mr. Padrone, or Marcin, they have been speaking out on that. And this is destroying major parts of the image of Ukraine. So if you can't overcome that, if you can't defeat this negative, these adverse factors, be it Russian, be it oligarch-oriented or whatever, you will not much improve in your attractiveness, and you can't think to reach maybe 3, 4, 5, 6% of investment in terms of GDP. Okay, going on, I have to be short. Determinants of FDI number 3. Next slide, please. So, market-oriented, big market. If we are talking about consumer products, Ukraine is extremely attractive. Talking about resources, assets, raw materials, I have already told. Supply chain, I feel Gennady will talk a little bit about China. How to step in because the supply chains, especially by coronavirus, have been broken, have been disrupted. So this is a big chance for Ukraine, I fully agree. Labor market. And here again, there is a certain problem. There is labor migration. So some investments, especially in Western Ukraine, in the automotive supply sectors, they didn't take place because people didn't find the labor. Several thousand people needed for a German potential investor. They were not available. They were all in Poland or in the Baltics or whatever. But basically, labor market is a real asset. Okay, let me continue. Determinants of FDI. Next point, next slide, please. It's a financial evaluation. I can skip that. This is not today's issue. Let me go to the next slide. Side factors. It's a question of which segment are we speaking about? Agriculture, minerals, metals, IT, fintech, or whatever. So that means minerals or rare metals, there is lithium, there is titanium, and these are big deposits, one of the biggest deposits in the world. So this is a material with a heavy weight, so any location should be near the mines, for example. So this is a factor. Geographical logistics, supply chains, river transport. There is a big project concerning Dnipro and even Black Sea to the north, to Poland. Promising. Labor market, I have been talking. Utilities, very important. Question, how to avoid things that have happened in that if you wanted electric current or gas, you had to fight with regional and local institutions due to vested interests, etc. That was not straightforward. Okay, let me come to the last one. Selling propositions of Ukraine. As I said, extremely big market, agricultural strength and potential, oil gas reserves, mineral labor, location at crossroads. So, what is the problem? Let me summarize. There are big and powerful enemy forces destroying a part of what is done so well by, for example, UkraineInvest and the other institutions who are working on increasing the attractiveness. And finally, money is not the problem. I may, in that case, quote a statement by the predecessor of Mario Patrone, Shefki Akuna. He said, "Bring us projects. We have enough money, but these projects have to be transparent and they have to be compliant." So one would have to work on that as well, not to have vested interests distorting the projects. There is enough money available, hundreds of billions of dollars. There is an extreme over-liquidity in the market. So the potential is extreme, but again, to finish, disturbing factors would have to be sidelined, and I can only wish that those, for example, today, who are really trying their best, spending their best efforts, that they will win and they will be able to sideline these negative effects. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, Альфред.
Thank you so much, Alfred. Thank you. At the meetings of the International Council of Business Associations and Chambers, we often discuss the opportunities which are there in Ukraine, and it's a real pleasure that in the last 4 years, since 2016 till 2019, there were over 30 new plants opened in Ukraine and 16 of them in the automotive sector. It shows that indeed there is a potential for manufacturing relocation. And next I would like to give floor to John Diduk, who is talking to us online from Washington, and I'm sure that most of the participants who are listening to us, they understand the importance of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which had a different man previously, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. So my question is, this name change, has it changed the mission and the targets, the goals of the organization? And also, it is the organization funded by the federal government, and it facilitates private investment projects in medium and lower income countries. So I would like to give the floor to John so that he would talk more about the opportunities which his organization opens for the businesses in Ukraine. How can one cooperate with the organization? It would be very interesting to hear. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to speak to you about the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, where I work, or the DFC, which we call it for short. You're right. If anyone is familiar with our predecessor organization, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, OPIC went away on January 1st of this year to be replaced by the DFC. And it's an exciting change in the world of development finance, particularly from the perspective of the U.S. government, because it gives us a larger, more flexible organization to help support more investment, foreign investment, and SME development in particular in countries like Ukraine. So on January 1st, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation came into existence. And what that does is continues the 48-year tradition or legacy of OPIC, but adds to our finance programs and our insurance programs with additional capabilities and additional flexibilities. So for example, we still have the ability to do anywhere from $1 million up to $500 million in long-term debt and investment guarantees for projects. We also have the ability to do political risk insurance that would insure investments against expropriation, political violence, and currency inconvertibility. But with the new DFC, we also now have the ability to do equity authority, direct equity into projects, into companies, or equity into investment funds, which is an exciting new program for us. We also have the ability now to do technical assistance. So up to $2 million of technical assistance grants that can support the development of a project that we then finance or insure. So it's an exciting new area for us as well. In addition to these two new programs of equity and technical assistance, we also had a larger budget. So under OPIC, we had a $30 billion budget. That's more than doubled now under the DFC, which gives us the ability to do many more investments and not have to worry about country risk exposure or country limitations that we had in the past when we were looking at projects in Ukraine. In addition, we also have more flexibility now in some of the requirements that we had in supporting projects. So many of you might remember under OPIC, we always had to have a US connection in the projects that we supported. Well now, depending on the income status of a country as determined by the World Bank, that we have more flexibility now with the US nexus requirement in supporting projects. So in Ukraine, for example, we no longer need to have a US connection to support a project. And in Ukraine, speaking about Ukraine, we've had a very strong success in supporting investment over the past few years as OPIC that we're hoping to continue now into the future. And what I wanted to talk about is three specific ways that we can support projects, particularly focused on SMEs in Ukraine. So the first way is the direct way, where we can provide financing or insurance directly to small and medium-sized businesses in Ukraine. We understand the potential for these businesses and the need for financing and insurance, political risk insurance. And so we're ready to do more and support more projects in this area. But in addition to the direct way for supporting individual companies or individual projects in Ukraine, we can also leverage larger resources. So for example, we've made loans in the past to banks in Ukraine, such as Megabank and Bank Vostok, which have then used those loans to on-lend to SMEs in the country. We also have the ability to do guarantees of lending to SMEs in Ukraine. So, for example, we're providing a guarantee to Bank Lviv that encourages them to use their liquidity to lend to SMEs that might otherwise not have access to financing. And then the third way which we can support SMEs in Ukraine, besides the direct way or the on-lending or the guarantee programs, is through private equity funds. We've supported several private equity funds in Ukraine and in the region in general that have then made equity investments or direct debt investments into SMEs in Ukraine and allow them to grow and expand. So really, if there's something I can leave you with today, it's that the OPIC has now been replaced by the DFC, but we're continuing our strong tradition of investing in Ukraine. And now with the additional authorities, additional programs, and more flexible requirements, we have much more potential to support investments in Ukraine at a large scale, such as infrastructure, but also onto a smaller scale, such as SMEs.
Дуже дякую, пане Джоне. Я на 100%.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I am confident that the cooperation of Ukrainian SMEs with IDFC will continue. It is an important trend for the future. I would like to continue on the topic you have raised, the SMEs and their role. When we talk about manufacturing relocation, I would like to address Mr. Chernyuk, who is the acting head of Investment Advisory Department in UkraineInvest, and they help investors find interesting projects and work in Ukraine. We know that when we talk about small and medium enterprises, they play a crucial role in the economy of the country. When we talk about manufacturing relocation, are there opportunities for SMEs, and what can Ukraine provide? What would be the benefit of for SMEs cooperating with the international partners on the matters of relocation?
Explain what our role of our team, UkraineInvest, in this case. Now we are working on two important conception of target programs. One of them is for industrial relocation, and the second one is development of investment incentives for development of SME sectors. And now we learn attentively and cooperate with region and learn attentively the strategy, the stage of implementation of strategy for smart specialization. Every region has their own strategy, and this strategy requires the creation of strong economic clusters of big companies, SMEs, universities, and research institutions. And the role of SME in this cluster would be to provide additional services to big companies for both foreign and domestic. If the region has well-developed and innovative SME sectors, this can lead to business relocating their production facilities to that area of Ukraine. And before we advise a business of where to relocate, UkraineInvest needs to analyze the key factors affecting industrial relocation, such as labor costs, sunk costs, capital barriers, social networks, regional culture, and the industrial cluster effect, especially in regards to SMEs. And we cooperate very close with SME sector also, and try to create a favorable atmosphere for development and cooperation with the large companies, between the large companies and SME is very important for today, and UkraineInvest would like to support the activity and try to help them to develop the activity in Ukraine also.
Thank you very much, Vitaly. We have a very concise but a very subject matter session where we're talking about onshoring, or they call it relocation here sometimes. I'd like to thank, for your opinions, I'd like to thank Mr. Alfred, John, and Vitaly. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this great opportunity to discuss these issues today. So thanks to UkraineInvest. Since we've talked about many issues today, I think everybody has had an opportunity to see onshoring opportunities in Ukraine. And it's not only applicable for large businesses, but it as well creates good opportunities for small and medium enterprises. I'm sure that the Ukraine has the potential, and Ukraine can really become a really important point on the global map that will be pulling so many opportunities, so many capabilities once Ukraine is trusted enough. There was another issue that was raised a couple of days during our discussion, and I'd like to respond to that one. I'm sure our Chamber of Commerce and domestic and international organizations that support businesses are quite confident in the importance of this law to be passed soon. It's 3760 about the public support for investment projects, for significant investment projects. This is going to give an opportunity to even attract even more investment into Ukraine. And Ukraine's association to the compliance agreement, to ACCA, it's called Visa-Free Regime for Industry, which is going to build even more trust to Ukraine as an important investment destination. I would like to once again thank all the speakers and participants and wish you every success in whatever you do. Thank you. And we, in our turn, would like to thank you, Hennady Chizhikov. Thank you very much for being the moderator of this panel discussion. Thanks very much for very, very valuable insights, and we want to move forward. Right now, we're going to talk about building investment bridges between the Ukrainian regions and the rest of the world. Most investors try to target their investments across Ukraine. So it is very important that the investors at the local level could be supported together with the tools and mechanisms for better communication and economic cooperation. Ukraine implements pragmatic and one-stop approach to promoting investment that includes first-class services for investors and the international business community. So we are now joined by the speakers, and this is going to be Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine for Digital Development, Digital Transformation, and Digitalization. Also, we have Pavlo Grod, President of the Ukrainian World Congress. Zenon Potochny is with us today as well. This is the president of the Canadian-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. It actually encourages more information and technical assistance to businesses here that is so important for exporting Ukrainian produce to Canada and attracting Canadian investment to Ukraine. We're also joined by Roman Matis, Head of Investment Policy Department of the Economic Policy Department at Lviv Regional State Administration. Roman has been chairing the investment policy department at Lviv Regional State Administration. He's also supporting the number of projects to create a lot of jobs. Before working at the administration, he had been doing business for 16 years, providing advice to foreign and domestic companies on marketing and communication. We're also joined by our moderator of today's session. This is Daniel Bilak,
Senior Advisor Kinsteller, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of UkraineInvest 2018-2019. So please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Bilak. It's a great pleasure for me and an honor for me to moderate this session on bridges to the world from Ukraine, especially with respect to the regions. We have I'm actually very grateful to Serhiy and to UkraineInvest for inviting me. First time this year, I actually put on a suit, so I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable. It's not exactly Netflix loungewear, but you know, I'm sort of getting back into the feel of things. We have Serhiy, of course, from UkraineInvest, the executive director, Roman Matis, who is to my left. We're here physically. Roman is the head of the investment department at Lviv Oblast State Administration. You can see my mask here is a little off. There we go. We also have Dmytro Senik, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. I hope there he is, and the chief digital officer. We have Pavlo Grod, the president of the World Congress of Ukrainians from Toronto, I believe. Pavlo, you're speaking to us, and Zenon Potichny from Toronto, who is the chairperson of the Canada-Ukraine Business Council, Chamber of Commerce, sorry. And Zenko is with us from Toronto as well. This is actually a very interesting topic, and it's one that I think UkraineInvest has been working on certainly since its inception, and that is the connection between the regions and the center in Ukraine, but much more, how do we get the regions onto the radar screen of investors? You know, I think in my experience with investors, it's not that they have a bad impression about Ukraine, it's generally they have no impression about Ukraine. They don't know anything about the country. And when that's in a general sense, and then when we're talking about the regions itself, the level of sophistication and understanding there is even less. Yet the regions are the key economic drivers of the entire country. And as the regions grow, as they develop, and how they prosper are actually how Ukraine is going to prosper and how Ukraine is going to develop. And in the next 40 or 50 minutes, these are some of the issues that we want to drill down into, is how are we going to get these messages across? What is happening in the regions? What are the messages that we want to deliver to investors? And who is going to deliver those? And I'm going to start with Dmytro Senik, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and has the interesting title of Chief Digital Officer as well. And I think that that's probably, Dmytro, not a mistake, because certainly not a mistake, but it's not by accident. There is a direct connection now between the kind of foreign policy issues that Ukraine is trying to pursue and the kind of digital divide that Ukraine is overcoming and the way it's positioning itself in the world. One of the key ways to connect with investors is not to talk about Ukraine is a great place, it's got all these interesting people, etc. It's to talk about what is happening in Ukraine in the IT innovation technology sphere, because that's something people can relate to. Is that your experience?
Thank you, Daniel. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Good evening, Ukraine. Morning, Canada. It's a great pleasure to be with you today, and I would like to welcome the initiative of the UkraineInvest to hold the first annual international conference. This initiative should become a platform for international and Ukrainian investment communities to provide the most relevant information on the progress of reforms and investment climate, investment opportunities in Ukraine, as well as to discuss the challenges and solutions to improve possible shortcomings and oversight. I will tackle the issue of CDTO also in my remarks, because you're absolutely right, coincidence or not, but I am involved in both digitalization of the foreign ministry to the extent possible and promoting trade and investment. So I find the topic of this panel is very relevant to what the foreign ministry does, because the foreign ministry itself is the bridge between Ukraine and the world. And our job is to build as many bridges as possible to connect Ukraine into the global economy, and the role of the foreign ministry is to serve as the nexus. So building investment bridges is one of the KPI that the foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba, has set earlier this year for our overseas missions, which is in line with the President Zelensky's vision on establishing in Ukraine a favorable climate for investors and attract FDIs. This year we have started a new project together with UkraineInvest, joined our efforts and launched a new form of cooperation aimed at attracting foreign investors. This work is in progress, and we aim to achieve tangible results in 2021. So speaking of IT, another bridge the MFA has initiated is in the IT sector. And I will just give one example. Recently, Minister Kuleba has signed the MOU with Ukraine Bridge organization, an NGO that seeks to establish partnerships in the IT area with like-minded organizations worldwide. Taking into account booming IT industry in Ukraine, I believe this will help us to attract more interest and hence more investments in the Ukrainian IT and R&D sectors to further strengthen Ukraine's capacity as Europe's IT powerhouse. Another bridge example, given Ukraine's potential in the agri-sector and our efforts to build up Ukraine's capacity as the global food security contributor, the MFA, together with the Ukrainian Food Safety Agency and our diplomatic missions, started to work together to facilitate opening up new markets for Ukrainian food producers, as well as to attract investments in the agriculture sector. And here I think more of the agri-tech, where Ukraine has immense capacities. So among the practical decisions we've taken to help, to marry in a way IT solutions and bridging Ukrainian regions with the world is the initiative we have launched recently to provide online consultations for our exporters, including a special format of online briefings for business in Ukrainian regions. This instrument was launched by the Foreign Ministry's Exporters and Investment Council, aiming at bridging regional business communities from Ukraine with international businesses under the auspice of the MFA and the overseas missions. The first feedbacks we received from the Ukrainian side gives us hope that it will become a good bridging service to link up Ukraine with new markets, Asia, Africa, and Americas, as well as to advance our positions in traditional European markets. One more important bridge, which I would like to mention, and if I may also, is our Ukrainians abroad. And our diaspora was always helpful and supportive in advocating Ukraine's interests I do not want to steal the thunder from my good friend Pavlo, as I'm sure he will elaborate more in his remarks. Let me just say that the Ukrainian community abroad has a special role in promoting investment and trade cooperation between Ukraine and the world. Last but not least, our European and Euro-Atlantic integration is the main foreign policy priority and the main driver for reforms. Here, together with the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Olga Stefanishyna, and her team will work towards closer economic ties with the EU, building bridges between the Ukrainian and European regions. EU remains Ukraine's largest and most important partner. So these bridges between Ukrainian regions and the world are not made of bricks, wood, or glass. They're made of hours, weeks, months of work of Ukrainian diplomats. Let me just give you a tiny example of that work. Recently, our embassy in Kuwait held an online briefing for Ukrainian exporters of food products in the Kirovohrad region. Our team in this country have prepared a detailed presentation on specifics of local market, organized a presentation of local public authority for food and nutrition, and also have provided a pre-developed contact table for 70 companies that are potentially interested in purchasing Ukrainian food. And an additional 600 other contacts, members of local business associations. This is an example of sometimes invisible but very important work that someone should do, and Ukrainian diplomats do it every day. The same I can say about investments. Attracting investments is a long and uneasy road. The results depend on the joint day-to-day efforts of many people. Our embassies have the right network of contacts and good knowledge of what to do, how to reach out to international investors, and understanding of their requirements. UkraineInvest has the capacity and enough instruments to improve the investment climate in Ukraine, and our regions have resources which are required for investments, both natural resources and talents, the human capital. So I'm sure together, having all this, we can build up a true story of economic success in Ukraine. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, that's a great framework for the discussion for the over the course of the next 30 or 40 minutes, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. I think that one of the key things that you touched upon was that crucial role of promoting what is happening in the regions in other countries from the embassies themselves and the capacity that you have. Do you have enough capacity in your embassies to actually do that? Do you have the trained people? Do you have special representatives, people from the economics ministry? How is this going to work? Who do investors come to from a practical basis?
Best international practices. For example, recently we had a very interesting and informative seminar with our Canadian partners, and before that with Netherlands, on focusing on economic diplomacy. We also develop our training programs in the Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine, which is also very helpful. Like I said before, every ambassador, every embassy have received earlier this year very specific KPIs focusing on economic diplomacy. That includes investment promotion, trade promotion, and tourism promotion, just in a nutshell. I will not elaborate in more specifics. So basically, the right guy to reach out is the ambassador. Every embassy has a diplomatic counselor or diplomatic economic counselor or economic diplomat that covers these issues. And in the foreign ministry, we in a way reformed the Council of Exporters and Investors, which becomes an instrument for supporting exporters and helping investors to communicate with relevant agencies in Ukraine, like UkraineInvest and National Investment Council.
So Roman, you've been listening to this. It sounds like we could probably have a session with you alone, dealing with all of the issues that Deputy Minister Senyk has put forward. But I'm very interested in your experience, and you're probably one of the most experienced people on the ground in the regions. We've worked together a lot. You're working together with UkraineInvest. Where do you see the main opportunities, especially in your own oblast in Lviv? And how do you see the issues and the opportunities in Lviv Oblast being brought before investors, perhaps even through the MFA? So what are the instruments and the mechanisms for getting this message across, assuming that investors don't know all that much about Ukraine? The EU integration is obviously very key. Yours is a border oblast, and you have enormous opportunities. You have automobile hubs and ecosystems. Ukraine is already part of the automobile supply chain in Europe, and others. And this is the kind of thing that I think we need to promote. It's not just we have a project of some half-ruined cech in a village, someplace like that. We actually have an entire supply chain of people that can actually help with investors in searching for opportunities. How do you see that working?
I will probably speak Ukrainian because this information will be much more important for the regions. Maybe for the investors, this information is not that important how we want to reach out to them. But in the last 5 civil service years, I've had enough of advice that I've given to the regions across the board. But you know how it's happening? Nobody can see the work that you're doing. Nobody understands it. People only want to see the results. And they ask, wow, there is the National Bank of Ukraine actually actualized information about foreign direct investment in Lviv region between 2016 and 2019. We haven't yet counted 2020. This is exactly the time that I'd been working with my team. And the figure was much greater than we expected. This is $655 million US. And all the regions said, wow, how you managed to do that? You only came to an office back in 2016, and you only had 28. You'd had 28.5 million the year before. How did you manage to do that? And I think you asked the question right. The question you asked already has an answer in it. I intendedly did that. I just, again, talk to everybody and say, forget about officials promoting regions as an investment opportunity and destination. Forget about those myths coming back from the Soviet Union times. We have a huge dairy facilities in Soviet Union, and they keep saying, okay, let us actually rebuild it and renovate it, and it's going to be huge. But now, you know, those facilities can be built in 3 to 4 months. If there's goodwill for this. This is very realistic, and nobody wants to recover these old-fashioned factories that are out of date and have no value in the market from the standpoint of energy efficiency and many other things that are so much demanded by the society as well as investors. Focus on the opportunities. Go find opportunities. Make SWOT analysis and try to assess what you do, what kind of benefits, what kind of risks and threats there are. What are the investment opportunities? Please highlight the opportunities and work with argumented and well-grounded information. It's not rocket science, is it? So, automotive sector in Lviv region has been built in the last 5 years, only through a simple thing. That's why I came from business to my government office, because this is my hobby. I keep developing marketing strategies for the regions and local areas. Lviv, as the European factory, was just copy-pasted the Eastern European best practice of the last 25 years. So actually, this is something that I found by talking to my customers from business. when I had been doing business myself before I came to the official office. Most of them used to talk about things. We have factories in Poland, Hungary, Romania. And we came there 20 years ago and we were looking for three main things: available raw materials, energy, and labor. Over the last 20 years, the situation has changed, and ROI is not something like it used to be 20 years ago. While the market is growing, consumption is growing too. So the European and Asian markets are picking up as well. So they reach out, the sales grow as well. So we need to increase production, and nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to invest into growing production in Poland because a return on investment will never come in 5 years. This is a conversation about the 20 years ROI. And there is a huge competition for labor. So you have to somehow retain those workers or invite them from Ukraine. So we came to them with a proposal. Okay, people, you're in Ukraine. You have the three key opportunities out there that you were looking for 20 years ago in Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. While in Lviv, you have the fourth one as well. This is our location.
Sitting on the other side of this screen, listening to you, I'm saying, wow, this is an entire ecosystem that has developed in a very short period of time. How is it possible that you can build a large automobile factory in 4 months? What are you doing? What have you done in Lvivska Oblast to assist investors in that? Because what investors hear is Ukraine has got a high level of corruption. It's incredibly bureaucratic. Takes forever, like 4 months. What are you talking about? Takes me it would take half a year to get a permit. What has changed in that regard? And what do you do to help investors?
We're doing two things. The first thing is support. We want to help investors in the most important issue that triggers most of their concerns and misunderstanding. This is how to reach out to the official authorities in Ukraine. This is all the way about the permits that sometimes take months, if not years. That's why we established proper cooperation with all the licensing agencies based in the Lviv region.
One-stop shop for investors. Yeah.
There is one, yes. And I, for instance, have my department that supports investment projects. And normally I have the managers who are aware of CRM and management frameworks. There are responsible people for each individual item. And every single morning, these people start by, saying, factory X, tomorrow we'll get the license B, etc. So we start calling those different institutions, whether there are any failures or something is missing for issuing the permit, not to actually have those formal denials. So this is just the quickest case. Went from the greenfield with all the available communication, that was a purely greenfield project, and the factory was commissioned and started being operational with some 15,000 square meters and space. So the company has 20 facilities around the world. They actually brought all the GMs from all the factories to show this success story. It took 5.5 months.
You've been able to help facilitate it.
It was all started with this Fujikura company. It's a supply chain for the automotive industry. This is the company that's been working with Volkswagen, and their first factory took 5.5 months from the decision made to the commissioning. And then there was another one that took 6 months. Another one was a little bit longer because of the paperwork thing. But and this kind of support is provided for every single project. So we now prepared a report because we are preparing annual reports. And this is important for ourselves, even because we want to make a wrap-up and make a summary of the year. I understand that even today, having launched the facilities from scratch or having expanded production sites, with our involvement, there are more than 356 projects like this. And the support, we're not only supporting newcomers, new investors, but those existing ones too. We help them solve problems, like build another boiler facility or something they want and need. We have supported more than 800 companies like this I understand this is a very important thing, because if there is no funding to promote investment, it was rightly mentioned about the keyword to attract attention of the investors, promotion. And when you're told, okay, young boy, please develop the budget for the next year, you need to cut it twice and then cut twice again and then another cut, and then you get nothing like a penny. But you realize that no promotion can be handled with this kind of approach. So the 8,000 projects and those 350 projects were really promotional exercises to support investors.
To you on a couple of points that Dmytro Senik rose, but now we get to the issue of promotion, and I'd like to draw in our guests from overseas. Zenko, your organization has been involved in Ukraine for probably as long as Ukraine has been in existence as an independent country. And you also are in charge of a program funded by the Canadian government called QDIS, which has both an export and an investment aspect to it. I'd like to know a little bit more about how you see and your members see the things that Roman is talking about. Not necessarily just in Lviv Oblast, but in general terms, how you see the regions and the opportunities there. And I would also like you to focus on especially the SME aspect of this, because we tend to talk about, when we talk about investments, big, Fujikuras and Bosches and all of which we love dearly and we would like more to come. But the drivers of the economy, as we've seen in countries like Germany and other developed economies, are the small, medium-sized sectors. In Germany, small, medium-size is a turnover of 50 to 100 million euros. So it shows that you can actually grow the pie quite a bit. What's your perspective on this?
First of all, вітаю вас всіх з Торонто.
Well, first of all, welcome from Toronto.
Because as you know, Danilo, I used to travel pretty well once a month to Ukraine, and now the last time I was there was end of February because of the COVID. So it is strange to do only these discussions.
Get your vaccine and come back.
With webinars, yeah, that's right. But just to come back to the project, so I know you, when we had a discussion before, you mentioned don't go too much into details, but just a little description of the project. QTIS project is called Canada, we understand it as Canada Ukraine Trade and Investment Support Project. It has been a 5-year project, it actually ends next year, but it has been supported by Canadian government, and there are two parts to the project. Basically, the project aims at reducing poverty and increase sustainable economic growth in Ukraine through the expansion of Ukrainian exports to Canada and the encouragement of Canadian investment in Ukraine. And the key point in the whole thing is that it is for small and medium enterprises only. We cannot go and try to help oligarchs or big companies. We only stick and work with SMEs. So basically, what has been done over the last 4 years or so, we have done a lot of matching and trade fairs between businesses in Ukraine, in Canada, to help them export to Canada, and we were quite successful in getting quite few of these companies. We've worked with about 370 at the beginning. At the end, we have about 100 companies that we continue working with from Ukraine, and they're exporting to Canada now in 5 areas that were chosen at the time as specific areas: IT, shoes, clothing, furniture, and confectionery goods. As you can hear from the 5 areas, not the easiest areas to work with, but you would be surprised that there were millions and millions of dollars exported from from Ukraine to Canada.
What regions were they from, Zenko? Can you tell us a little bit about those companies and where they came from and how you actually worked with them? So they sort of come from the high level down to a granular level, because I think it's important to give context if possible.
Definitely. The companies are from all over the regions, including even including even at the beginning of the project, companies from Luhansk, Donetsk, and areas that are occupied territories now. We have worked from Lviv all the way to the east, and as I mentioned, these companies were successful only because they were able to come to the trade missions, promote their product, promote their service, and also understand what the Canadian market, Canadian buyers is looking for. It's very difficult to sell products and services just over the webinars and over the emails and telephones. You have to participate. You have to listen to your customer. And again, very important point here is that we have been cooperating very closely with regional chambers of commerce, and regional chambers of commerce from all over Ukraine had brought to us companies that they have been working with, companies that they have thought that they are able to export to Ukraine. And then we went through a very rigorous choosing process of these companies. And I would like to actually thank the team of QTIS project, because they have done an amazing job. And hopefully next year, one day, we'll have a big bash to thank everybody personally. On the investment side, we also have been working mainly with small and medium companies. And what we have been looking for, a specific project all over Ukraine, different regions, and we have then brought them to Canada for a big investment promotion business forum, and then investment promotion reception, where we had in total about 350 companies participating in this. At the end of the day, there are about 20 companies, Canadian companies, that were at the time looking at Ukraine at all, that are they have either invested in Ukraine or are investing in Ukraine or looking at investing into Ukraine right now. And again,
what kind of investments are those, Zenkor? Can you give us an idea of the sectors that they're looking at and the regions where they're looking at?
So again, the regions from Lviv to Nikopol to Kryvyi Rih to Chernihiv.
So Western, Kyiv, Central, Eastern Ukraine, the gamut of
absolutely again, working with regions, and it's very important to work with regions and work with some of the government agencies in those, like Pan Roman was mentioning, and Pan Roman, вітання для вас від ЕМЕ.
Welcome, Mr. Roman. Welcome. We have been cooperating a lot.
These investments into Ukraine were in different sectors, from IT sector to real estate to oil and gas to even small things as the last one that just happened about a month or so ago, veterinary facility that has been investment from Canada with Canadian equipment and Canadian know-how.
So the investment is ongoing even during the COVID period.
Yes, definitely. It's the discussions and things are going on, and there's some investment that are still flowing in. Obviously, not as active as they were before, but they're still happening, and they're still coming to Ukraine. But what I would like to mention here, Danilo, is one thing, and this is sort of a message to Ukrainian government, to UkraineInvest. Do not forget the investors that are already in Ukraine, that have already invested and they're working here. Because these investors, and keep on helping them, keep on assisting them, because these are your best ambassadors you can ask for. These are the best advertisers you can ask for, because if they say one good paragraph or one good sentence that Ukraine is open for investment, that's much more than any minister or government official speaking at conference or anywhere else. So please don't forget
Zen, and that is probably the most important thing you've said so far. And I think everybody on this panel would agree with you. I know that UkraineInvest, in helping existing investors in Ukraine, has probably unlocked $3.5 billion of investment just in Ukraine from existing investors, which the idea is that you deal with their issues and they become the apostles evangelizing Ukraine to the world. And that comes back to what Deputy Minister Senyk was talking about in terms of the way to promote and helping the MFA promote investment in the country. And Pavlo, Polgrad, this is probably a good segue into what Ukrainian World Congress is doing. And you obviously have a broad mandate. You have a high-level mandate. You work closely with the Ukrainian government. You work very closely with the MFA. Maybe you could give us a bit of an idea. You've heard the discussions from a ground level here, which is what we were trying to do to build some context and paint a picture. But perhaps you can come back to where Deputy Minister Senyk left off in terms of their role, and what is the role of the so-called diaspora in assisting. As President Zelensky said on his first trip abroad, which I think was to Canada in the summer of 2019, he talked about 65 million Ukrainians, and not just the 40 million that are on the territory of Ukraine. How has that impacted your policies, and how are you working with the MFA?
Thanks, Danilo, and I appreciate being here. And I'll wear two hats, but primarily my President of the Ukrainian World Congress hat. But as you know, I'm also actively involved in the energy sector and the energy business in North America as a entrepreneur. So that helps sort of frame the picture here. But the Ukrainian World Congress brings together and represents the interests of a diaspora of over 20 million Ukrainians living in over 65 countries around the world. And that's a very powerful network. And one of the key messages here is a network that we need to learn how to leverage better. And for the Ukrainian World Congress, one of our key priorities is Ukraine's economic prosperity. And that's why yesterday we signed a memorandum of cooperation with the Prime Minister of Ukraine and the Cabinet of Ministers, which emphasized our collaboration on attracting foreign investment to Ukraine. And today we'll be signing through our Economic Prosperity Investment Council of the Ukrainian World Congress, a memorandum of agreement with the Investment Promotion Office of Ukraine. And really the here is to leverage the capability of diasporas as entrepreneurs, as investors, as policy advocates, as partners and bridge builders to help advance Ukraine's economic growth and development, and to really create some structure around that. And everything we talked about, even chambers of commerce, those are all very important aspects of building those bridges. And so and one of the key things we want to promote are people like yourself, Danilo. I mean, Danilo, you, Andriy Gundar, Lena Kosharna, Zenem Putichny, just to name a few, are probably the best examples of diaspora support for Ukraine's economic prosperity. And we need more. We need to leverage that. And so that's why we've been trying to do things like, number one is to encourage more diaspora involvement in Ukraine. And you mentioned President Zelensky. The day after he was inaugurated, we met to talk about how the Ukrainian World Congress can work together, and creating an environment where diaspora Ukrainians want to be more involved in Ukraine, and implementing things like the ability for dual citizenship, the ability to get involved and be part of government service are all very important. But let me just back up to diaspora's involvement in investment promotion and what Deputy Minister Senyk talked about. The diaspora are very important investment promotion agents for Ukraine, because when you have Ukrainians, whether they were born in Ukraine or born abroad, are speaking with other companies about Ukraine, they can talk to it with a lot more credibility because they can provide that filter. And that's why we've been investing in things like promoting the Ukraine Reform Conference, Ukraine House, Danilo, which you have been heavily involved with, whether it was in Toronto, whether it's various business forums, whether it's in Davos, promoting chambers of commerce in those 65 countries where we have networks around the world. We should be building chambers of commerce that will connect those countries with Ukraine. The other thing I wanted to talk about, Danilo, is diaspora's potential investors. And this is often we get from the Ukrainian government saying, well, why don't you attract more diaspora investors? And I think what's important to understand is that there is a lot that is happening, especially on the SME sector. And we often focus on the big guys. We talked about big auto parts manufacturers, Veliki Zavod, the big manufacturing plants. But this SME sector is really underdeveloped in Ukraine, and that is somewhere where diaspora has a lot of experience and can really get involved there. It's also important, I wanted to emphasize, to distinguish there's what I'll call the different types of diaspora investors. And I think we can leverage each a little bit differently. Number one is those that were born in Ukraine and traveled abroad. They have networks in Ukraine that those that were born abroad don't necessarily have, and attracting them to come back, because remittances are a huge investment that comes back into Ukraine, and we need to figure out how we better leverage that. Looking at those that are born, and by the way, those born in Ukraine have immigrated to other countries around the world, and they are disparate across from different parts of Ukraine. The other aspect of the diaspora are those that are born abroad. And they may not be the most prone to coming and investing in Ukraine directly, but they have certain skills. They have significant skills in banking, in finance, in trade, in marketing, in governance, accounting, law, government relations. And we need to be leveraging more of that. And that's one of the things we want to do as the Ukrainian World Congress. And that's what we're hoping that our a memorandum of cooperation with the Investment Promotion Office can help do. And we need to start leveraging those people at various levels. And I mean, I could spend a whole discussion just talking about that specifically. But there's some exciting opportunities to leverage them as board members. And that lends credibility, because you have someone who has an international reputation that is involved in business in Ukraine. So that's important. Building bridges, and I just one last thing I want to touch on before pausing is again further to what Denis said, and that is that the work of the embassies of Ukraine. We need to leverage them more effectively, and the ambassadors do an amazing job. But they need stronger trade commissioners, both staff, but also leveraging the diaspora Ukrainians as supporting them through things like, and we need to take innovative approaches like creating honorary trade councils and certain things like that. The last thing I'll leave you with is in sort of my prepared remarks, is what's really important, and just what Zenon said was I just want to highlight as well, that it's important to protect those investors that are currently in Ukraine, ensure that they are successful and they become success stories. But also it's important, the message I want to leave with the government officials that are maybe listening to this is we can't expect investors to rely on one person, whether it's a president, a prime minister, a minister, because we all know they come and go. We need, Ukraine needs to develop those institutions, the rule of law that are necessary to ensure investor protection. So my final, my closing remark or message is that Ukraine has an asset that few countries have, and that it's diaspora. And Ukraine, and both Ukraine and foreign investors should leverage it, and don't be afraid of it.
I mean, you've raised so many good points, as you always do. I would like to, we got about 15 minutes left, and I want to get my colleague Serhiy Sivkach in as well, but I want to just talk about a certain area that Denis Senik touched on, and that is Dmytro Senik touched on that. Sorry, you know, I haven't done this for a while, and that is innovation. And because I really think that this is a key driver for the country, and I think it is the key way to promote the country because it provides investors with context. And Pavlo, you raised this issue, and we'll start with you. I mean, how do you see the role of the other 25 million in helping drive that message and promoting the country? Because that's what we really need abroad, is for you to work hand in glove with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with Ukraine's representations abroad, to really have a simple message that can resonate and that we repeat over and over and over again, that they get it. Rule of law, all of that kind of stuff is absolutely critical. It's happening. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a long, iterative process. Where the country was 6 years ago, where it is today is night and day. But if we don't get that underpinning of some really crucial ways to distinguish ourselves from very competitive neighborhood and global economy that we work in, it's going to be a real struggle. And I think that this issue of innovation is important. How can the World Congress help in that in 30 words or less?
Let me first off apologize, Dmitro. Sorry for calling you Denis, but good to see Dmitro. Look, the 30 words or less are continue doing what we're doing and continue to expand what we're doing around promotion and the chambers of commerce. What are being done with Zen and Putichny and those chambers of commerce, building those kinds of structures in every country. And that's one of the things we certainly want to do, is focus on those types of groups that will promote on a regular basis and be there as a support network to investors and entrepreneurs. And both ways. It's not just investment into Ukraine, but it's also opening new channels for Ukrainian business into those countries.
And Zenko, how do you see this working with your membership, with your QDIS program, the wide network of relationships that you've developed at the local level? How do we promote innovation?
I think I would like to still come back and what Pavlo just underlined in his description. SMEs are the heart of economy, not only in Ukraine, everywhere in the world. And just working with these SMEs over the last 5 years in Ukraine, you have an amazing companies. And a lot of these people are new people, young people with huge innovations that sometimes when they came to Canada and they showed what they can do and how they do it, our Canadian friends were actually ashamed because they never have seen anything like this in their lives. So we have to make sure that we promote that. We have to show more and more this innovation of Ukraine, because the Ukrainian IT sector, ICT sector, I mean, these are amazing things, and we have to spend more time on it and push SMEs. Thank you.
So Dmitro, how you've heard this from our colleagues abroad. How do we package this into something that your ambassadors and your trade representatives and your investment people can pitch to investors and engage them? It's not just about pitching.
Let me use my diplomatic immunity because I will not wrap up in 30 words. Please give me 60. So first of all, about innovations and government. The Ministry for Digital Transformation, as you may know, has launched a very impressive campaign on digitalization of public services, which will definitely help fight corruption and fight bureaucracy. So I think that also will bring, more of a sort of public-private partnership, helping both IT sector, innovation sector, and the government to combat these challenges. Secondly, how the new generation of diplomats and ambassadors should work to attract more investments, to promote trade. I think that, there was a famous British English diplomat and politician, Henry Wotton, who said, "A diplomat is an honest man sent abroad to lie for the good of his country." So I think that a modern diplomat is a project manager, is a PR manager, is a promoter. So basically, the new generation, what we are trying to work on of the new generation of diplomats would be very result-oriented. I think that should be the focus.
Well, we can tell that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the minister is the father of Ukrainian public diplomacy. So we can see the impact already, Denisa. Thank you very much. Romane, so now we're coming from 35,000 feet back down into the trenches. What do you see in Lvivsko Oblast? Obviously, Lviv is one of the major sources of innovation of IT, not just in the country, but in the region. And how do you, as the investment officer for Lvivsko Oblast, approach packaging all of this and getting new investors to understand what the opportunities are in your region?
I would like to add that actually I've been with the team for over 3 years developing a promotion campaign for Lviv as a outsourcing location, not only in IT, but outsourcing in other spheres. I have studied the development of different industries in our neighbors, and I see that over 1 million jobs have been created in Poland by outsourcing, and they need more people. They are ready to provide fellowship, inviting Ukrainian students to study and work in Poland. So having looked at that, I understood that actually we are losing opportunities. So I started talking to the players in this market. For the last 3 years, we've been saying that Lviv Oblast has 125,000 students in higher education institutions and 25,000 graduate on the average every year, having their diplomas. And unfortunately, the industry in this city is not that developed. We mostly are tourism oriented, and for example, we don't need that many lawyers or accountants. So we managed to draw the attention to this capacity, so that when we talk about the BPO sector, well, they know about Lviv. Lviv has already been rewarded as a new destination point for this sector, and we have organized the first conference ever in Ukraine. In 2017 there was the first conference on the development of the outsourcing industry. We had plans for this year. Well, they are still coming. Yes, you know our projects, and the Canadian colleagues, they know those development projects we had planned in Lviv for that sector as well, and we really had a lot on the agenda. Unfortunately, COVID has introduced certain changes, but still we think that this is the sector of huge potential, because according to my calculations, in the next 5 to 8 years, depending on the situation, we will get out of the pandemics, and the city of Lviv can offer 25 to 30,000 specialists that would fill the jobs. For example, PricewaterhouseCoopers, their participation in Lviv, their center in Lviv, grew to 400 employees, and they have 1,500 planned. And there's also one peculiarity. If the IT sector is happy on its own, they don't need much support, and they have already been actively cooperating with universities to change the curriculums, because they need specialists. So they invest in the labs in universities because they will benefit from the specialists. Well, in other industries, we don't have these big companies to work with education.
Lviv has become a major hub. Everybody talks about it, but there's, places like in central Ukraine, Vinnytsia, you have Odessa, you have Dnipro, you have Kharkiv, you have places that that are also becoming world-class centers. And all of this has to be grouped together, and it's been the mission of UkraineInvest right from the very beginning to try to group these things together and get that message out there. And Pavlo mentioned the issue of you need more than one person to go to, and actually what you see on this stage is actually quite unique. You have a former head of UkraineInvest sitting with the current head of UkraineInvest in working together for the good of the organization that survived the change in leadership. That's unique in Ukraine. And I really congratulate Serhiy and his team, on an outstanding conference today, but also on continuing the work that UkraineInvest started and taking it to a whole new level. And so Serhiy, we'll give you the last word here. You've heard the discussion. You've heard right from what the MFA and the World Congress are planning to do down to the granular level. What are UkraineInvest's role in this, and what do you plan to do? How do you plan to promote this bridge and this outreach to investors further?
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you, everyone. I think our continuity is very important, and not only for the sake of UkraineInvest, but for the sake of Ukraine as such, because we need to show this example of continuity and support and collaboration and coordination. UkraineInvest must become a focal point at central level in cooperation between regions of Ukraine and world investors and world partners. We should not step on each other's toes. We must be partners. We must be partners for development of Ukraine. So what we're doing now, I would like to thank Dmytro Senik and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We already have started our pilot project. I have mentioned today this project already. It will be focused on 4 Gulf countries. So we are, how do we see cooperation? UkraineInvest will prepare analytics, will prepare presentations about specific investment projects, about regions. This is why we cooperate with Roman and other partners throughout Ukraine. Then we provide this analytical data to our embassies abroad, where they can meet physically investors, talk to them, and provide feedback to us. When this feedback is provided to us, we share with regions, and this is how we do that cycle, that's one. But in order to achieve some results, well, you need to have idea, you need to open heart and mind, but then you need to do your routine. This is what it's a daily job that must be done, and it's like, you just do it. Sometimes you need to believe in results, and you don't see results every day, but you have to believe in that result. So we are starting some initiatives. I'm new to state business. As Roman was new 5 years ago, I'm new now. And often you hear, when you have some idea, you hear 30 reasons why this will not happen. And we want to have one reason why it will happen. So when we think about new projects, new ideas, we already started some very good initiatives. We already requested within government of Ukraine a working group to be created on creation of a state private investment fund. I think it's a very important initiative. This idea was for a long time in business and governmental circles. This project can restore trust for cooperation between state and private business. This project can restore or improve trust in cooperation between Ukrainian businesses and diaspora abroad. They will be able to invest in this fund, and so many additional things like impact investment, involvement of United Nations, OECD, all worldwide stakeholders will be involved in these projects to some extent. Also, we have spent a couple of months now on restoring Committee on Protection of Business and Development of Investment Climate under the patronage of the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So this committee will start its operations soon. Thank you to all parties that were involved, specifically to the Ministry of Economy. And also we're thinking about smaller things, but very practical. So I'm going back to that routine speech. We need to create joint CRM system, and let's use this opportunity, having Roman, having Dmytro, having diaspora. We need to create one CRM system that will enable embassy representatives in Brazil or United States or in Qatar meet investor, generate investment lead, and then send it to Ukraine, and then within 72 hours there will be proper response from regions of Ukraine with proper proposal. And by doing that, we will also launch that healthy competition between Ukrainian regions for investor. Because sometimes we can hear from some regions, not from Lviv, but from other regions, they say, well, investor, this is about 3 years. So I will see results in 3 years' time. But exactly. But you have to start now to achieve to achieve that result. So it's about coordination. It's about the same way of thinking. and it's about belief, you know. And you can count on UkraineInvest at all those, you know, in all those directions. We're here to support regions, we're here to support embassies, and we also count on your support, because this is not about individuals. This is not about individual institutions. This is about Ukraine and our future.
Yeah, I think that there's, and coming out of this COVID period now, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. Ukraine's economic prospects, in general terms, look very good. In terms of its positioning, in terms of, we heard about agribusiness, agri-food, logistics. You know, people say, well, you know, people aren't interested in Ukraine. I can tell you, in my law firm at Kinsteller, we have clients throughout the region. I mean, we're an international firm, and we're getting calls saying, what's going on there? We'd like to take a look. We have an operation in Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia. We'd like to take a look at expanding. We'd like to take a look at this. So, and you and I have had these conversations. I mean, this is a very exciting period of time. We cannot stop. We have to keep promoting, keep getting the message out there, and finding that point of contact, that točka dotyku, that investors will say, wow, I didn't know that. You know, let me take a closer look. For me, when I talk to investors, that's a victory. If I can get somebody in the course of a 3-minute conversation to say, wow, I'd like more information about that, you got them. And we have a lot to talk about. You've got a fantastic website, www.UkraineInvest.com. It has everything.
.gov.ua now.
Sorry? .gov.ua. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, you'll get there. Just put in Ukraine.
Just put UkraineInvest.
It's a fantastic site there, and get in touch with Sidhi and his excellent team. And welcome to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention, and stay healthy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danilo. Thank you very much. Ну що ж, ми дуже дякуємо.
So we thank you so much to all the speakers who've been with us. We had Dmytro Senik, Pavlo Grod, Zenon Potočny, Serhii Tsivkach, Roman Matis, and the moderator, Danilo Bilak. Thank you so much for being with us despite your tight schedule, and despite we're based in so many different areas. We still managed to find time and dedicate this important time to this very important event for the Ukrainian business and international investors communities. We're going to continue, and now we have a very important mission right now, because we're coming to an end of this today's online conference. And now we're going to sign the memoranda. There will be 2 of them. And the first one on cooperation between UkraineInvest and Economic Prosperity and Investment Committee. It's a Canadian-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. We're inviting Executive Director Serhii Tsivkach of UkraineInvest. And also we're joined online by the president of the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce, Zenon Potočny. So can you hear us well? Can you see us? Zenon?
Can you hear me or no?
Так, чуємо вас добре. Ну що ж, ми вас...
Yes, we can hear you really well. So welcome. This is a historic moment, isn't it? When we can simultaneously sign the MOU. So let us start, Zenon. Roman,
Cooperation between Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce and UkraineInvest.
And Pane Zenon, I would like to thank you for your support of QT's project, and support of Canadian government, because for the last 3 months we already receiving support, technical support, in order to improve analytical capacity of UkraineInvest. That was our first step, and this project will take us to another stage, more advanced stage. Thank you very much.
For sure, Pane Zenon, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being today with us and for your support and for signing this very important document. And we are moving forward. Що ж, ми рухаємося далі.
So, shall we move forward? And we have another memorandum of understanding to be signed. It's a memorandum of understanding between the UkraineInvest and the Economic Prosperity and Investment Committee on behalf of the Ukrainian World Congress. This is Serhiy Tsivkach on the Ukrainian behalf, and in a second we're going to be joined by Olena Kosharny, Vice President of the Ukrainian World Congress. You know, in very important meetings we have to follow the plan, and something sometimes stumbles. But before we sign the second memorandum, I would like to turn back to you. Maybe we should make a little summary of the day. What worked, what didn't? How did you assess today's atmosphere? First of all, let me thank all the people who were so much engaged and put every effort for UkraineInvest to be initiated and organized. I thank very much Mr. Bilak, who stood very heavily for establishing UkraineInvest. Thanks to all the people who were developing strategies, doing the headhunting job. Today we have new objectives to follow, to pursue. We are reorganizing and restructuring our agency. Ukraine is facing new challenges. Therefore, we need a brand new strategy. That's why we keep going forward. And our team today has already reached quite substantial bar, that we've taken. But now we're running conferences online, and of course it's much more effectively when people talk in person. Nevertheless, our people in UkraineInvest have been working days and nights in the last couple of weeks. I want to thank you very much indeed. I thank my entire UkraineInvest team who have dedicated so much time to organizing this brilliant event. We were watched by thousands of people from 60 countries around the globe. This is a very important outcome for us. It is important to bring up those positive messages, not those that were just made up, but real things about the regulatory policy advancements, about business administration tools that are new, about support, investment support mechanisms, also regional support for investors. This is already happening indeed in Ukraine. But you know, all these things are highlighted, especially in the pandemic, in the COVID, as something that's not important. But for us, our job is to see the real situation in Ukraine. Ukraine is ready to attract more investment, and it does. And we're going to continue doing this and supporting these processes in Ukraine. We will be and are and have been the successful European nation that not only will be the regional actor, but also the one that will be respected globally, especially economy-wise. Thank you Thank you for everything that you've done and for the positive message that you've just shared. For me, as for a genuine Ukrainian, I'm so proud that we're going to have this nice future waiting for us. Do we have Olena Kosharny with us yet? Not yet. So let us look into the future then. Will this event not become regular? That when I think we will have to be not have to, but it's a good idea to have more meetings like this. The whole idea of this meeting to make it annual for one key objective, and the objective is to show publicly to the Ukrainian people and also the international community about what Ukraine has done over the year, and also show some of the progress made and accomplishments, as well as plans for the following year. We are now planning the whole number of different events that will be primarily focused on the regional dimension. Next year, we're going to have 4 different events. They're major regional events. hosted in different regions and tackling so many different sectors of the Ukraine's economy. Follow our website. All the participants of today's conference will be getting the information from us. But once again, I want to remind you about the challenge and the proposition that I talked about during our first inception session. All the experts involved in investment support, whether they are financial people, investment bankers, or legal professionals. If you have any idea, an ambitious one, of course, on how to develop, how to create and build Ukraine's investment strategy, share your views with us. We will gladly encourage you and invite you to talk to us. And once we can see the potential, good potential for cooperation, we will be offering joint projects that we will be running together. And we can even invite you to join our team. UkraineInvest is about consolidating experts from the entire country that will work to attract investment. Our email address is available on our website, as well as the phone numbers. So we can't wait for your proposals and requests. If you don't know who to write to and where to look for this information, where to find the information, you know that we have the Telegram bot where you can just text your message and ask whatever question you want. If you have been with us today during the whole day from the beginning to the end, I think you have grasped a lot of very interesting information. There were extraordinary questions asked that really require solutions. And we had a very nice discussion. And the discussion is when people are talking and there is feedback. Keep writing. We're not going to be answering right away, but then our team will process all your messages and provide you with a decent and correct answers. So, Sergey, let us actually leave this question for a little while, because we have Olena Kozharny with us right now, Vice President of the Ukrainian World Congress. Welcome back again, Olena. So we are now about to sign the second memorandum of understanding. Natalia Nemilivska. We have a very little screen here. We can't see all of the people here on the screen. But anyways, you can see Olena is showing this paper. So please let us sign this memorandum simultaneously when possible. That's great. We should have had a round of applause here in the room, but because that is online, yeah, we can still do it. Instead of pictures, we have print screens. But anyways, welcome, Olena. We would like to hear some feedback from you. Just say a couple of words about today's event, please.
Thank you very much. Wonderful to see you, Sidhi. I very much enjoyed participating in the panel today, the IT discussion with Vice Prime Minister Mikhail Fedorov and Minister of Digital Transformation, and an esteemed panel. And truly, I am delighted that we are signing this memorandum. This is really a historic moment. Yesterday, Ukrainian World Congress and the Prime Minister, the Cabinet of Ministers signed on behalf of the government of Ukraine. The Prime Minister signed a memorandum. And today, one day later, we have a memorandum that's signed between UkraineInvest and our Economic Prosperity and Investment Committee. Thank you very much, everyone. This has been a long time in the making. I want to acknowledge Paul Grod, President of Ukrainian World Congress, who's always given support to economic issues, investment issues, and has done an enormous amount in order to further Ukraine's investment attractiveness in the world, throughout the globe. Maria Kuprianova, who's the executive director, thank you so much, and Natalia Nemilivska, who is part of our committee, who's organizing these weekly meetings, who's executive director of the committee, who's very committed to this project. Thank you very much. And of course, Sidhi, thank you. We very much enjoy working with you. We enjoy working with UkraineInvest, and I think that in a very tough environment in a post-COVID world, Ukraine has an opportunity to really shine. Thank you for your commitment to that. We look forward to working with you.
Дякую, пані Лена. Ми продовжуємо політику.
Thanks, Elena. We really continue this Ukraine's policy with cooperation and strong support from diaspora. Like President Zelensky had said, Ukrainians were not 40 million, but Ukrainians are 65 million people around the world. Yesterday, indeed, the memorandum was signed, and today's signing ceremony is mostly focused on investment. We've been working together on a weekly basis almost over the last couple of months at least, and we've had some tangible projects and think about building representation offices, and we think about ideas how to improve Ukraine's investment climate. And I want to tell you that UkraineInvest is currently working on the opportunity to make sure we have pro bono representatives on investment who will be able to attract investment from all around the world. We're now about to finalize this process, and we're going to be happy to see the key people from diaspora as the Ukraine's investment ambassadors on behalf of UkraineInvest. Thank you very much for your restless support. Let's do it together.
Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much for sharing this very important moment with us. Thank you very much for your time. Ну що ж, ми, на жаль,
So unfortunately, we have to close our event today, but it seems to me this has been just a first step, hasn't it? This is a first step on a big so to say, trip to the future. Are you satisfied with the event, and what kind of conclusions and messages would you would like to share with those who are still watching us? I'm very much satisfied, but my pleasure will be ultimate and more complete after we're getting more requests from investors starting from next Monday about the potentially feasible and good projects. Whenever you have any investment idea, you have no investment project yet, but you can talk to us. We're going to help you do that. We're going to give advice, and we'll be your investment ambassadors here in Ukraine. Once again, let's thank our team and thank all the speakers and all of the people who have made it possible today. Also thanks to USAID, who's been our partner over the last weeks to have organized this event together. The UkraineInvest Executive Director, Serhiy Tsivkach. Give a round of applause to Serhiy. He actually grabbed all the words that I wanted to tell. But anyways, we want to thank everybody who has joined us today. My name is Nika Konstantinova, and I was so happy to have hosted this event together with you. And thank you. Have a good time. Take a very good care of yourself, and see you next time. There's going to be many more meetings like this soon.